started. We don't have a quorum, right?
Are you voting
I
on
don't,
anything?
what? The minutes. We have minutes, and Andrew already submitted his comments, so I think we'll vote on it next time. So, okay. Good morning, everybody. Let's get started. Calling to order the. This is the November meeting of the Safety Committee. I have to start by acknowledging that we lost a member of the MTA family last night, track worker at 34th Street Herald Square. His work taking place, scheduled work, and there was the fellow was flagging and very much still under investigation what went wrong, but just not to start out by acknowledging Rich Davey will be here at Transit Committee to talk about where we are in the investigation, what we know. But in the meantime, there's been a safety stand down of all New York City Transit work, non-essential work. And our folks were at the hospital last night with the worker's family, and obviously they're very much in our thoughts right now. So difficult morning for most of all for those close to our colleague, but as I said, we'll have more. Pat Warren was on the scene last night. He's had a long night, along with many of our brothers and sisters in labor. But as I said, more comments will be forthcoming from Rich Davey at Transit. But with that, I'd like to ask that the safety announcement be read, and we'll conduct the meeting. Obviously, it highlights the importance of this topic.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Are there, Mr. Diodato, are there any public speakers to be heard from?
Public speakers adhere to MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. Also, in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Chris Willem Drummond.
Good morning, everyone. I want to, before I say anything, my condolence. That's really upsetting to see a fellow MTA passed away, and I know the feeling because I lost a lot of my family and friends during those times, and it's emotionally upsetting. One thing I like to bring up about safety, one thing I want to make clear is, as you know, the holiday train is going to be running this Saturdays, all the Saturdays in December. Can we please have NYPD or MTA police to be on the trains or on the platform? So kids, and the little kids, as well as kids with disabilities, that's the early intervention kids, can be on feeling safe to get on the train and learn the history, have a great time. It worked very well last year, and I hope it works really well this year. My concern is as an advocate for disabilities, I like to make sure that all our young kids are learning the history and the safety of this. So we can please do that as work is really well. And since it's the holiday season, I hope we can see more NYPD, not just near the not near the turnstiles, but on the platform, as people may act a little more cranky or the Grinch way. We want to make sure that safety is important, especially even during the night times when people are going to the tree lighting or going shopping. You know, as holiday season is just, you know, the Christmas and Hanukkah and Kwanzaa and all the holidays around the corner. We ask to please, let's get some more officers to please be out there so we can feel safe during this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris William Drummond, followed by Murray Bowden.
Good morning. I first like to say rest in peace. My brother's name was Hilarion Joseph, the track worker that was tragically killed today. And my condolences to his family and the crews that was involved. My name is Chris Drummond. I'm a conductor with Rapid Transit Operations. And every week, our president, Richie Davey, sends a weekly message. And I like to say to President Davey, we don't need your platitudes or your attempts to energize or inspire us. We are concerned with our safety and our well-being, a subject never mentioned in Mr. Davey's weekly message. A lot of us are convinced you, Chairman Lieber, and Richie Davis could care less about our safety. The system was already overwhelmed with homeless and mentally ill and dangerous criminals before the migrant crisis. It's been compounded. We're around mentally ill criminals every day. They're sleeping on the platform now. And just last night, 2 folks were shot, one being a teenager. The safety of our employees this winter is our concern. The winter's coming, like they say in Game of Thrones. What protocols do you have in place other than outsourcing our pain and trauma to the Corvell Corporation? The NYPD is not there. This board needs to come to that reality. They're not there. They're not making arrests. They let folks walk through the booth. I don't know why they're so apathetic. I have no idea. There are no cops. Only mentally ill, and homeless criminals await us on our trains and buses. What has to happen? So it has to be a tragedy. My brothers and sisters have to be murdered, maimed, or paralyzed. Someone's going to die out there. And anyone watching this meeting online, this body, New York City Transit, only cares about moving train. They don't care about our safety. The public is scared. We're scared. And you're doing nothing. You have to. The NYPD is not there. I'm glad you're all so fortified. We're not. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Mary Bowden, followed by Lisa Daglian.
My condolences to all involved. There are New York State police. They're not troopers. Any New York State police car used by the MTA must have the name trooper removed from the front of it. We all wear these jackets. The police, New York State police, working for the MTA, must be required to wear a reflective jacket. It is, in fact, the law. If they get to break the law, why don't the rest of us get to break the law? You go to the website for New York State Police, it says New York State troopers. Where do you start? You start with the truth. The truth is they're police. The truth is, regardless of the union contract, everybody on the New York State Police working for the MTA is required by law to wear this color jacket when on the road. Who enforces it? I hate to tell you, Jono, falls to you. It's an enormous problem. If the law has to be changed, change the law. This is, in fact, the Safety Committee. Safety starts with the truth. you tell the truth to the driver, everybody else will follow. If you get to break the law, why shouldn't we?
Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Michael Cohen.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Dagley. I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. First, my sincere condolences on the loss of track worker Joseph to his family and the MTA family. It really goes to show what a dangerous job it is, and both underground and above ground with the men and women in blue and yellow. But it's really, safety in the system is so critically important, and that's why this committee meeting is so important. This book is so important. This book, this safety committee book, has all of the information for all of the committees that show all of the statistics in one place for the safety and security of the MTA transit system. It would be great to have this book every month so that everybody could see what is what and everything in one place as opposed to parsed into the individual committee books. You know, I've been advocating for having this meeting every month, having it later in the day. If we get one thing out of it, having this book once a month would be really ideal so it can all be together in one spot. Thank you for thinking about that. Bobby Deal, thank you so much for everything that you have done over the years, the many years. It's been a real pleasure working for you and knowing you. I hope you have much enjoyment in your retirement. Just give my best to Mary. And thank you, everybody, for what you do. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Cohen, followed by Jason Anthony.
I think it is important to increase the number of security cameras in the subway. They've already started putting them in some train cars, the security cameras, the closed circuit cameras in the subway cars, and I think they need to put them in more subway cars. Like, they have them in the latest subway cars, the R211s, but they don't have them in the subway cars that were built in the 2000s or the 1990s yet, which are a lot of subway cars in the system. And I think it'd be great to have more cameras in those and more cameras on the buses as well, so that there can be a greater record of whatever happens on buses and trains, and so that more information regarding the safety of passengers can be kept there. And I think it'd be also great if they increased the number of options for customers to report an emergency on buses or report an incident, like some sort of an intercom. Because sometimes on the buses, it'd be great if they increase the safety on there, because sometimes it's not so safe on the buses. Sometimes there's people who, for whatever reason, try to start a fight with someone on the bus or try to take something from someone on the bus. And I think it'd be great if they can increase the safety on there just like they have on the subway, so that passengers will know that it's safe riding the buses and that they can access emergency services needed. And I'd also like to increase the presence of cops on buses, definitely have more cops riding the bus and have more people ensuring the safety of the bus ride and ensuring that people can get to their destination safely by bus and that they don't have to worry.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Maddie Buches-Highland.
Good morning, Jano. Good morning, Pat. Regarding safety, I'm heartbroken about the incident that occurred last night on 34th Street, Herald Square. My deepest condolences go to that brother and his family. Regarding safety, we need the NYPD to be present in Staten Island, oftentimes called the Forgotten Borough. Here's why. I take the S40 and S90 to go to and from the Amazon Fulfillment Center that's on the West Shore. Oftentimes, when I get on that bus, people don't even pay the fare. Some drivers open the rear door, and passengers are getting pushed or getting hurt. Other of my colleagues at Amazon have been posting comments on the VOA board. In other words, the voice of associate. We are aware that the MTA, in other words, Amazon has a license here in the MTA. I wonder who it is because we need more safety. Because one of these days, God forbid, I could end up in the hospital by simply being pushed by other passenger in these buses. Second, I have seen the NYPD all right in subway stations, but they are not interacting with the conductors in each train. So we need to do better, especially in this holiday season. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maddie Buches Highland, followed by Felix Castro.
Hey, good morning, Oh, can I begin? Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. I want to speak today about safety. The first thing I'm concerned, my deepest condolences go out to the people and the victims of these crimes. It is an epidemic that has to be contained and a cancer that has to be cured. And it's safety that is talking about. God forbid one day, I have a disability, I have autism. I could be pushed onto the tracks by a mentally ill person or someone who has a long convicted felony. It is ridiculous. I mean, people aren't going to trust the fact, they're afraid they're going to go in their own neighborhood. We need to have NYPD presence. As a son of an ex-NYPD officer, we need every station and bus. People aren't going to be safe and people aren't going to be trusting that process. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, people want to defund the police. Shame on you. I mean, what are you going to do? Anyway, I would hope that the commission, we have to have safety as a top priority. And I know Chairman Lieber knows that. Everyone knows that. Anyway, I hope that I would say for the rest of the day. Thank you. God bless you. And good day. Back over to you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Felix Castro.
Everybody, first I want to give my condolences to the track worker. And as a visual impaired traveler myself, I think it is important to have a system that is both accessible and safe. My question or comment is that I don't always know where the call boxes are at the stops, especially the busier stops. I would like to know if there's a way, like on the MTA app, that I could report any concerns that I might have, or safety issues that I might have, because it's not always easy to find the call boxes or get sighted assistance from employees or police officers that might be at the stops. So I just would like to ask, is there a chat system or a helpline that I could utilize on the MTA app to report any concerns I might have? Thank you.
Okay. That's final speaker, Mr. Diodato. Okay, just noting for everybody, we don't the format is we don't answer questions in these in response to public comment, but where questions of the kind that were just raised are raised, there will be follow-up by staff, and that's the way we handle stuff routinely. So I just want to acknowledge that before we move on. Do we have a quorum, General Counsel Patrick? We do not. So we're not going to go for approval of the minutes. I know we'll do it next time we have a quorum, but we have received comments from at least one board member, and those will be taken into account. Mr. Warren, are there any changes to the work plan?
Yes, Chair, there is one change. We were going to brief Fair Evasion this month. We're going to do that next month in a separate venue.
And would you then move on to your report on safety and security, Mr. Warren?
Yeah. Thank you. To some of the points that were brought up today, accident injury rates for both employees and customers remain below industry averages and principally flat across all the agencies. But the tragic incident that happened early this morning just highlight how we cannot take your eye off the ball and become complacent in any of this area. So my hat's off to the folks that would do this work and to those folks that are actually out there actually doing the hard work of working in that environment, and they're the ones that actually implement safety when they do their work properly. And it's a credit to everyone out there that these rates are so low. I will note that bus collision rates were up last month, but considering monthly fluctuations, the average for the year is largely flat and has been holding at just under 60 incidents a month. Not surprisingly, record levels of congestion throughout the city and heightened use of bikes and scooters on the streets are significant contributing factors to bus collisions. As part of the work plan, you will find, beginning on page 44 of the committee book, information regarding our progress in closing out National Transportation Safety Board recommendations, of which 6 were closed successfully this year. This leaves 4 open. Also part of the work plan is an update on the MTA's drug and alcohol surveillance program, which can be found in the committee book on pages 32 through 43. The MTA remains a leader in the transportation community regarding deterrence of the use of illicit drugs. Our 0.34% rate of positive cases is less than half the national average, which is over 1%. And Dr. Luisi is over here sitting down, and her program is amazing, and the work that they do is just huge. And my hat's off to all that they do over there to help keep our workers safe and our customers safe. With regard to security, the MTA's focus remains unwavering. Over the year, we executed multiple initiatives, most aligned with the governor's and mayor's COPS Cameras and Care program, which have reduced major crimes across the system to below 2019 pre-pandemic levels. Customer survey data tells us that the most compelling story, with, for example, improvements in customer security satisfaction up about 8% on the subway over the last year, and customer satisfaction on the bus system over 70%. So these are really positive trends. As you can find, all the safety and security statistics on pages 9 through 31 of the committee book. The work plan topic that we would like to highlight today is workplace violence, which includes assaults and harassments of our employees. The MTA has steadfastly focused on this topic, and over the last year has stepped up and initiated new activities to deter violence. We have had success in bringing the overall number of incidents down. The initiatives highlighted on the next slides will describe our work to further improve our employees' working environment. Bus operators have what might be the greatest customer exposure of all of our employees and perhaps the toughest job in the MTA. They frequently interact with demanding passengers who look for special treatment, do not want to pay their fare, are generally disorderly. A couple of protection programs that we are working on include the addition of full cab enclosure around bus operators. With this system, operators would be separated from the customer and anything they might want to throw, including a punch. We are optimistic that this enhancement will be a game changer for our operators. A second program to highlight is a recent pilot where teams made up of members of both New York City Transit Special Inspectors, these are Eagle Team members, and NYPD officers are deployed to bus clusters within the different boroughs. The idea here is that the clusters of bus stops are identified where these security teams can nimbly move between them to maximize their security presence on the various bus lines and bus clusters. These teams provide security on the buses for the operators and the customers while tackling fair enforcement challenges. Currently, teams are deployed in Kips Bay, Brooklyn, and Staten Island. We have also multiple special efforts going on to mitigate the risks of violence towards Department of Bus employees. The subway is the most used surface transportation system in the nation, and consequently our employees encounter thousands of travelers daily. And unfortunately, within this throng of humanity, there are a few that act out against our employees and other travelers. Over the last year, as part of the COPS Cameras and Care program, many more officers were deployed to subway stations, platforms, and trains. This enhanced police presence had the effect of reducing employee assaults, reducing crime, and reducing the number of track trespass incidents. It's really been powerful. Within the subway system, our conductors can be a target of disgruntled passengers. To protect them, New York City Transit initiated a pilot to establish no standing zones on platforms where the conductor's window aligns. The no standing zone will serve as a visual cue to police and other security to keep the area clear, providing standoff for our conductors from travelers. I will also note that the addition of gate guards, who position themselves at emergency exits at a growing number of stations, provides further security presence for employees and customers at stations. Protection of our employees continues on our two commuter railroads. Metro North conductors have the most contact with customers, given that they check every passenger's ticket. Additionally, they are typically the first railroad official to attempt to address customer infractions on the system. And unsurprisingly, these efforts are sometimes met with verbal and physical abuse. To mitigate the risk to our conductors, the MTA PD significantly improved their presence by doubling the number of train patrols on the railroad over the last year. Their increased security has empowered Metro North conductors to involve our police with the hard cases that are out there. To the MTA PD's credit, they identify conductors as their platinum customers. They swiftly react to their requests, and it's really been a great tool and a great sense of security for those conductors. Another program to reduce workplace violence in Metro North is Metro North's employee de-escalation training. Metro North, as well as all our agencies, recognize that an employee's ability to extricate themselves from tense situations is a valuable tool for their toolbox. Starting from the day a conductor joins the railroad and refreshed periodically, they are instructed in reducing tensions and potential violence. Let me finish by highlighting a couple of Long Island Railroad initiatives to mitigate workplace violence. The Long Island Railroad's engagement with the labor unions and most importantly their membership has enabled the enhanced identification of workplace violence issues and challenges. Hearing firsthand which lines, which hours of the day, which stations, and which customers are problematic has been invaluable in coordinating police deployments and improving security programs. Further, understanding how encounters with recalcitrant customers come about and the kind of support customers are looking for has been game-changing in terms of mitigating risk. An example of this includes the MTA Police's removal of customers as expeditiously as possible who are in violation of rules of conduct from the train, and they conduct their official business on the platform, which takes the problem out of the train and lets the customers and the employees continue on their mission. Just one further activity I'd like to highlight is the MTA headquarters is heightened interaction with the judicial system by informing district attorneys' offices of their ability to ban customers from the MTA system for acts of violence against our employees. We further track the progress of employee assault cases as they matriculate through the criminal justice system and, where appropriate, provide input. This slide illustrates the arrests and prosecutions of just subway employees that were a victim of felony and crime. An encouraging number of arrests, 66%, illustrates that the police take their activities very seriously. You can see from the status of these prosecutions on the slide where we are on them, and we continue to track them very closely and talk to the DAs as they come to their different appointments. This concludes our presentation. If there are any questions, I'll certainly.
Before we take questions, I just want to say this is something of, it's a particular focus of my team. We are unsurprisingly, not always thrilled when the people who have committed offenses against our employees and, they're out and about faster than we think is appropriate. So we are now really carefully monitoring cases. So once the cases, we monitor what the charges are, we stay on top of the court dates, and in some cases we show up in court to interact with the judicial officials who are making decisions and make sure they understand how seriously we take cases of violence against our employees, and really pushing the system to make full use of the banning provision of law that we, the MTA, along with the labor unions, MTA's labor unions, pushed for a couple of legislative sessions ago. So we're going to stay on top of this and make our voice heard in the courts to make sure that people who attack our employees or otherwise harm our employees are not walking around too soon, honestly. Mr. Albert.
Yes, thanks for the report, Pat. The enclosure of the space that bus operators occupy, has a pilot begun on any routes yet for that?
So I can let maybe Bobby Deal talk a little bit more about it, but they've done the design, they've put it in a few vehicles, they're looking at it now. It has not been put out on the road in a pilot sense yet, but we're testing it, making sure it fit. There's some safety, and so we got to work through the health departments and stuff like that so that they make sure that it meets all the OSHA standards.
And visibility issues, of course.
There is a significant upgrade to the enclosure that's already been put into effect. Bobby, do you want to talk about it?
Correct. Actually, it's a full enclosure, which again will be better for the bus operator with it. It's still being evaluated on certain parts, but that's going to be coming up soon. You're welcome.
Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you. We had a speaker earlier on from labor describing it with real frustration, his perception on our support. I know it's not the case. I've heard this group of the staff and the leadership talk about their support of safety, and it's paramount. It is not a minor topic. I do think it'd be useful, though, to hear, because I don't know exactly where we stand on two fronts data-wise. One is the number of transit police we have. I think it'd be interesting to understand where we stand with that topic, because at different times we've quote-unquote flooded the system with cops and other support to stop people from coming through the slam gates, for example. So it'd just be interesting to figure out where we are with that. Maybe that's something Rich covers in transit. And then similarly, there's a lot of commentary. Certainly we observe it as individuals, the homeless population, not just in the subway, but across the city. There are whole areas of the city where you can't walk without interacting with them on every single block. But it'd be useful, again, similarly, and maybe it's covered in transit, which I don't generally attend, to understand the homeless population that we're counting and how it's tracking, because I think it'd be you know well, Pat, that stats combat perceptions, and it'd be just helpful to hear.
All those issues are very much on the table, and we'll make sure we respond to that. Go ahead, Mr. Tessitore.
I'll be brief. I just, this issue is the most frustrating thing that I've dealt with in my career as a union leader. And as a representative of labor, I first want to say that the speaker earlier is clearly venting out of frustration, and I get it. I think in fairness, we have to say that certainly our chairman or any agency head here does not care about safety. It's just not the right, appropriate thing to say. Why would anyone, at their level not care about safety? But we get it. We all have to do better. I just recognize a pattern of behavior in our region since COVID that I just can't explain. I mean, people say that from time to time. This is an anomaly that I just can't get my head around. The chief can arrest countless people. Out of 100 people, if 99 go home that day and suffer no consequences, what is all this work for? So I think it's at a point where it's beyond us. We're doing everything we can, and we're not going to stop. And I have a tough sell every day of my career explaining to my members that we're doing all we can. But when it continues and the behavior continues and people aren't held accountable for it, they don't see the results. I feel for that brother, but he wasn't fair in the way he portrayed it. He should be talking to his union, as all MTA employees should, and work together and do what we can to help the chief get his resources necessary, the NYPD to step up what they have to do. But it's something that goes beyond what we even have in our control with the DA offices and legislation and things along those lines. I gave a pretty passionate thing earlier in the year, if anyone remembers, the two conductors that got banged up pretty bad in Brooklyn. The conductor's still out and got a letter in the mail 2 days before Thanksgiving from a family court legal representative that they've decided not to prosecute this juvenile. You know, I get it. A young kid, you don't want to take his life away too soon, but he ruined the life of one of our employees. So I just don't get it anymore. I don't know what's fair, what's not fair. All I know is we all have to do what we can within our means to make sure that there's accountability and that people just can't go free every time we do our jobs and put them away.
Okay, well, let's just we have to be very clear about what's going on because the public doesn't always know who's responsible for what. We're responsible for, we have control, direct control over a lot of things, and including the policing of the commuter rail system. And I know how closely your union and Long Island Railroad and the Metro North employees work with the MTA PD, who are their partners on those trains. We have a slightly different relationship with the NYPD, who makes decisions about deployment, sometimes in consultation with us, sometimes driven in part by their budgeting and their staffing realities. But we have maintained an extremely close relationship with them. We're going to keep doing it. Yesterday, I was at the memorial mass for NYPD Transit Bureau officers who have been lost back to 1963. We are going to build that relationship because they are our partners in the system. And we have made progress, got a long way to go. The issue of the mental health population that is impacting on the city's public spaces so dramatically is less in our control. And I really urge our partners at the TW, who are very close to Mayor Adams, to continue their dialogue about what the city is doing. We have worked with the city. We will continue to work with the city. We'll continue to work with the state. But I just got to say, I don't want anyone to misunderstand. We're not totally in control of how the mental health population is managed in this city. And the governor has taken enormous steps to open up beds and otherwise to provide assistance. But we are relying on our partners at the city to continue to do more. Because the mental health population, as you heard from the podium, is the principal impact to our workforce and to a lot of our customers. And we have compassion for them, and we have to handle that population appropriately and with care. But we also have to be mindful of the impacts that it's having for our workforce and the customer base. So it's something that we are passionate about and we're going to work with, but we are relying on others to a great extent. Okay. With that little fulmination, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn the meeting so that other business can proceed. Mr. Zucker, may I have a motion? Mr. Tessitore, second. We're in adjournment.
What does the mobile wash team do?
I don't know if he'll take it, Rodney Harrison, in Suffolk, he left. So they're considering him. I don't know if he'll take it. He hasn't accepted. Okay. No. Got it. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to convene the November 2023 Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting. Mrs. Picone, are there any public speakers? Just one?
Speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Jason Anthony. Following will be Matthew Bukes Highland, followed by Michael Ring.
See ya. Let's talk about safety, shall we? We know that the temperatures are dropping like crazy. It is good to have safety announcements in our bridges and tunnels, because especially when snow falls, anything could happen. And Mother Nature this year around is acting a little bit bizarre. We could say that. It is very good, Kathy, that we could put any type of safety announcements on our bridges and tunnels in our mobile app that, let's say, drivers could be aware how the weather is going to be, if there's going to be any speed restrictions and any of that nature. But other than that, I'll use the rest of my time. Happy holidays.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matthew Bukes Highland, joining us virtually, followed by Michael Ring.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman Mack, Madam President, and Commissioners. I'm Addie W. Bucky's Highland. I want to speak today about congested pricing, which is about to go into effect very soon. I would suggest that we may consider putting maybe on the Cross Bronx Expressway and maybe even the Bruckner Expressway. That's always congested. And I had a great time riding on the Verrazano Bridge to visit a family friend in Staten Island. I could use the Easy Pass from your facility all the way down to the Central Florida Expressway or even the Florida Turnpike. That's all I'm going to have to say for this month. So thank you. God bless you. Have a great day. Ms. Piscone, over to you, madam.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Ring, followed by Lita Dupree, joining virtually.
Hi. I didn't think I was going to be speaking to the Bridge and Tunnels, but I got here early, and I have the opportunity to say thank you to you guys, because for the 26th time I ran the New York City Marathon, And I get to start early because I'm an athlete with a disability, and the only people cheering on the Verrazano Bridge, it says Bridges and Tunnels. And it's kind of nice to say thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Murray Bowden.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair David Mack. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Need my clock here. Yeah, I take my bridges and tunnels very seriously, and they're very important to me. And I mentioned about my trip over the RFK Bridge when I was in New York. How do we build the best bridges and tunnels? So in looking at the operations report, things are looking good. Traffic is good, and our collection rate is around 94–95%, which is good. It's important to remember that the uncollected revenue, it's not revenue denied, it's revenue delayed. So we want to continue working on our collections. It's very important to emphasize that operating a vehicle on a public highway is a privilege, not a right. So the public needs to know that. But thank you to those who are paying into the system. How do we get people interested in bridges and tunnels? If I'm staying in New Jersey, which I usually do, I'm going through the Port Authority facilities, such as the Lincoln. But it's easy to forget about bridges and tunnels in New York City when you don't have a car, because we have so many of the subway connections. But taking the M60 bus is a way to participate in bridges and tunnels going over the RFK. So the bridges and tunnels are important in helping to keep our bus network moving between the boroughs. So we want to make sure that we are keeping these bridges and tunnels safe and well maintained. And it looks like our credit rating is pretty good. Bridges and tunnels can play a part in congestion, and hopefully we can get congestion pricing turned on sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. The next and final speaker is Murray Bowden.
Good morning. Morning, Kathy. Morning, Dave. I ran my first marathon 39 years ago when I was 51. Gave it up after a while. This is a continuation of my discussion about safety. We have to deal with distracted and aggressive drivers in a way that we haven't had to deal with them before. We have to give the drivers information well in advance than rather at the intersection where they change. That manual uniform traffic control devices that was written 50 years ago, and I was part of the team that corrected it over the years, has to be thrown away completely and start from scratch. The arrows have to point up and in the direction you go in. Traffic has to be separated earlier and not at the intersection. All you're doing is because it's legal to cross the gore, stop it with a double white line or a double yellow line. The rules that were written 30, 40 years ago don't work today. How do you change it? New York City has done it by engineering judgment. You do not have to follow the manual as written. I've been writing to have it not issued, but issued in new electronic form. It has to be uniform across all states. There can be no local option. We're a country that goes all over. There cannot be a rule in one place that's not the same as a rule in everywhere. So you got your work cut out for you. I had a good teacher taught me how to make consistency safer. Your job is to follow it up. I can't do it anymore. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Rose. Murray, don't give up. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the October Bridges and Tunnels
Motion.
meeting?
Motion.
Second. All in favor? Any questions on the minutes? Great. President Sheridan, are there any changes to the work plan?
Good morning, Chair Mack. There are no changes to the work plan.
Very good. Okay, President.
Thanks. So the 52nd running of the TCS New York City Marathon kicked off on Sunday, November 5th, from its traditional starting line at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. More than 50,000 participants, along with a sea of event organizers and officials, convened for the race. I'm pleased to report our employees' collective efforts allowed for a smooth, executed event at the start, which showcased our facility to a worldwide audience. You'll hear more about those efforts shortly from our department heads. This was my first marathon experience, and it was an honor to represent the MTA, along with other city officials, event sponsors, and the New York Roadrunners at the Blue Line painting ceremony on November 1st. I had the additional thrill of being offered the privilege of firing the cannon to signal the start of one of the waves of the runners on Event Sunday, and was very fortunate to have earplugs on hand. Speaking of the runners, I applaud our own B&T and MTA colleagues who rose early to meet the challenge to run across New York City. Congratulations to all on this impressive achievement. Now I'll turn it over to Rich Hildebrand, Vice President and Chief of Operations, to kick off a review of our annual marathon preparation and execution.
Thank you, Kathy, and good morning, everyone. For operations, planning for the 2023 New York City Marathon began right after the 2022 event ended. Following any major event or incident, B&T holds an after-action meeting, also known as a hot wash, to discuss best practices and lessons learned. Items to address are shared in an after-action report with event organizers and regional partners with the intent to improve upon the event for next year. In the lead-up to race day, B&T participated in a citywide tabletop exercise hosted by the New York City Police Department's Chief of Department at One Police Plaza. This multi-scenario drill included event organizers along with city, state, and federal stakeholders. Planning and preparation for an event of this magnitude continues throughout the year. B&T's Emergency Management and Planning section distributes an event action plan detailing all functions to be performed on Marathon Sunday and in the preceding days. The plan includes directives on facility preparation to accommodate foot traffic and race equipment, how the arrival of nearly 52,000 participants onto Staten Island would be managed efficiently and safely, how a full closure of the bridge and surrounding roadways to vehicular traffic would be implemented and messaged to customers, and how overall event safety and security would be maintained, all while working in concert with New York Roadrunners and our regional partners. It was a Herculean effort to ensure that the facility was ready before the official start. The priority after the final runner had cleared the bridge was to ensure the timely return to normal operations. Once B&T confirmed live traffic on both levels in both directions had resumed, the incident commander called the after-action meeting to order, and the entire process began once again as the 2024 TCS New York City Marathon planning season kicked off. I would like to thank my leadership partners here today for their unending support, all of our regional partners for their unwavering cooperation, and each and every member of the B&T workforce for all they do every day, not only on New York City Marathon Sunday. And unless there are any questions, I'll now turn it over to Don Look, Vice President and Chief Security.
Thank you, Rich. Good morning. Leading up to the marathon, the Internal Security Department begins preparations for a range of activities and tasks. We coordinate with external agencies to evaluate and assess the current threat environment. This helps us to identify the security measures we recommend and the implementation of the participants for the protection of our participants and our infrastructure. Internal security coordinates and conducts several security walkthroughs to systematically restrict access to critical areas, remove equipment and materials from contractor areas, and culminates in a contractor closeout before the marathon. Internal security also ensures security camera coverage and equipment, such as access control and radiation detection, are optimized throughout the event. Throughout our event, ISD maintains vigilance through our electronic security system, which is enhanced for situational awareness. In addition, we deploy our investigative ground team for rapid response as necessary. And unless there are any questions, I now turn it over to Eric Osnes, Vice President of Safety and Health.
Thank you, Don. Transforming the Verrazano Narrows Bridge from a major vehicular crossing into a venue capable of hosting more than 50,000 individuals on foot is an undertaking. Safety concerns during the pre-inspection phase are paramount, with particular focus on adapting the roadway surfaces to ensure the utmost safety for participants. The bridge's surface needs modification to become runner-friendly, with the elimination of any uneven pavement or obstacles that may pose tripping hazards. Furthermore, ensuring proper reflective gear is worn by employees during pre-inspection and the event is essential. Staff on site must be equipped with high visibility clothing, which becomes especially important when early morning visibility may be compromised prior to the marathon start. Implementing these safety measures during the pre-inspection phase not only safeguards the runners, but also enhances the overall experience of the marathon, making it safer for all involved. Temporary converting the Staten Island Plaza into a starting point also requires a comprehensive assessment of security and crowd control measures. Accommodating the flow of runners in successive waves across the bridge poses unique challenges. Proper barriers, designated entry and exit points, and well-experienced B&T personnel are necessary to ensure the safety of participants and on-site spectators. I will now turn over to Charlie Passarella, our Vice President of Maintenance and Operations, to give us more detail on surface preparation and what it takes to host an event free of recognized hazards.
Thank you, Eric, and good morning, everyone. Maintenance and operations teamed up late Saturday night to prepare the bridge for the Staten Island starting point on Sunday. The first order of business was for crews to close. The first order of business was for crews to close all roadways to vehicular traffic leading to the upper level in both directions. This was accomplished by setting up maintenance and protection of traffic at each location. Closures were established utilizing backup trucks outfitted with crash attenuators as well as cone lines. The closures allow for the New York Road Runners Club event organizers to safely begin their large-scale setup on a toll plaza and for our maintenance teams to prep the roadways. Bridge and tunnel maintainers then began a series of laborious tasks, running electrical power and cables for the organizers to establish their communication systems, clearing the roadways, covering the bridge's roadway joints, and installing signage for mile markers and participant drop-off locations. Our sweeper trucks covered more than 30 miles of roadway that includes all lanes of the upper and lower levels, as you can see in the photo. The next step was to lay down and secure more than 100 sheets of masonite boards and mats over the roadway finger joints for the safety of crossing runners. Maintenance crews then established closures for all roadways leading to the lower level, prohibiting all vehicular traffic to the facility. The bridge was now completely closed and ready to receive the marathon participants. After the final runner has safely crossed our facility, maintenance crews immediately start the cleanup process, which includes assisting New York City Sanitation with clearing the discarded clothing from the bridge, deactivating temporary POW setups, and pulling up the masonite sheets from the joints. After one final sweep of all roadways, Facility Command is notified that all duties for reopening have been completed. Closures are lifted and the bridges are restored to vehicular traffic and to our customers. Thank you, and unless there are any questions, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Charlie, and to all of our employees who work so hard to ensure a successful event each year. Do we have any questions on the marathon? Commissioner Glucksman.
How did you do, Rich? Okay, I had a good run. Thank you.
Great. Lastly, there are 3 procurements this month. Lynn Gore, Deputy Chief Procurement Officer, will present these actions.
Thank you. Procurements start on page 46 of the committee book. MTA Bridges and Tunnels has 3 procurement actions being brought to the Bridges and Tunnel Committee for approval this month. There are no non-competitive procurements or ratifications. There are 3 competitive contracts in a total amount of $10 million. MTA B&T requests board approval to award 3 competitively solicited personal service contracts to 1. Henderson, Durham, and Richardson Architecture and Engineering, Atkins, PA, PC, and 3. Gannick Fleming Engineering and Architectural, PC, to provide miscellaneous toll collection consultant support services on an as-needed basis in an aggregated not-to-exceed amount of $10 million over a period of 5 years. Unless there are questions, these procurement actions are described in the staff summaries in the committee book. I submit these procurement actions to the committee for approval.
Can I have an action, a motion rather, approve these procurements? Second? Second. All in favor? Great. Any questions?
Hi, sorry, Chair. So my question is regarding, and maybe Allison, you can remind me what's happening here. So this is related to the back office systems. Where are we on the notion of a consolidated back office in B&T related to like New York Easy Pass and let's see. I think we were looking at, right, once upon a time we were looking at some kind of consolidated back office with New York State, Port Authority. Can you just remind me where we are on that?
Yeah.
And that's already
We've
approved.
actually had a consolidated back office for Easy Pass and now tolls by mail for quite a long time.
Right.
We did do a new procurement.
That's it. That is the new procurement.
And
I'm
that is
interested.
underway. It's
Okay.
already in process.
It's already in process means that it was let and
Yes.
you're evaluating the firms right now.
It's
Okay.
actually already been, awarded. There
Okay.
are, the contractors are already working on
Okay.
the upgrades and the
And
new
so
one.
this procurement is supporting the operations of just back office in general?
It's supporting, actually,
It's supporting the ORT system, and it touches on the back office to eliminate
Okay.
consent.
Okay, thank you, yes. And I think my mind just blanked about where we were on that back office. And I know it was consolidated, but yes, we did do the new procurement. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Any other questions on the procurement or any other B&T questions?
Well, okay. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Second? Okay. Yeah, motion passed. Thank you all.
What does the mobile wash team do?
My name is Ferdo Chowdhury, Supervisor Mobile Wash Team. Mobile Wash unit has a big job in the system. They clean the station. And not only cleaning, in between you have to help customers. We take the truck, we take the equipment, we come to the station and clean the station. I inspect it, and after that, I'm gonna take the pre-job meeting with my team. I have to let them know this is the place we have to concentrate our mind, we have to do the job. First of all, we have to barricade the area. People cannot get in there. You have to put the soap, let the soap for 10 minutes so that the floor can suck the soap and open the dart. After that, we use the steel eagle machine. When we finish the steel eagle machine, we have to use the pressure gun. Because the steel eagle machine, sometimes it cannot reach all the way in the corner, around the column, in many other places. So we have to use the pressure gun. 4 o'clock, 4:30, we finish the job, pack up the equipment, and go back to the Quay State Depot. When customer come to us, say thank you, we feel good. And when our boss say, oh, you do the good job, we feel good, because then we are happy not with the money, with the appreciation.
What does a welder do?
Maribel Rivera, CMA, car maintainer. I'm a welder at Transit, and I've been working here for 20 years. Some of the things I work on are like door operator arms, the linkage that goes on the door. It's a very important part of the train. Welding has to be done precisely in order to keep those doors safely opening and closing so nobody gets hurt. I also work on parts that have come to me in an emergency and they need to go out right away to be replaced on the trains that are going out. So it's a challenge to me. And I like a challenge.
Welding is so important to New York City Transit because everything's made out of metal. There are certain parts that have wear on them that we have to refurbish. We can't just buy new parts because no one makes them. So we fabricate many parts, and there's always repairs to be made, and we need experienced high-end welders that can do any kind of welding.
I have to create a safe product, a solid weld with no contaminations or impurities, where that weld will stand vibrations from the train and keep the ridership safe. It's pretty detailed work. And that's what I like about welding.
I would say that the welders we have at New York City Transit are among the finest in the city. Our welders from this shop, 207 Street Overhaul Shop, they've cut trains out of tunnels. They were at the World Trade.
I'd like to call to order the Joint Railroad Committee. And we'll begin by hearing any public comments, if there are any.
Good morning.
Hey, Mac.
Good morning.
What's going on?
Good morning. We have 10 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we will ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all our speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. As an advocate for over 30 years, there is something I'd like to make very clear that we need to work on the Metro North end. For example, Metro North Cares does an excellent job. In Grand Central, it is not easy for them, especially when Amtrak was suspended. They were extremely busy, so we do need to make sure. I did put that in the app, but I'd like to know if we can please get a response on that. The other concern I have for Metro North Cares is a concern and safety. They should be carrying walkie-talkies. Yes, I know they're in Grand Central, but once you head upstate New York or Connecticut, they don't have walkie-talkies. Thank God they have a cell phone, but some areas called dead zones, their cell might not go through. If Long Island Railroad Cares have them, why can't Metro North Cares have them in the upstate area? It will be much easier and quicker response because, God forbid, if they're on an elevator and the elevator signal on the phone or something goes out, they need to have a backup safety way. So we can please work on that as well. And the emergency special buttons if to alert the crew that there isn't a person with a disability or a senior that needs assistance, what area they're in the platform. I see them on the railroad, but I like to see them also on the Metro North areas as well, and to get more updates on this, because everyone in the community of people with disabilities and seniors have been asking this, and we need to continue working on this. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning, Sam. Good morning, Rob. And good morning, Kathy, and the rest of the Long Island Community Rail meeting. Following up what my colleague Christopher Greif mentioned, we need more presence of Metro North cares, and especially we shall apply in both commuter rails an announcement saying if the station is accessible or not, like our counterparts in the subway has it. Regarding the service cross-honoring, we should have either Metro North Cares or RLI Cares at each station when cross-honoring is in effect. Because I was at Flushing Main Street and at Woodside, and I saw 0 LIRR personnel. So there should be a coordination between New York City Transit and the commuter rails when cross-honoring is in effect. Here's why. For example, I rode the Port Washington branch from Flushing Main Street to Woodside. I showed my Metro card, but the conductor wasn't aware about this. We need to improve communication between agencies for future events like this, especially during the holidays. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Happy holidays.
The next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Murray Bolden.
Hello. My situation here with the railroad is that when they made the changes from Grand Central came in, they took away a lot of important things for Brooklyn, which I don't think is right. I mean, what was wrong with Track 3? Everything was fine. Everything had added new trains, extra trains there. They had added, we always had stability coming from Brooklyn to Long Island, our own trains we had. Then, on top of that, the kiosk machine, they had the digital screen, you had between 6 and 7 and 11, 12. They both had the digital time frame, the time slots. That was great. But then everything changed over afterwards. You took it away and put advertisement, which you really don't need two of them to have that. And then the transfer points for us. It used to be easy going across the platform, tracks 2 and 3. But now, no, you have to go up 11, 12, which don't make sense to us for Brooklyn people. That is good for Grand Central people going from the plane to the train and vice versa. Not what you did today. And you need to change all this back to where we had it when it was very good, excellent service. Because it was perfect before, you had everything good. But then Grand Central comes in, you pull away every good thing that you did. Thank you.
The next speaker is Murray Bolden, followed by Michael Cohen.
Kathy, it's a crazy world. Vince, can you move your head back? Kathy, it's a crazy world we live in. What the driver sees needs to be consistent everywhere. In the past, there were separate rules for crossings of a railroad, and today it has to be the same everywhere. Don't block the box. Drivers are distracted doing everything. Now, Virginia Road has the box across the railroad tracks, but Roaring Brook doesn't. So you may have to change some rules, regulations, or whatever it is, but recognize distracted drivers are stupid. You know, the light turns green and nobody goes because they're checking their mail. So you're going to have to create the connections so that what the driver sees is the same, don't block the box. That's all over the place. They're using it everywhere. The other thing is, Sammy, as far as I determine, this is two committees. This is not one committee. So my second set of 2 minutes goes to Rob and the discussion of what goes on in Long Island. You've got a half a dozen crossings there, especially in East Hampton, where the whistle's blown from the train. But since you already have the electronics that say the lights are flashing, those electronics can also say, we blow a horn or a sound at the crossing and not from the train. Noise pollution, times change. It's going to take some regulations to change. Washington already knows that I've said you cannot use the manual and the uniform traffic control devices because it was written 50 years ago for an age that doesn't exist anymore.
Thank you for your remarks.
I'm not through.
We limit everyone to 2 minutes.
You make your rules. When you put on your site that this is two separate committees, one committee, I will follow that rule. But as long as
Thank you for your remarks. The next speaker will be Michael Cohen, followed by Andy Polik. Thank you for your remarks.
We hear you every month for 20 years. Come on, we got it. We got it.
They're wrong. There are one set of rules. We all follow the same rules, or we all break them. You got people breaking
Mr. Bowden.
all kinds of places. I've said my piece.
Thank you.
It's your job to correct them. I'm 90. I'm finished. I can't do it.
Thank-
Sammy, you can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden.
Thank you for your remarks. The next speaker is Michael Cohen, followed by Andy Polik.
I've been using Omni for the last couple months, and I think that, like, when the Omni project started, there was an idea of putting it on Long Island Railroad and Metro North. I wonder why it isn't integrated yet with that, like, why you can't use Omni on the commuter rail. Because sometimes when you take the subway, you can use your credit card, debit card, whatever you have to pay for the fare. But when you take the commuter railroad, the Long Island Railroad, the Metro North, they don't take that. And it said it was going to be implemented like this year, the commuter rail, but it still isn't implemented on there. And they still don't have the technology yet for Omni. So I'm wondering, when will they get Omni readers or whatever else they need to do to add Omni to it, so that you can use Omni for all modes and you can use Omni to pay for all transit. And I think it'd be great to have a weekly cap on there as well, and to have both systems using the same fare so that you can go from one to the other, and have always the option of using this one fare for both, or for cross-honoring fares between both of them, so that you can use both systems with the same fare and pay the same fare for both within the city. And I think it's great to expand City Ticket as well, to cover weekdays as well as weekends, so that you can always use the lower rate when traveling in New York City.
Thank you for your remarks. The next speaker is Andy Polik, followed by Ian Matthews.
Good morning, Andy Polik for the record, Passengers United. So a couple of things that I want to address this month. Number one, it's been brought to our attention at Passengers United that currently on the schedule, we have a 6:22 departure from Hempstead in the morning, not stopping at Elmont, Queens Village, and Howard. Please readjust this train to make sure that it makes all the local stops in the morning. Also, with the new Fort Washington branch schedules that began on Monday, during the 7 a.m. hour, why is there no direct train service from the Auburndale station going to Grand Central Madison? Those trains in the 7 a.m. hour are only stopping at Penn Station. So that needs to be readjusted as well. And one brief Metro North point I want to make to Kathy Rinaldi. Kathy, why aren't there any seats in the Metro North dining concourse? Because I was there last Tuesday, and when I was trying to eat my pizza, there was no seats available. And also, do something about the men's room, because the toilets aren't flushing. All right? So that's pretty much all I'm going to say. Thank you for letting me speak, and I will speak at New York City Transit when I get to Lower Manhattan.
The next speaker is Ian Matthews, followed by Jenny Morrissey.
Good morning. I'm Ian Matthews. I'm here to speak about Metro North and Long Island Railroad issues. On Metro North, we're still having issues with short trains on the Harlem line. I witnessed that on Black Friday. And only hourly service during weekday midday hours. And the trains are much more crowded on both the 1222, the 122, and the 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock trains out of North White Plains, all crowded. I recommend please have both the 2:25 p.m. 2:56 p.m. to both be increased to 8 cars. Both are very crowded. At 6 is not enough. Additionally, for the Long Island Railroad,
Ian, we're having a hard time hearing you. There's some static. Just want to let you know.
My connection's not great. Sorry.
If you'd like, we can come back to you.
12 card for the.
If you'd like, we can come back to you while you fix your audio. I'll come back to you at the end. Thank you. The next speaker is Jenny Morrissey, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Jenny Morrissey, and I'm a resident of Ronkonkoma, New York. My husband has been using the Long Island Railroad to commute to New York for almost 20 years. For the last 10, he's been using the Ronkonkoma line. And his quality of life, although a long commute, has been okay and acceptable until we hit COVID. He had to be in 5 days a week, and due to the fact that trains were modified and adjusted, there were no longer any direct trains from Ronkonkoma to the city or city to Ronkonkoma. We had hoped the opening of the Grand Central Station would improve timing, as it had been communicated that it would improve commuting times by roughly 30 minutes. Unfortunately, it's added time. The main issue we are finding with this commute now is the impact on his time home. The 5:39 train from Grand Central is taking 78 minutes to arrive in Ronkonkoma, with only 3 stops along the way. This means the average speed for the train is 38 miles per hour. Can you help explain why this is happening, and can it be improved? We're hoping to be able to find efficiencies here, and he loves the Long Island Railroad. He's there every day, he's there every night, and just looking for ways to improve efficiencies, because ultimately, quality of life is what we all want, and we're hoping that you can help. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, our co-chair, Sam and Blanca. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. I'm going to talk about the railroads today. I did see in our real estate, we're working on some leases for food vendors. They're good food vendors. I enjoy that. I did get to use the Grand Central dining course several times. On the lower level, I clarify for you, in Grand Central Terminal, it was good. So thank you for working on that. I reflect upon my time in New York and using railroads. They worked. I did use Atlantic Terminal in a pinch. The scheduling showed the half-hour frequency, so I had to wait for a train. I went over to Target and got some snacks, got on the train and went out to Jamaica. And I went on to JFK airport area. And I think Grand Central Madison holds a lot of promise. I really enjoyed using that ecosystem and learning how to use the big escalators. But it worked. And Moynihan Hall is working. And I'm looking forward to more Omni and ADA work. The MyTix is fine. I used it a lot. I used it exclusively. We want to work on our Omni and add more elevators to the stations. We want to get to 100% ADA. Okay, I think my time is up. Thank you.
The next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Ian Matthews.
Good morning, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. So unfortunately, we are not happy with the LIRR schedules. We're getting a lot of complaints about trains bypassing stops, and in some cases, in other branches, people have to take 2 trains to get in the city. That is unacceptable. And the situation at Jamaica, where people have to go up the stairs and down, I cannot tell you how many people have tripped and fell down on those stairs just to get to the shuttle train. So you need more later trains, especially in the evening, coming back, going straight from Atlantic Terminal to Long Island, especially for the school teachers and the city employees who work. That has to be dealt with. And like my colleague indicated earlier, the situation with the Port Washington branch, I know you guys made some adjustments in the schedule, but there needs to be better adjustments made because Port Washington riders, they deserve that one-seat ride. Now, for a few seconds, I did want to say something to all of you, and that is Yuki Endo, who's been coming to the committee meetings and the board meetings. He will be going back to Japan tomorrow forever. And we at Passengers United, and I'm sure all the MTE board members and everyone at the MTE will miss Yuki Endo. I know we all will. Yuki was a friend to the Long Island Railroad. Yuki was everywhere. Yuki's been attending all the committee meetings, I think for the last maybe 15 years, 16 years, as long as I've been attending them. So on behalf of Passengers United and on behalf of all the Long Island Railroad riders, Yuki Endo, we're going to miss you at Passengers United. And I'm sure the MT is going to miss you as well. And that's pretty much it, guys. See you later.
The final speaker is Ian Matthews. Mr. Matthews, if you continue to have audio trouble, try turning off your video. That might help.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Good morning. I'm sorry about the earlier issue. I'm trying on my iPad now. I'm here to speak about Metro North and the Long Island Railroad. On Metro North, we're having issues with short trains, resulting in people standing in the aisles, which I witnessed back on Black Friday, and still only hourly midday service on the Harlem and Hudson lines, resulting in overcrowding. I would recommend having the 2:25 p.m. and 2:56 p.m. Harlem line local trains out of Grand Central and North White Plains on weekdays to be increased to 8 cars. They're both very crowded, and 6 cars is not enough. Additionally, and the same issue for Long Island Railroad, the 12-car trains need to be used on busier trains, not emptier trains in rush hour, which I'm noticing a lot. And yeah, because a lot of 8 and 10-car trains are packed and have people standing in the aisles. I'm just going to end it here. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you. Moving on, you will find the Key Performance Metrics Report in your board book. The minutes of the October Joint Committees meeting have been distributed to all members. Are there any corrections or omissions? Hearing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes. So moved. Max, second by Midori. All in favor? Aye. So moved. Rob, are there any changes to the work plan?
For Long Island Railroad, no changes to the work plan.
Kathy, any changes to the Metro North?
Yeah, there is one change to the Metro North work plan. We would otherwise have given an update on the strategic plan this month. We're deferring that till next year.
Thank you. And now we will hear our agency president's reports. Long Island Railroad is in the lead this month, so we'll first hear from President Free.
Thank you, Sammy. Good morning. Before I begin my report, I'd like to start by welcoming Construction and Development's Senior Vice President of Railroads, Anthony Tafano, who will attend this meeting regularly and be able to answer any questions we have that might be project related. So welcome, Anthony. Okay. Slide one. All right. Customers are continuing to come back to the Long Island Railroad. October ridership continued to grow, and the 6 million customers we served gave us our highest monthly ridership total since the pandemic. Overall ridership was up 20% over last October and 8.3% over the previous month. Aside from our previous one-day post-COVID high of over 248,000 customers, which was broken again on Thanksgiving Eve with over 254,000 customers, we saw our highest Monday to Friday weekday average of over 234,000 customers, a week that also gave us our best post-COVID Friday. It also marked the first post-pandemic month in which we surpassed the 2,100 ridership mark on every weekday. Weekend and off-peak trips continue to grow as well. October marked the second month in a row whereby non-commutation ridership surpassed that of the same month in 2019, this time by besting it by 6.6%. In terms of reliability, we ended October with an above-goal on-time performance of 94.7%, a nearly 2% improvement over the previous month, and further proof that the strategic and methodical updates we have made to our schedules have stabilized service and improved the customer experience. As I previewed last month, our latest timetable change went into effect on November 13th, which included changes to morning peak Port Washington branch service. But as we've said before, the Long Island Railroad constantly scrutinizes the effectiveness of our schedules using real-time data and maintains an open and active dialogue with the communities we serve. Those discussions and our own internal analysis have led us to further tweaks along the branch. Beginning this week, we return the September Port Washington schedule with a couple of added stopping pattern enhancements. The Long Island Railroad was honored to participate in the Holiday Fair ribbon cutting on November 13 at Grand Central Terminal, which is another great reason to hop on a Long Island Railroad train to Grand Central. Kathy will provide all the details in her report, but I want to remind all Long Island Railroad customers that it's now a whole lot easier to get to this and all the other holiday events at and around Grand Central. With the introduction of Grand Central Madison service, we operate 137 trains into the terminal each weekday and 114 on an average weekend. And we hope our customers will take full advantage of this service all through the season and beyond. Boosting connectivity is another way we are enhancing the customer experience. Excuse me. And after successfully introducing Wi-Fi and cellular service at Atlantic Terminal and Jamaica Station, the tunnels between the two now have enhanced cellular service as well, so Brooklyn customers can stay connected as the train travels below ground. Designed, installed, and managed by Boingo Wireless, the expanded cellular service features 5G and LTE coverage, which is great for customers who rely on timely schedule information available on the Train Time app. This expanded cell service coverage is available for AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon customers. It also covers Grand Central Madison and its tunnels. This is complemented by free public Wi-Fi at Grand Central Madison and Penn Station. Next slide, please. Acting safely while reinforcing safe behaviors is a major part of our operation. And among the initiatives to be discussed on the Long Island Railroad Safety Report is our customer outreach conducted from November 13th through the 17th as part of Escalator Safety Week. That week, corporate safety, stations, and engineering employees distributed escalator safety flyers to customers at 7 high-volume Long Island Railroad stations, including, for the first time, Grand Central Madison. The flyers provided necessary reminders of escalator do's and don'ts, such as what doesn't belong on an escalator, like large luggage and strollers. Using good judgment keeps everyone safe. Along with our stations, we're also serious about customer and employee safety onboard trains. And so, on Thanksgiving Eve, I rode several trains between Jamaica Atlantic Terminal and Penn Station, alongside MTA PD Chief John Muller and SMART Union Committeeman Brian Grant. The objective was to hear the concerns of crews and customers on board trains and at terminals, and also to strategize as to how best to address them. We've always said that safety is paramount and that we will never change. The Long Island Railroad will remain vigilant in protecting our customers and employees and remain open to all collaboration toward that common goal. I want to thank the MTA PD and SMART for participating in the ride-along, and I also want to reiterate our full support when it comes to matters of customer and employee safety. With the holiday season now in full gear and temperatures continuing to drop, we have completed our winter season prep work because a snow and ice event can have a devastating effect on service, and we like to be ready long before the first snowflakes start to fall. This annual multidiscipline effort encompasses many tasks, which includes things such as properly staging our equipment and replenishing our salt and sand supplies. We maintain and test critical equipment like our portable generators and fire pumps, in addition to snow fighting equipment from hand tools to on-rail and rubber tire equipment. And we also verify that all command centers are operational. Seasonal testing and maintaining of all switches, third rail heaters, and switch heaters along the right-of-way, in addition to winterizing substations. To test our plan, we conducted an all-party yearly drill of our winter storm operating procedures. And customers at newly remodeled mainline stations between New Hyde Park and Westbury will be happy to know that the heated platforms at those stations are now fully operational. Anthony can relieve this sigh of relief that I won't be bugging him about it anymore. As you know, October was Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm proud to report that our employees once again went to bat against this horrible disease that affects far too many in our region. On Sunday, October 15th, employees from both Long Island Railroad and Metro-North joined others in the MTA family for the 4-mile American Cancer Society Making Strides Against Breast Cancer walk through Central Park, raising thousands of life-supporting dollars in the process. This is yet another example of how the MTA is part of the communities it serves. I would also like to recognize the MTA's Empowering Women in Transit Employee Resource Group for promoting this event. A few weeks after the 1986 Mets ended their title-winning run, John Hyland first hired on the Long Island Railroad as a capital project coordinator. 37 accomplishment-filled years later, and no other World Series, we bid him a fair farewell as he rides off into the sunset as Executive Director of Penn Station Special Projects, East River Tunnel, and Infrastructure. Over the years, John left his mark on several high-profile projects, such as the West Side Yard Overbuild, Moynihan Station, the recent Penn Station improvements, and a host of other joint initiatives with Amtrak. Our system is a much better functioning and better looking place than it was when he started, and that's due in no small part to all of John's hard work. And we thank him and wish him well in his retirement years. And finally, I'd like to end this month's report with a story that really hits home with many at the Long Island Railroad, especially myself. There's a new exhibit at the Riverhead branch of the Railroad Museum of Long Island devoted to the late Raymond Kenny, our beloved former Senior Vice President of Operations and Acting President. If you had the good fortune to have known him or worked with him, then you know why Ray's influence is museum-worthy. Ray was a mentor, friend, leader, and a consummate gentleman. His is a legacy that lasts until this day, one of service and professionalism. Thank you to the Railroad Museum of Long Island for celebrating that legacy and honoring a man all of us cherish and miss dearly. That concludes my report, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Thank you, Rob. Moving on to President Rinaldi's report.
Thank you. As I reported last month, on Saturday, October 21st, a set of tiered retaining walls belonging to a private property in Briarcliff Manor gave way, and the retained soil and other materials buried a portion of our right-of-way along the Hudson Line under several tons of earth, trees, and rock. Through the amazing efforts of Metro North crews, service was restored to the two tracks closest to the river, tracks 2 and 4, in time to accommodate AM peak service on Monday, October 23rd. Together with our outside engineering firm, Metro North and C&D personnel worked closely with the third-party contractors retained by the homeowner to stabilize the slope, which allowed service to be restored on the tracks below. The remaining tracks 1 and 3 remained out for some time, with track 3 getting the worst of it as it was closest to the home. Track 1 was returned to revenue service on the morning of November 3rd, after having served as the continuous work platform for equipment necessary to excavate the material that was on track 3, and I'm happy to report that track 3 was again restored to service on November 22nd. Turning to ridership, October ridership remained strong, and the total ridership of 5.64 million was our best post-pandemic month yet. We also saw several other pandemic-era records broken, including the best 7-day average during the week of October 23rd to October 29th, the best 5-day weekday average that same week, and the final weekend of our popular Leaf Peeper service contributing to our best weekend average on November 4th and 5th. As we all know, sundown unfortunately comes earlier now, making day trips a bit shorter. As such, mid-November produced the expected seasonal lull in weekend ridership before we head into the holidays. However, we did see a bump due to the extra service provided to the Centennial Syracuse pit game at Yankee Stadium on the 11th, and then the following Saturday we carried large numbers of riders to the biennial playing of the Yale-Harvard game at the Yale Bowl. And as a Yale graduate, I am thrilled to report that Yale came out on top, 23-18, depriving Harvard of sole possession of this year's Ivy League title. With strong ridership coming to Manhattan for day trips the following day, holiday leisure travel is definitely revving up. And just a snapshot with respect to how we did over Thanksgiving Day weekend. Overall, Tuesday to Sunday, if you look at that 6-day period, we're up 20.5% over last year. On Black Friday, we were actually up almost 33% over last year. And on the Sunday, when people were coming back home, 24.8% up over last year. So we calculate that we carried 951,000 and change riders in that 6-day period compared to last year's 789,000 riders. So up quite a bit from where we were over the last Thanksgiving long weekend. And talking about the holidays, short of the North Pole, there's no better place to be than Grand Central Terminal during the holidays. And as Rob indicated, on November 13th, I was joined by Rob and by representatives from our lead sponsor, AmericanGreetings.com, as we officially kicked off the annual Grand Central Holiday Fair. It's one of the events that we love most in the terminal. This year, the popular event brings together 36 small businesses and artisan merchants all in one place. The holiday fair is open from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., except on Sundays when it's open 11 to 6 through Christmas Eve. And all gifts purchased from a Grand Central Terminal tenant are eligible for free gift wrapping in the Biltmore Room, daily from noon to 6, December 8th through the 22nd. I'm also happy to report that for the first time since the pandemic, the Transit Museum's Grand Central Gallery will again be presenting its holiday model train show through February, which is a great way to top off your holiday experience. This is a series that's proven very popular with rail enthusiasts across the region and everybody else that enjoys great design. This month, the third rebranded locomotive in Metro North's Heritage Wrap series made its debut to help celebrate our 40th anniversary. Skilled craft workers at our North White Plains shop applied a vinyl wrap to Locomotive 211, this time paying tribute to the New York Central, which was the predecessor railroad that operated on the Harlem and Hudson lines. The engine embarked from Croton Harmon on November 14th and operated along the Hudson, arriving at Grand Central just before 8:30 a.m. The first rebrand in the series paid homage to Metro North's original design, debuted in May. The second featured a Conrail design and debuted in August. These and the future designs that will have yet to be introduced will remain in service for the foreseeable future. Like on Long Island, we are gearing up for what we hope is going to be a mild winter. Our winter preparedness plan is a comprehensive strategy that combines, meticulous decision-making, staffing, and staging to ensure the safety and functionality of our system throughout the winter months. As we gear up to face potential snowstorms, our engineering department, represented here by Mr. Loney, takes a proactive approach to decision-making and command structure assessment. Of course, when we're preparing for big weather events, communication is always the key to success. Whenever we receive a report of an impending snowfall, our MOW leadership team scrutinizes up to the minute and sometimes changing weather data to make sure that our crews are dispatched effectively. They communicate directly with our third-party snow contractors to ensure readiness and know that we ourselves will have to be as flexible as possible with crew assignments to be able to address changing conditions. MOW management personnel are strategically placed in field location as needed, allowing immediate workforce shifts to areas of priority, with any changes affecting train service communicated to the Operations Control Center. Field employees call in to promptly update station and yard conditions and report back on the status of snow fighting equipment. This all ensures a streamlined flow of information and quick adaptation to evolving circumstances. This winter, as part of a pilot, field crews will report current conditions on a recently developed internal app for quicker, more efficient information sharing and more effective response times. Our MOW snow plan actually begins in the fall of every year. Proactive measures include the testing of more than 200 small snow throwers and blowers, 20 to 25 pieces of heavy equipment for severe snowstorms, and maintaining all other snow fighting equipment. Testing continues throughout winter months. Gangs inspect fences and guardrails for security, while our stations and facilities groups ensure the operational status of our platform amenities, specifically our push-to-heat capability in our platform shelters to keep our customers warm. This multifaceted, multi-departmental approach ensures that our infrastructure, including shops, yards, switches, signals, equipment storage, stations, remains clear and operational throughout any challenging winter conditions that we might experience. Happy to report that we've had a great year with respect to hiring, and we have another job fair coming up just this coming weekend. So skilled tradespeople looking for an exciting and rewarding career at Metro North, we want to hear from them. We're having an open house on December 2nd at our North White Plains location at 525 North Broadway from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. We encourage anyone who's interested to bring their resume to chat with our hiring experts. As the poster says, come join the team that moves millions. November 11th this year fell on a Saturday, so we held our Veterans Day ceremony on Friday the 10th, joined by Randy Glucksman and his family for another year. Thank you, Randy. In the main concourse of GCT. This annual event, and we also do a lot of Long Island Railroad employees for the first time since they were downstairs. The annual event draws many MTA employees, Long Island Railroad employees, veterans, families, and passersby, and you can really feel the gratitude in the room for the men and women of our armed services. This year, MTA PD Pipe and Drum once again set the atmosphere with their playing, and the police department's own Officer James Volpe again did an amazing job as he delivered his heartfelt renditions of the Star-Spangled Banner and God Bless America. It's an event that brings out the patriot in all of us, and I want to again thank the veterans among us, thank the PD for their support, and it was another wonderful event this year. Finally, I'd like to pause a minute to speak about the contributions of a longtime MTA and IT employee. Just a couple weeks ago, we received the tragic news of the passing of Mike Dannenbring, the project manager of Intelligence Systems. Mike was a beloved 26-year member of the Metro North family who became part of the consolidated IT team. This brilliant yet humble man was instrumental in the development of many of the customer-facing functions that our customers rely on every day. He was referred to by his coworkers at Metro North as the face of train movement, signage, and the customer experience, as an excellent colleague and an even better friend, and as someone whose work shaped the efficiency of our operations. Mike was a master at developing enhanced data sharing for internal and external use. His pioneering solutions and razor-sharp mind were crucial in the development of the systems we now use every day to count customers, track train movement, buy electronic tickets, manage operations, and display real-time train information on both the Train Time app and at stations across the system, including Grand Central. These are but a few of Mike's many accomplishments over the years. It is no exaggeration to say that he is one of the key figures who brought Metro North into the 21st century. Mike left us far too soon at the age of 51 after a long battle with cancer. He's survived by his wife Lynn and his children Benjamin and Millie. His longtime friends and colleagues will never forget his warmth, his kindness, and the lasting permanent effect that he had on everyone. And I'd like to ask for a pause right now for a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you. This concludes my report. If there's any questions.
Board Member Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. Kathy, a very good report, and thank you for being back fully focused on Metro North. We appreciate your support and your leadership. The veterans piece reminds me, I don't know if anyone is from our HR and or diversity teams. Can you just remind us, I'm sure you don't have the number at the top of head as you have many other numbers, how many veterans we have working in Metro North?
I think the percentage is 6%, right? Yeah, the percentage is 6%. I can't do the math in my head, but it's roughly 6% of the workforce.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kathy. I will never tire of hearing the two words leaf and peeper in the same breath.
Me neither.
But now we're moving to snow blowing, which I could do without. And then we'll have our operations report. We're going to start with Long Island Railroad from Mr. Cost.
Good morning, everyone. Total on-time performance for the month of October was 94.7%, above goal of 94%. And year-to-date, as of October, is 93.9%, below goal of 94%. For the month of October, 6 branches operated at or above goal, and year-to-date, as of October, 5 branches operated at or above goal. For major events which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 12 incidents for the month of October. The most significant event occurred on October 1st, where there was a track condition at Neck 3 interlocking just east of Great Neck Station. This incident resulted in 43 delays, negatively impacting on-time performance by 0.2%. For our fleet performance, the MDBF for the month of September was 179,921 miles, above goal of 170,000 miles. And MDBF year-to-date as of September is 171,356 miles, above goal of 170,000 miles. For service delivery, we completed 99.6% of our trips for the month of October, and we completed 99.6% of our trips year-to-date. For upcoming work that will impact service on the weekends of December 2nd and 3rd, December 9th and 10th, and December 16th and 17th, switch installation in West Side Yard will take place, resulting in Far Rockaway branch trains being diverted to Grand Central Madison each of those weekends for approximately 48 hours. Please check the website and Train Time app for updated schedules. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Dory?
Hi, thank you so much. So on-time performance both at Long Island Railroad and Metro North, very impressive at 94%. I'm curious, taking a step back on the operation of Long Island Railroad, given all of the major service changes you've had, the schedule changes you've had, what are the operational areas that you're focused on where we can make improvements and where you believe, we need to step it up in this area? And that's my first question.
So some of the areas we're seeing some difficulty with a little bit is our diesel fleet. We had a few issues along the way, some with a fuel pump, some with a water pump. Our mechanical department are working very hard to try and see if during certain inspections they can perform downloads that would potentially figure out what the issue is before it happens. So that's one of the issues that we're really focusing on now on the diesel fleet.
Great, thank you. And is that because of the age of the fleet generally?
The fleet is definitely getting older. The parts eventually get to where they, are done with their useful life cycle. So they're in the process of trying to figure out all the replacement parts for it, but it is something that it will happen as the equipment ages.
Great. No, I appreciate that. So there's been talk, obviously, about Port Washington branch changes to the schedule. I'm curious what additional feedback you're hearing about the Brooklyn shuttle and what's going on. And, we heard some comment today about concern around it. So, just as, I'm sure you're focused and taking good feedback about what's going on with Port Washington, I'd love to, continue to put the focus on Brooklyn. Thank you.
I wouldn't expect anything less, Madoni. No, we continually to focus on it. As you know, for November, we increased the number to 11 through trains. It's becoming a matter of looking at what the through trains are to make sure they're the right trains at the right time. Because we have a finite number of customers that go there. We don't want to provide too much service because we're limited in our rolling stock fleet. But for the morning, we're going to continue to look at it to see what we can adjust and look at, let's say, for instance, the busiest 2 hours, and how can we better utilize our through service within those 2 hours to accommodate the most amount of customers. In addition to that, we're actually looking at the PM as well. We're starting, you've heard me say before, right? We went through an incredible change in our schedule, right? And we don't want to disrupt the service again, so we're making methodical, strategic changes to it as to not disrupt the overall service again. So as we progress, we're looking at the PM and seeing what through trains we can start adding for the PM out of Atlantic Terminal through terminals. It becomes a tricky scenario in Jamaica. That's the whole premise of why Platform F was constructed in the first place. So we're trying to identify key spots and where we'll impact the most amount of customers too. So our planning group is on the platforms looking at transfer rates between trains to identify, because when you look at the loading capacities, it may show a low number of customers, let's say at a Penn Station. However, east of Jamaica, the capacity jumps to like 70%. So maybe that's a candidate to run out of Atlantic Terminal to see where those customers are coming from, if in fact they are coming from there. So there's a lot of, observations and data analysis taking place to look at that. But my long-winded point is to start looking at the PM to see how we can incorporate some through trains on the PM.
And I'm curious, what are the 2 busiest hours right now for that shuttle space?
Generally speaking, 6:30 in the morning to 8:30 in the morning.
That's what I had suspected, but so just morning rush.
Yeah. Yes, as far as the AM. The PM, always with any rush hour, is always much more spread out. People leave a little early, they stay a little later, but the AM peaks tend to be more concentrated in your ridership.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I would love to get kind of the latest ridership numbers as well, because we have seen kind of an increase in ridership in that area. So thank you.
To that point, we're actually seeing lately, we're seeing if it's a trend, where we were around 6,000 customers a day going to Atlantic Terminal. We're seeing on average 7,000, a little over 7,000 customers going to Atlantic Terminal, and that coincides with the whole ridership increase as well. So it's nice to see.
Yeah, it is good to see, and this is a really Brooklyn to Long Island, Queens. This is a really critical connection, and so I appreciate it because I know out of 7,000, out of the 200,000, plus folks that you're looking after every day, but this is a population that really matters too. So thank you, appreciate it.
Any other questions for Rob? Thank you, and thank you, Tom. And now moving on to the Metro North Operations Report. Justin?
All right, good morning. The operations report begins on page 26. Our service delivered rate for October was 99.7%. System-wide OTP for October was 97%, above our goal of 94%. Year-to-date OTP was also above goal at 97.5%. There were 6 major incidents that negatively impacted October's OTP. The greatest impact was on October 7th when storms caused multiple trees to be down in the power lines, resulting in a 7-hour loss of signal power to a 5-mile stretch on the New Haven line. This resulted in 55 trains being delayed. Regarding the fleet, the mean distance between failures was just over 271,000 miles in August, above the goal of 175. Year-to-date MDBF also remains above goal at 340,000 miles. That concludes the report unless there's any questions.
Any questions for Justin? Thank you, Justin. Moving on, I have our Long Island Railroad Safety Report. Lori?
Morning, everyone. So our safety report can be found on page 16 in the book, and we are reporting on our performance through September. Our customer reportable injury rate was 2.6 per 1 million customers served, and our employee injury rate, reportable injury rate, was 4.4 0.43 per 200,000 hours worked. I'd like to give a shout out to our Senior Safety Officer, Menzie Woodis, who was instrumental in coordinating our National Escalator Safety Week events. And I'd also like to invite everyone on December 14th to Penn Station as we partner again with New Jersey Transit, New York City Transit, Metro North, and of course our beloved Safety Sam to do our customer safety outreach. So that's going to be at 3 o'clock in Penn Station on December 14th. Happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Any questions? I did have a thought. It occurred to me that all the accessibility improvements we're doing, and this is the second month, I've been seeing all the posters and the emails about escalator safety, is actually, in addition to making all the additional stations more accessible, it's going to make them safer because it's going to keep people off of escalators doing things they shouldn't be doing. So, like the things that a lot of people have already been guilty of, like hauling big luggage and stuff. Use the elevator. Thank you, Lori. And now we'll have the Metro North Safety Report. Shelley?
Okay, good morning, everyone. So Metro North Safety Report can be found on page 30 of the Performance Metrics book. So to summarize where Metro North stands with customer employee injury rates, this compares the rates for the current 12-month reporting period ending September 2023 to the rates for the prior 12 months ending September 2022. The reportable customer injury rate for Metro North decreased from 2.27 to 2.03 per 1 million customers, and the reportable employee lost time injury rate decreased from 2.21 to 2.00 per 200,000 working hours compared to the prior 12 months. Slip, trips, and falls remain the highest category of customer injury, and as Lori mentioned, it remains a focus of our outreach to encourage safe behaviors with our customers. That concludes my report. To be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Shelley. Any questions? Thank you, Shelley. Seeing none, we'll move on to the MTA Police Report. Chief Mullen?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. For the month of October, across our areas of responsibility, we had 31 major felonies within the system. Again, grand larcenies continue to drive our numbers. 14 of the 31 were grand larcenies, and 12 of those are from the result of unattended property. So we continue to encourage our commuters to make sure they safeguard their property as they use our system. And that is my report, unless you have any other questions.
Questions? Thanks, Chief. Don't bring your luggage onto the escalator, and keep an eye on it. Don't walk away. Thank you. And now for agency information items. Rob, can you please take us through the Long Island Railroad information items?
Sure. The Eastside Access Support Projects update is in the book on page 64, and the winter track work programs is beginning on page 72.
Thank you. Kathy, can you please take us through the Metro North information items?
Sure. There's a chart in the book showing recent license activity within Grand Central Terminal, and that's just an information item.
There's one. I have a text. Co-chair Lopez has a question.
Thank you, Sammy. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't join you this morning. I had a question for the chief, if it's okay, if we could just go back to that. Is there any additional information you can provide to us regarding the incident that occurred? I believe it was the Friday before Halloween at Grand Central Station. There was a peaceful protest around rush hour Friday afternoon, and I'm just a little stunned as to how many people were able to coordinate their activity and kind of suspend the entrance to Grand Central for a couple of hours, and it was a little chaotic. If you had any insight or any information you could provide to us so that this doesn't occur?
Certainly, Commissioner. So that was on October 27th, and that, as the Commissioner says, it was during rush hour, very challenging. It was Jews for Peace, which is an organization, and as the Commissioner said, they're very peaceful. They are more about civil disobedience than anything else. The exercise resulted in 335 arrests, roughly, most of them for disorderly conduct. And, since then, we've had 9 that have affected our properties between Penn and Grand Central. To let everybody know about how this is working, we can never say where they're going to go or when they go there. And, as you would probably imagine, we're not told in advance. And that's what you saw in this past week at the Manhattan Bridge, which was the same organization that tried to shut down and successfully shut down traffic on the Manhattan Bridge. They've been to the Brooklyn Bridge. What I would say to everybody here is the MTA PD is getting better and better at this, how to manage it. I can't say enough about our partners in Metro North Security, Long Island Railroad Security, President Rinaldi and President Free. We're all learning together as far as how we're communicating to be as efficient as we can and find that balance between, managing a protest, which is, I would never say it's a planned protest because, again, we don't know where anybody's going. And the truth is they don't know where they're going sometimes. And so the communication piece is huge. I can't thank the NYPD as much as I can. Chief Kemper has been fantastic. Chief Bodette from the NYPD has been fantastic. And, we're getting better at this. And, again, it's the balance between managing, moving our commuters along on a timely fashion and making sure that everybody is safe and secure.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your response.
Thank you. I believe we're on the finance reports, which you will find in the book. Procurements, there are no procurements for either railroads this month. With that, unless there's any questions or other topics to discussion, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Lisa, second. Midori.
What does the mobile wash team do?
My name is Feridul Chowdhury, Supervisor Mobile Wash Team. Mobile Wash unit has a big job in the system. They clean the station. And not only cleaning, in between you have to help customers. We take the truck, we take the equipment, we come to the station and clean the station. I inspect it, and after that, I'm gonna take the pre-job meeting with my team. I have to let them know this is the place we have to concentrate our mind, we have to do the job. First of all, we have to barricade the area. People cannot get in there. We have to put the soap, let the soap for 10 minutes so that the floor can suck the soap and open the dirt. After that, we use the steel eagle machine. When we finish the steel eagle machine, we have to use the pressure gun. Because the steel eagle machine, sometimes it cannot reach all the way in the corner, around the column, in many other places. So we have to use the pressure gun. 4 o'clock, 4:30, we finish the job, pack up the equipment, and go back to the Quay State Depot. When customer come to us, say thank you, we feel good. And when our boss say, oh, you do the good job, we feel good. Because then we are happy not with the money, with the appreciation.
What does a welder do?
Maribel Rivera, CMA, car maintainer. I'm a welder at Transit, and I've been working here for 20 years. Some of the things I work on are like door operator arms, the linkage that goes on the door. It's a very important part of the train. Welding has to be done precisely in order to keep those doors safely opening and closing so nobody gets hurt. I also work on parts that have come to me in an emergency and they need to go out right away to be replaced on the trains that are going out. So it's a challenge to me. And I like a challenge.
Welding is so important to New York City Transit because everything's made out of metal. There are certain parts that have wear on them that we have to refurbish. We can't just buy new parts because no one makes them. So we fabricate many parts, and there's always repairs to be made, and we need experienced high-end welders that can do any kind of welding.
I have to create a safe product, a solid weld with no contaminations or impurities, where that weld will stand vibrations from the train and keep the ridership safe. It's pretty detailed work. And that's what I like about welding.
I would say that the welders we have at New York City Transit are among the finest in the city. Our welders from this shop, 207 Street Overhaul Shop, they've cut trains out of tunnels. They were at the World Trade Center site working on the scrap heap. I go to bed at night knowing that we have the best that the city has to offer in a very difficult and a very important role.
By presenting a good product, a safe product, I'm able to help transit keep trains moving and the ridership safe. It just makes me proud that I'm able to be an important part of transit.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 30.
To order the New York City Transit Committee. Let's get started with our safety announcement, please.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Let's move on to our public speakers.
Good morning. We have 22 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit all speakers to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be John Padula, followed by Michael Ring.
Where am I? There we are. All right, batting lead off today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula from New York City Public Schools. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. I'd like to start off by thanking Board Member Valdivia last month for her candor on the inappropriate use of, or the irresponsible use of the word irresponsible. Folks, Phase 1 was not irresponsible. What was irresponsible and what's offensive is when leadership says that it was irresponsible, but the only thing that was irresponsible was the lack of oversight and the lack of action when it came to the people that put in fraudulent trips and abused the program. 5 or 6%, and it's collective punishment, and you're punishing the rest of us. That's what was irresponsible. I don't know if anybody's ever read the book, Who Moved My Cheese? Great book. Pick it up. And sometimes you got to let go of the old cheese to find new and better cheese. So I'll put that behind me and let it go. But Phase 2 works. Phase 3 needs to be better. Phase 2 works. Phase 3 needs to be better. You guys can still stay within budget, but provide a reasonable Phase 3. The subsidy has to go up. Rich, I don't want to hear you keep saying that you're on par with the rest of the country. You're not. Chicago is smaller and offers a $30 subsidy, which is 20% higher than the $25. You need to give us more subsidy, more trips. Forcing me to use on-demand, traditional rather than on-demand, costs the agency more money. I take a trip with traditional, it's 28, 30 bucks. If I was using my on-demand, it would cost you 10 or 15 bucks. So my 3 asks, my reminders, I've been saying this. Where are we with the 20-minute window? What's going on with intra-borough taxi authorizations? And again, a meaningful, useful Phase 3 sooner rather than later. January, February is coming. Let's not put it off. Thank you very much. My name is John Padula.
Our next speaker is Michael Ring, followed by Zoe Nipstein.
Hi, I'm Michael Ring. Anyone who needs a verbal description, I'm just a white guy wearing a hoodie, and I have a fresh haircut. I wanted to talk about elevator maintenance. An hour or 2 ago, I was outside demanding a settlement to the case that I'm part of. I'm part of Disabled in Action. There's a lawsuit asking for elevators to be maintained on a schedule so they break down less often. That's maintenance, like I'll call it with a capital M. I'd like to talk about maintenance with a small m, keeping them sanitary. Later, I'm sure everyone's going to talk about all the surveys that are being sent out, some very unscientific surveys. I'm hoping you guys can do a survey and compare how often an elevator has to be taken out of service because it's unsanitary in a station that doesn't have a working bathroom. People need to use the bathroom. You spend an hour or 2 on the subway, things happen. Not everyone who uses an elevator as a bathroom is a psychopath. It happens. They'll find a port in any storm, and that might be an elevator. If there was a working bathroom, there are bathrooms that aren't working, open them up. We don't need perfect bathrooms. If there were more bathrooms, there just might be more working elevators, and everyone could ride the elevator, get to work, go to school, and more people get to go to the bathroom. It's a thing that people have to do. We closed a lot of them during COVID. No one's getting COVID in a bathroom. We figured that out. They don't all have to be renovated. Just unlock the door, clean them regularly, and we'll have more elevators at the same time. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Zoe Nipstein, followed by Miriam Fisher. Zoe, you can begin.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zoe Nipstein, and I'm a student at Pratt Institute, and I'm representing the New York Public Interest Research Group. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here today to share my experience with public transit. Like many other students, I rely heavily on the MTA as a way to commute to and from my classes. Most students, especially CUNY students, do not live on campus and depend on transit to travel between home, school, and work. This can be a struggle for students, as transit systems, especially the bus, will regularly show up later than the stated arrival time. More likely than not, I will have to resort to commuting to class by foot. My commute is only 2 miles, but that isn't the case for those who are, for instance, taking the bus across Brooklyn, relying on its punctuality in order to arrive at their destination on time, when being on time is crucial. With winter proceeding, it won't be as easy for me to decide to just simply walk to campus. Subjecting commuters to the approaching cold temperatures is a risk to the community, and it's unfair to not provide students with an efficient system that assures a smooth commute. Additionally, this lack of improvement in reliable arrival times is paired with a raised travel fare of $2.90 per ride. This fare is unacceptable and creates another restriction not allowing students to commute via the MTA. A recent study found that 90% of CUNY community college students use mass transit to commute to school and identified that challenging of affording a Metro card came up more than any other barrier in a college degree completion for the individual surveyed. For most NYC students, paying for mass is an integral part of their higher education and budget, and the rising costs can result in students choosing between paying for food or textbooks and getting to class. This problem seems to only get worse, and one of the leading causes of this issue is the congestion in New York's transportation. New York City subway systems is the oldest in the world and yet still depends on outdated technology and infrastructure, utilizing signals put in place in the 1930s in many outdated subway cars, many of which were built in the early 1960s. This creates a backed up system, but there's a solution. By prioritizing congestion pricing, we work towards what is essential to meet the goals of the MTA's capital plan.
Please conclude your remarks.
The single biggest piece of capital funding is $15 billion, is expected to come from congestion pricing. This investment will mean more reliable.
Our next speaker is Miriam Fisher, followed by Yolanda Aline.
Am I audible?
You are.
Okay, thank you. Supporting what my colleague Michael Ring said about elevator maintenance. 30 plus elevators are out daily, 33 escalators. MTA, please settle the elevator maintenance lawsuit so that people can ride predictably and safely. More bathrooms. 78 out of 133 bathrooms are accessible for people with disabilities. Increase those. Those that are there, can they be retrofitted? As some of the comments I've heard in previous months have had only one comment: the elevator smells of urine. Less urine, more bathrooms. Benches. Benches have been moved in various stations where homeless people congregate. Everybody needs benches. People who are pregnant, bad backs, bad knees, seniors. Bring back the benches, no leaning benches, which nobody ever uses, and I have no idea what they cost. We need more benches. Signage. Let people have information about elevator outages, auditory and visual. Here's an example. We have digital signs like this in New York City, but they only tell us when the next elevator is coming. This is Washington, D.C. Excuse me, when the next train is coming off into the minute. We don't have knowledge of elevator outages. This is Washington, D.C. This looks like a familiar digital sign that says elevator outage. It's not from New York. They can do it. There's the technology. This is Washington, D.C. Announcements on the trains, on the platforms. Use the new staff that are free
Please
from
conclude your remarks.
To alert people who get stranded.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yolanda Aline, followed by Bruce Hain.
Good morning. As a stressor ride user, it's very irritating to know that you get a phone call, a voicemail telling you the blue and white van is going to leave, and he didn't show up yet. I have a voicemail from one of the services and told me that, oh, if you're not outside in 5 minutes, we leaving. The guy never showed up. I'm standing there waiting for him to show up. What kind of nonsense is that? Do subway riders get that sort of nonsense? Only stressor ride users get this foolishness. It's irritating at times when you have to wait and they don't show up on time, and then when they show up, the shocks don't work on the vehicles. And I have a back issue from my last experience, August 30th, that I'm still suffering from, that I have to get a procedure done on my back because of my accident that nobody in the MTA cares about. But that's neither here nor there. But they have the blue and white vehicle, their shock is horrendous. They don't fix the vehicles right. And if you get any of those other broker service, the vehicles are filthy. No one cleans behind them. And if people that use stressor ride are always disabled and have immunity problem, how can you ride in a filthy car? That's most ridiculous. You know, it's very annoying. And I have to talk about the buses in Brooklyn that MTA had relegated themselves to have these vans take over with no license plates, with Pennsylvania license plate, and they absolutely does nothing for it. And the B46 and the B17 can't turn on Eastern Parkway because they took up all the bus stops. Most ridiculous. And there was a fight on the subway sometime in October. I'll talk to you about that. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Bruce Hain, followed by Michael Ortiz. We will come back to Bruce Hain. We will go next to Michael Ortiz.
There we go. All right. Hello. Good morning, New York City Transit. I just want to come on here to say that we are happy to announce that the rollout of Omni is going really well with the Omni card vending machines. I would like to see that process go a little faster, however. The next thing I want to discuss is the rollout for Omni for students and reduce fare customers. That is something that has to be done. And when the spring semester begins, I want to make sure that students get transitioned to Omni as it's time to transition to a more secure fare payment. The next thing I want to discuss is our subway systems. The app is already, why would you call the shuttle the app between 63rd and 23rd Queensbridge? Right? That makes it confusing. You should call that route the S, because it's a shuttle. And when that happens, when that service is complete, I think that the F should be permanently rerouted with the E on 53rd, so that expresses and locals along Queens Boulevard can stay separate from one another. I would recommend that the R gets moved to the 63rd Street tunnel to maintain the Broadway service on Queens Boulevard. That is one thing that's important, and because Queens Boulevard riders want local service. 53rd Street for express and 63rd for local. And other than that, that will be it. I will get to the buses next Wednesday. Thank you for your remarks.
Our next speaker is Maddie Bucas Highland, followed by Monique Johnson.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Matthew W. Bucky's Highland. I'm here to speak today about safety. And then before I want to talk about the Staten Island Railway. I visited a family friend in Staten Island on November 25th. We were discussing how the railway goes from the St. George's Ferry to Tottenville. We thought maybe we could maybe possibly expand to maybe Perth Amboy, New Jersey, or South Amboy, New Jersey. That would help people who want to go to New Jersey pay $2.90 rather than paying $17 from the Outer Bridge Crossing, which is a facility operated by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. I want to talk about safety. I would like to echo what I said earlier today, is that we need more cops at subway stations. And it really is, crime is an epidemic. It has to be contained. It's a cancer that has to be cured. And you know what? Who could be the next victim to be pushed onto the track? I mean, I have an autism. I have a disability. And I fear for my life, that people may not be able to help me because, that's how it is. I would hope to consider that the city considers expanding the Sound Road from Tonneville to Perth Amboy for their commutes. Thank you, and God bless you. Have a great day. Miss Molina, over to you.
Our next speaker will be Monique Johnson, followed by Bruce Hain.
Hello. I want to ask you a question. Y'all MTA, I came in earlier today just so I could sit and watch. Y'all also have members and family members here that work for y'all that are disabled, right? What message are y'all sending them to them by not selling in this lawsuit? Are you saying that disabled people, they work for y'all because they take the job, that they don't count, they don't matter? What do you say when they come to work late or go home late because of the elevator's not working or because the bus routes? Do y'all ask them how they can make things better or help us? Do y'all even ask the disabled people that work for the MTA? What can they do to help make things better? No? But what can we do? CUC, communication, unity, and community. If we all come together, we can stop all of this. We could find a solution. But everybody wants to be right, and we find no solutions. These accessorize, they mistreat us. They throw our little disability stains in the truck, knowing that our insurance not going to let us get it. If it breaks down, we don't have no way to get to where we need to go. And even with accessorize, like the lady say, if you don't show up and it's your first ride, they tell you you can't even get a car to go where you need to go that day because a driver came and said that you was a no-show when you sitting there. We need to fix all these kinks that we have and start using the community and the unity and communicate. We're all in here together. Let's act like it and stop fighting
Please
against
conclude your
each other.
remarks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Bruce Hain, followed by Ian Matthews.
Good morning. I wasn't going to show up today, and I don't usually come to MTA bus meetings, but well, I had prepared a comment, two comments actually, that I responded to a YouTube channel with, and I thought it would be something that the MTA board would hate to read, so I decided I worked it up and got it ready for you, and then I couldn't find a way to upload it to the website. There's no such facility anymore that I can find, and I have a login, so I went to my list of comments and dealings electronically with the MTA, and there was no way to open a new item. So I also tried various things. Then I tried to print it out, and it wouldn't print. I was going to come and give you a stack of papers, and that wouldn't work. I went to Kinko's or FedEx, and their machines don't work. This is just like the MTA. You know, they want to run cross-platform transfers on the maybe we'll do it, maybe we won't. In any case, I wanted to talk about the trip planner, because it's the same type of thing. You can't plan a trip on the trip planner. I've tried 4 different operating systems, including Android, and it doesn't work. A very nice lady, we had several phone conversations, and she got caught trying to make it work, and it made the same failure as happened to me. So you're losing fares with that. If people from out of town can't use it.
Please conclude your remarks.
Yes, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Ian Matthews, followed by David Kupperberg.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I want to speak about one problem on the E and F lines. During the middays, some of the trains that are going local are not making any announcements at Queens Plaza and announcing Roosevelt Avenue is the next stop when actually the next stop is 36th Street, and not making announcements. Better communication needs to happen. And also, I was a little disturbed to hear about another shooting on the subway last night on the C train. It's another reason why we need more police patrols and to stop fare invasion, as I'm sure it was fare invasion was to blame for it. We need police pretty much all over stations in Brooklyn and the Bronx. And yes, and a lot of elevators I've ridden are disgusting and filthy. Like at the 231st Street station on the 1 line and the Kingsbridge Road station on the B and D, along with 34th Street Penn Station on the A and C. Those elevators are filthy and really need to be cleaned. I want to make my speech quick and short, so I will end it there.
Our next speaker will be David Kupperberg, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Hi, my name is David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. Recently, NYC DOT conducted the Fordham Road Inwood Bus Priority Study. It analyzed traffic along the east-west corridor between West 207th Street and 10th Avenue in Manhattan, and Fordham Road and Webster Avenue in the Bronx via the BX12 and BX12 SBS bus routes. Fordham Road would have offset bus lanes west of Jerome Avenue. For the segment of Fordham Road between Jerome Avenue and Webster Avenue, 3 alternatives, 2 of them that would have created a busway, were analyzed in depth. NYC DOT decided that only alternative A, offset bus lanes, would continue to move forward. So not ideal. Passengers United endorses alternative A. We at Passengers United are always in favor of additional bus lanes where practical. If a community is in favor of busway, we'll support it. But we accept the city DOT's finding that a busway would have had a net negative impact on the surrounding communities. Yes, the study showed that approximately 70% of bus riders wanted a busway. The MTA favors busways and also the special interests. Unfortunately, none of these groups asked the surrounding communities where parking is at a premium if they wanted a busway. But the NYC DOT did. Communities in Upper Manhattan and the outer boroughs believe that the placement of bus lanes should be able to significantly reduce traffic and pollution, and of course, not significantly increase traffic and pollution on other streets. That is what would have happened if a busway would have been placed on Fordham Road between Jerome Avenue and Webster Avenue. Alternative A is supported by the facts. But most of all, Alternative A has community support. In conclusion, it is up to the communities to decide if they want a busway, not the MTA, and definitely not the special interests. Power to the people. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Jean Ryan.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Condolences on the loss of Hilarion Joseph to his family and the entire MTA family. It highlights how dangerous the work that's done underground can be. Survey says riders want faster, safer, more reliable, and frequent service. Getting from point A to point B safely and quickly keeps us happier and coming back for more. During this most wonderful time of the year, when we're traveling over the river and through the trees, getting home for the holidays should be as smooth and seamless as possible. The Speed Unit, working with MOW, has its work cut out for it and is making good progress towards increasing speeds and improving performance. If it were only that easy on the bus side, where the roads are ruled by City DOT. ABLE is one way to increase bus speeds, but so too are dedicated bus lanes and busways. It's great that 3.1 miles of bus lanes were completed on Gun Hill Road, benefiting tens of thousands of riders. What about the rest of the streets planned, 150 mandated lanes by 2025? What about Fordham Road? Why are all buses in New York still slower than a chicken? We're glad to see more people on board, but getting more people to pay to ride is critical. As a member of the Blue Ribbon Panel on Fare Evasion, I'm looking forward to seeing strategies enacted across the system and hearing more about how efforts like the pilot fare arrays are working. October saw increases in crime, never welcome, especially with accompanying news about city budget cuts to the NYPD. We urge the mayor to continue working with the MTA and governor to ensure the safety of the riding public and MTA workers. Delays to congestion pricing will hurt the transit system, as will cuts to safety. It'll hurt the transit system, riders, and our region. Fingers crossed on a vote on TMRB recommendations at next week's board meeting. Otherwise, both operating funding and essential capital projects will suffer. Let's bring congestion pricing home for the holidays. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by Jason Anthony.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan, President of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. There are frequent outages of certain privately run elevators. Even though they are not owned by the MTA, it is the ultimate responsibility of the MTA to see that all elevators are in working order. We want you to quit stalling and settle the case. You did not win the elevator maintenance case. It is still ongoing. Settle it. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning, Reg, Haida, and the rest of the New York City Transit Committee. This month, I want to speak about safety. As everybody knows, I work in Staten Island and commute from Barnum Hill, Brooklyn. This past weekend, I had to submit a complaint to the MTA website because of two things. One, on the S40 and S90 that goes from St. George Terminal to the Amazon Fulfillment Center, JFK 8, LDA 5, and DYX 2 bus, oftentimes during the early morning between 5 and 6 a.m. and in the afternoon between 4 and 6. Passengers like myself are oftentimes pushed when boarding the bus, and drivers open the rear door, making it a free-for-all for everybody to pay. Not to pay, I'd rather say, but myself, I pay my fare. Second, this past Sunday, I almost got stranded on my way home because a driver from the ATU Local 726, whose president I never have seen in any MTA board meetings, cursed at me. And this is not how advocates should be received while boarding a bus. Let's talk about police presence. Yes, I have seen police presence in my home station, but not interacting with the conductors when each train enters the station. We need them to interact with the conductors, please. So, happy holidays to all. See you later.
Our next speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Grive. As an advocate for over 30 years, I wanted to be very clear. First, I'm glad we have the NYPD here with us, and I want to thank you, NYPD, for being at the stations. But now we have to be concerned at the holiday season, so we hope to see you guys on the platforms, and I do see some of them you are at the platforms, but due to the holidays and safety, and including the holiday train that is running these Saturdays, we hope to see the NYPD even on the trains, making sure that our young kids, and that's including kids with disability, the early intervention kids, feeling safe on the train. And they do call you guys superheroes, so let's make that very clear. Children who have low function do call you guys superheroes. So even if you wear an MTA vest or badge, they will still call you superheroes. That's part of their disability, and we don't complain. That makes them happy. We want to keep the peace. The safety on a subway for them is to learn the history, have some fun, enjoy the holidays, whatever holiday they celebrate. Second, also, I agree with my fellow colleagues about the bathrooms. We do need to open more bathrooms because I have put this in the complaints on the app like over 1,762 times. Elevators need to be washed at stations, and where stations have the elevators, we need to have the bathrooms open. Please. It will be fair for disability seniors and mothers with strollers as well. We don't want to leave out all courses because you never know. Someone could not be feeling well or they really have to go. Let's make it easy for them and give them directions where the nearest bathrooms are. Thank you, everyone.
Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And I just want to express on behalf of Passengers United our sympathies to the family of Hilarion Joseph, who died and was run over by a train at the 34th Street Herald Square station last night. And also to the two victims who were shot at the Ralph Avenue subway station last night. Innocent bystanders on a train were shot. The crime situation in the subway system is out of control. And why is it that the MTA is not calling out the mayor? The mayor promised additional police resources in the subway. Where are they? They are nowhere to be seen at certain times of the day, like overnights, weekends, so sometimes you see 8 cops in one station, and then for like the next 5 stations, you'll see no police. And that's a problem. And it's come to our attention that a sexual predator on the Upper East Side was arrested in a subway station for molesting a young girl, and then he was released back only to sexually assault a woman again. What the hell is going on in the subway system? We deserve better. Governor Kathy Hochul, Mayor Eric Adams, and to the MT board. You guys need to, call out what's going on. And the MT employees are not safe. Imagine if a train operator or a conductor was shot yesterday on that C train at Ralph Avenue. That could have been me. That could have been any of us. So we need to take subway safety. It's a matter of urgency. And we are in a crisis, and this is an emergency situation that's going on underground. And the MT needs to stop lying and misleading people about crimes in the subway, as well as the NYPD and Chief Kemper. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the truth.
Our next speaker will be Alita Dupree, followed by Vincent Padula.
Thank you. Good morning. Chair Haida Metalysis and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. It's good to be back and try to put some positive energy into our virtual podium. You can never have enough subway. And this station I'm in, 53rd and 5th, reminded me. I was watching a video of Last Train to London by Jeff Lynne, and it showed scenes on the London Underground. And so this station has always been very meaningful to me in a lot of good ways, going back 40 years. How do we build the best subway we can? And I really appreciate Rich's meaningful reports and mention of the North Star, because Jerry Rafferty mentioned the North Star in Right Down the Line. So this is how I get right down the line. And thank you for doing presentations in Spanish. It's very helpful and welcoming to me and many others. So language inclusion is essential in helping to build a system that values full participation. We're working toward that. And I reflect on my time in New York. I did use the elevator in 190th on the A. It was fine. As a matter of fact, during my time in New York of riding the subway, in some cases 4, 5, 6 times a day, I don't remember ever coming across an inoperative elevator. I think I only came across one inoperative escalator. I was riding all over the system. So there is work to do. We want to build more elevators to have more full participation. But my elevator experiences have generally been good. And so have my stair climbing experiences. But we want to make sure we keep those stairs clean, watch out for trip hazards. But I believe in this system. It holds to ideals that are legendary and stately. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vincent Padula, followed by Murray Bowden.
My name is Vincent Padula, and I am glad to be back here. Actually, it's the first time attending one of these meetings. I'm here not only from Educational Division Services, but the United Federation of Teachers. And I have to say, I'm getting close to retirement, and I'm thinking of becoming a dairy farmer because I love good cheese, right? But it sounds to me like we got some stanky cheese here at the MTA. And there's nothing worse when you open up your fridge and get a piece of cheese that you enjoyed a week or two ago and you cut into it and it's moldy, it's old, it tastes like, I'm not going to say what. So it's stanky old cheese. We need new cheese. So I'm here to say that we need a better on-demand program. My colleagues in Chicago had to go fight class action suit to get an on-demand program. Now, their on-demand program is $30 per trip, 4 trips per day. And even still, we're a bigger city. So I did some math. Now, I had some trouble with my on-demand. I had $25 subsidy. I went to $40 subsidy with lower trips. Now, I did some research. I got this new subsidy, and I looked from here back to home, even right now. I did it a couple times from home to here to home. Right now, it's at $14. Or $15 average, something like that. That's about 5 times the fare. The federal mandate is that we should be charging double the fare for paratransit. So we're already above that. So I'm asking for the on-demand program to subsidize properly, and it would offload the system. Like my colleague said, the website doesn't work. I had many trips canceled. I'm using taxi authorizations. It's still costing you money. If you give us the proper on-demand program, we would offload the system. We would have a way to schedule our trips and save you money. It would work for everybody, for those of us who have that wherewithal. Thank you for listening. My name is Vincent Padula, and I'm hoping for a better on-demand in Phase 3.
Our next speaker is Murray Bowden, followed by Michael Cohen.
Hi, Rich. Tough job you got. Tough. One of the reasons that your buses don't go as fast as they do is because the road lines were designed for 50 years ago, never updated. The signs with the arrows that point down don't work anymore. The arrows have to point up and in a direction and give you advanced information. How difficult is that to accomplish? Because Neil had a little fit with me before because I spoke at 2 meetings when there were 2 meetings. You make the rules, and just because your staff makes an error, I'm not accepting it. How difficult it is to accomplish this? See the chairs here? How many people here? Why are the chairs next to each other? Simple question. Could space the chairs this far apart, winter, but the chairs are flat up against each other. That's an example of how hard it is to change society. I can't do it. I'm fading. The mistakes I make are because my mind doesn't work right, and I know it. So it's your job, that manual or uniform traffic control devices that everybody, I worked on it for 30 years. It's time. I told them it's got to get dumped. This is not 20 years ago. Feudalism is dead. This is not a feudal society anymore. I've said what I had to say. I thank everybody who's helped me. I'm leaving because there's nothing more I can add today. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker will be Michael Cohen, followed by David Feliciano.
Hi. Oftentimes when I ride the subway, the escalators are out of service and they aren't working, and there's no notification that the escalators aren't working, except when you get to the subway station. Online, they sometimes don't list the escalator and elevator outages, and I would like there to be text messages about when the escalators are not in service, and also signs at the subway station about not in service escalators. And I also think the subway trains, sometimes when I'm riding the subway or the bus, I find that there's a odd odor on it, and it really doesn't smell good. And I think there should be more efforts to make sure the buses are regularly washed, that they make sure the floors don't stink, and that they don't smell like anything bad. Like sometimes somebody builds something and it just doesn't smell good. And I think there should be more of an effort to ensure that the buses or trains are sanitary in that way, and that no odd odor is left when the trip gets done, so that be a more pleasant experience riding transit, riding the subway or bus.
Our next speaker will be David Feliciano, followed by Andy Pollock.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. MTA and New York City Police Department, thank you so much to be with you, all of you guys. Just want to remind you, for all my entire years in public transportation and years, riding and being in since I was during my early school days. The all time, I'm not seeing everyone, all of y'all, the American way. I'm seeing that all these years we've been discussing, and then we've been seeing in the early times and the bad old times, like vandalism, graffiti. Yeah, have you even seen that book on the Transit Museum? The graffiti book right there on the subway train? That was the good old times. But anyway, hey, let's turn the page in the retrofit 20th century. I'm seeing this all times I'm seeing. Every time I see incident reports, every time I see regular kids, or even disability people, we do not see them. You do not ever see, like these random passengers, like bucking or acrobatics, like, like street performers. Like I say, you know what? I'm seeing this page right now. And I'm seeing Summerson's Rest, fare evasion. Like, what the hell's going on? What in the world? What is this? Like, I'm seeing this every day. And that's what I'm hearing this from NBC I-Team and Telemundo Investiga. And like, wait a minute. This is going every year in this decades. And I'm calling everybody to change that regulation and retrofit the regulation.
Please
That's
conclude
it.
your remarks.
I'm tired of it. And by the way, don't include my question. Goodbye.
Our final speaker will be Andy Pollock.
Hello, everyone. Andy Pollock for the record, Passengers United. So a couple things that we're going to talk about this month. Number one, it seems it's been brought to my attention last week when I was at the Kew Gardens Union Turnpike station on the EF line that the west side stairwell is closed. That began this past Monday. And this should have been done over the summer. I was on the stairwell last Tuesday, and yeah, I noticed that it does need some TLC, and I'll admit that. But now what's going to happen is the workers who commute to Long Island Jewish Hospital are now going to have to cross the street from the east side of Queens Boulevard just to access the Q46 bus. So, again, this should have been done over the summer, but you guys don't understand proper timing, now don't you? Okay, second thing I want to complain about is the buses. So, what's going on with the Q46 lately? Because lately we've had trips leaving early from Long Island Jewish. We've had bus bunching on school days. And, you know, that needs to be fixed. And then also, with some of the buses in Queens that have the number 4 on it, they're not being tracked. And I'm specifically talking about the Orion 7 Next Gens. How come they're not being tracked anymore? Because every time I load the transit app, I don't see them. And on election day, when I was volunteering for Vicky Palladino, I needed the Q31 bus, and I had to go on X to ask where my bus was on Bell Boulevard and 35th Avenue, and after Uber screwed me. So, one more thing. Regarding bus lanes, just talk to Ydas Rodriguez and tell him to fix the out-of-sync traffic lights, because whoever was quoted in AM New York saying we needed bus lanes, I mean, come on. Boston has in-sync traffic lights. Portland has in-sync traffic lights. So that's all I'm going to say for now. Thank you for letting me speak today.
That concludes our public comment session for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers. Before we move ahead with the committee agenda, I just want to express our deepest condolences on behalf of the Transit Committee to the cleaning crew worker that was killed last night. Sympathies go out to his family. Okay, so now, Rich, I need a motion to, well, committee meeting members, I need a motion to approve the minutes from the October 23 meeting. Second, all those in favor? Aye, okay. Rich, any changes to the work plan?
There are none, Madam Chair, and I also, too, want to just take a moment before we turn it over to Chief Kemper to acknowledge Hilarion Joseph, a track worker who was killed last night on the job. You know, while the incident is still under investigation, we obviously take employee safety seriously, and you know, our thoughts and prayers go out to his family. We have ordered a stand down today, so all track work, all non-essential track work was canceled, and we're taking the opportunity to refresh and retrain our employees on our protocols when it comes to track safety. You know, it's been mentioned by a few folks that these are dangerous jobs that we ask our people to do day in and day out, and that includes folks working around the active third rail and track. But I just ask everyone here in the room, my colleagues and the members of the public, just to join me in observing just a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rich. We're now going to turn it over to Chief Kempler. We're just going to switch some things around today because Chief has to go to an important meeting. Chief, fill us in.
Good morning, Chair Maltus and President Davey and members of the board. Next to me is Chief Rivera. He's the Chief of Transportation. I just want to welcome him. I believe this is his first time to an MTA committee meeting. He's got members of his team here also, so I just want to welcome them and let everyone know, being it's his first time, any of the tough questions or anything that's going to go his way, he's got that today. So thank you, Phil, for being here.
Welcome, Chief. Welcome, everyone.
So first off, as was just mentioned, I want to extend my condolences to the New York City Transit family on the tragic loss of your worker this morning. The notion of a colleague's untimely passing, especially while performing duty to keep others safe, really hits home for us at the NYPD. So again, my sincerest condolences to you all, and especially to the fallen member's family. I'll start with speaking about interest coming my way, and understandably so, regarding shooting incident last night in Brooklyn. I'll give you a preliminary story of what transpired. So yesterday, at about 5:45 p.m., while on a Manhattan-bound C train, 2 individuals sustained non-life-threatening injuries subsequent to being shot. Preliminarily, here's what we know. Our first victim, a 17-year-old male known to the department, was on a Manhattan-bound C train when a dispute began between him and another individual, another male who was on that same train car. It's still to be determined and learned what exactly that dispute was over, but that will be learned as this investigation moves forward. But during that dispute, a gun was displayed and a shot was fired. We believe one shot was fired. That bullet that was fired from the gun struck the 17-year-old male one time to his hand, and that same bullet then struck an uninvolved 52-year-old male who was sitting on a train. Again, fortunately, both injuries are not life-threatening. With that said, this case is active, and it's being investigated by detectives from the Detective Bureau. Just moving on, you have before you the crime figures for the month of October, which show the subway system experienced 223 index crimes last month compared to 211 crimes from the previous year, which reflects a 5.7% rise, or 12 more crimes to be exact. This rise was mainly driven by an increase in grand larcenies, where we had 122 versus 106, which is a 15.1% increase. And those are the incidents, fortunately, that are non-confrontational property theft that we often speak about at these meetings, as well as felony assaults, where we saw a marginal rise of 6 incidents, 54 versus 48, for an increase of 6, which equates to a 12.5% increase. That being said, year-to-date through the end of October, we are still showing an overall crime reduction within the subway system, hovering just about 4% coming out of October. As I've mentioned at previous meetings, officer engagement, those violating laws that govern the subways and ensures a safe and orderly train ride, remains robust and steadfast on our end. Theft of service enforcement remains a benchmark of our strategy, with over 3,000 more tab summonses for fare evasion issued, which is a 38.1% increase. And when circumstances dictate, over 300 more arrests, 518 versus 189. Throughout the summer and fall, I mentioned this to this committee, the importance of our efforts to curb the very dangerous and sometimes tragic act of subway surfing. I'm happy to report that we have started the school year with no surfing-related injuries or fatalities. I don't want to jinx it, and knock on wood as I say this, but it's important the committee hears this. The last fatality we had was in June, and we want to keep that trend going. Matter of fact, the last injury sustained was back in June also. We went the entire summer, and we had a large investment in working toward preventing that, with DOE included, certainly the mayor's office and his team at City Hall, and the MTA. So thank you. And our efforts seem to be paying off. Matter of fact, our arrests, which all, in honesty, are really interventions and much-needed wake-up calls, which I spoke about, of juveniles caught subway surfing. That's really primarily the age. The ages are young juveniles, 12 years old, 14 years old, 15 years old. That's the age range that we see primarily taking part in subway surfing. But our enforcement has more than doubled this year in relation to subway surfing enforcement. 114 versus 50 surfing arrests on juveniles just this year alone. So that's a significant increase, and it shows that we are focusing on this. On that note, I'd like to take a moment to share an interesting development and an example of our embrace of technology in our ongoing efforts to curb subway surfing. Over the last several weeks, the NYPD has been piloting a drone program that deploys drones near subway lines where we've seen very concerning and reckless acts of subway surfing. For anyone listening to what I just said or curious, these are topside or exterior, elevated lines. This is not indoor. While this project or this piloted program is still very much in its infancy, it has shown promise and has led to the safe removal of 4 individuals observed subway surfing, one of which occurred a week or so ago, and who's 12 years old. And with our team's work, hopefully this 12-year-old will not subway surf anymore, and will see or live to see the age of 13. Make no mistake about it, this life-saving work on a population that is sometimes too young and too bold, and to be quite frank, way too immature to understand the ramifications of their actions. On a different note, I was privileged to hold our annual memorial mass yesterday in recognition of fallen NYPD transit members, as well as members of the former New York City Transit Police Department. I was honored to have our valued MTA partners present, including the chairman and CEO, John Oliva, who was present, Chief Muller from the chief of the MTA Police, Chief Taffy. So Joe Nugent, just a little while ago, he was there, just to name a few, sitting alongside me in the pews of that church as we recognized transit members who passed in service to our city. It speaks to how intrinsically linked our two agencies are, and our line of duty families were extremely appreciative of their attendance. They truly were. That concludes my remarks, and I'll take any questions that anyone may have right now.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for Chief? Andrew, and then Lisa.
Thanks, Chief. While this is NYPD and not transit police, what I'm about to ask you, I have noticed in a lot of stations that there are NYPD stationed at the entrance where the booth is and the booth agent are, but not on the unstaffed entrance that's at the other end of these stations. Is there a way we can get the NYPD to figure that out, that it's the other end that largely needs the police presence?
Yeah, and look, I'll bring that back to my team, but make no mistake about it. I speak about this a lot, and I think I use the same phrase because it's so true. Proper deployment is going to be critical to our success. We're not perfect, what's good is we listen and we always learn and we're always shifting resources. But I just want you to know, and everyone in this room to know, that every post or every assignment has meaning, and oftentimes you might not even realize the meaning of why we're posted. Some people might be scratching their head as why do we have 2 cops here and not here, and we might have reasons for that. A lot of what we do is intelligence-driven. A lot of what we do is reactive to current crime trends that sometimes people are just unaware of. But to your point, I will bring that back. But make no mistake about it, we don't assign and deploy cops just for the sake of assigning and deploying. I just want you to understand that.
I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa.
First, let me thank you for all your hard work, to you and your team. Regarding the 12-year-old or any of these underage kids that are caught, what are the consequences to follow up the information with the parents? I mean, are there consequences on the parent side?
No. So they're treated as juveniles. The charge would be primarily, barring something different, the charge would be reckless endangerment. And we're bound by laws and policies in relation to what our response is. That's a juvenile report. For the older folk or people my generation or older, that's like a YD card. Okay? It's non-criminal. It's not fingerprinted. The good part of that juvenile report or that interaction is it allows us to make that contact with the family member, the mom, the dad, legal guardian, who is then asked to come to the local precinct or transit district to pick up his or her son. You know, I spoke about the drone technology. What that offers us also is the ability to actually show mom when Junior swears to mom that I didn't do nothing. It allows us to go to the videotape, and we've done that just in the last week or two. So it's critically important. Listen, the contact and documentation is important. My personal opinion, I think what's more important is that outreach to the family member of talking sense to their child. And also, I want to go further. We're working with the Department of Education also, and they're incorporating this in their curriculum, speaking to these kids about the dangers about subway surfing. So I hope I answered your question.
You absolutely did, and welcome to Chief Rivera, who I was blessed to have as the borough commander in the Bronx. Welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Chief? Oh, Andrew.
This may be for Chief or Demetrius, but I've raised this before. Wouldn't it help if we had sensors or did a test of sensors on the roof of various subway cars that use these elevated lines so that all of a sudden you'd be notified somebody was on the roof?
So I'll pass that to the MTA to respond to that, but in the same of wouldn't it help? It would help if there were consequences.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Now, we are one part, I think this is important that we have this conversation. We are one part of the justice system, a multi-layered system. We're probably the most visible. Some may say the most important, but we're the beginning. We make the arrest, and then, for the most part, the arrest is handed away from us, and everything else that comes from that is handled either by a prosecutor or DA's office. Judges, juries make decisions on consequences, guilt or innocence, and we're all bound by laws that are passed by legislatures. Our arrests are up. So if anyone's curious what the NYPD is doing, we are being extremely proactive and making arrests. We are deployed. We're making arrests. We're preventing. Obviously, our first goal is to prevent the crime. But if a crime does unfortunately occur, the second best is to make that arrest. And we find ourselves arresting the same people over and over again. And these are people that are oftentimes recidivist criminals that are preying on our riders in the subway system. So just to take, wouldn't it help, away from sensors to something else that would help. And this is a topic that we speak about a lot.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions? If not, Chief, thank you for today, and we look forward to seeing you again next month.
Thank you.
Rich, we move on to the President's report?
Yes, I have just a brief presentation to share, and then we're going to go to actually Frank's next, and then Sarah. We're going to flip it just because of our guests. I want to make sure we're, thank you, Chief. Faster, cleaner, safer. I want to talk this month about Faster, what we're doing to improve service for our customers. And for subways, while we can certainly do better, and we're going to push to do better in 2024, our on-time performance in subways continues to be the highest in a decade, a little over 83%. Again, the subways team continues to deliver good service. And also customer journey time, another important measure, about 85%. Again, another historic high. We're adding service, as you all know. This month, the C, the N, the R, and the G lines will see more service. And our speed unit continues to identify sections of track where we can safely raise speeds and shorten journey times. The speed team has also been providing coaching to our train operators to improve performance, again, by safely reducing run times. These seconds add up to minutes and more for our customers. On bus, we'll get into bus in a little more detail in just a minute. Frank and team will talk about what they've been up to, but I do want to brag on them just a little bit. They have been focused on what we've been calling our 29 priority routes where we've been underperforming this year. Some of the tactics Frank will talk about in a moment. And that has proven dividends. We have seen improvements in most of those routes such that we expect some of those will fall off these priority routes and we'll have new ones to bring in 2024. So kudos to the team there. We continue to push for, as some of the members of the public, our speakers spoke about bus lanes and the importance of working with the city. We are doing that. We rolled out on Gun Hill Road a bus lane which sped up trips or is speeding up trips on the critical crosstown corridor on the BX 28 and the 38 and a little bit for the 41. That's over 40,000 customers who use that bus lane. We will see improvements as a result of that. Paratransit, not to be outdone. Chris and his team are looking at the speed of reservations, and this chart here shows you what his team has been able to accomplish over the last couple of months, which is reducing the average talk time by being more quick, if you will, on how they're able to make reservations. And as a result, you can see the percentage of calls answered. So we're serving more of our customers. John Padula asked about the 20 minutes. Well, I can tell you, John, thank you for your push on us on that. Now in the committee book, we are measuring ourselves against the 20-minute on-time performance bar, not the 30-minute on-time performance bar. So we are going to push hard to continue to improve that. Obviously, we hear each month about a push to ensure that we learn in phase 2 e-hail and move to potentially a phase 3 next year. We're continuing to grow our ridership in that regard. And we are seeing just better performance with higher yields. We're seeing the highest ridership in paratransit's history, not COVID or pre-COVID, the highest ever. So we are improving service again. We can always do better, and we appreciate the feedback we're getting, but Chris and the team are doing really well. Something I'm super excited about, and I have to give kudos to Shanifa and her team for this, which is this weekend service map. Now, New York can be, our system can be confusing on a good day for someone from out of town. But when all the work that we are doing, both the maintenance of way and C&D, and that work is going to continue into the future, we do a lot of shuttle work and changes to our system. And so we rolled this map out on all of our digital assets. Marathon weekend, by the way, where we have tens of thousands of obviously runners and hundreds of thousands of spectators from out of town. So you will begin to see this map live. We send it out on our weekender email, but it will now be posted so our customers can understand what's happening real time. So again, Shanifa and team, thank you for putting that together. Is a shameless picture of me buying the first Omni card. I was shocked I was actually able to pull it off, not because the technology works. It does. I'm not that adept at it. However, we're excited to begin rolling out the Omni machines, working with our partners in C&D. And Mike Linus is in the back. I think wearing the same vest as in the picture, Mike. But this has been a huge collaborative effort and a huge push to get those machines out. We wanted them in the field and testing. That's going pretty well. And our goal is to begin rolling these out across the system. We also welcomed our 1 billionth subway customer a couple weeks ago, 44 days faster than last year. Ironically, he was from New Jersey, exactly, and complained about traffic and congestion, and as a result was taking the bus into the George Washington terminal and getting on our subway system. So we were happy to welcome him as part of our, and it's a constant reminder that we just don't serve New Yorkers. Connecticut, New Jersey, and other folks are using our system. So kudos to our customer there. And then lastly, Bobby Deal. So Bobby is retiring again after 24 years of service to the NYPD and 16 years to New York City Transit. I mean, you talk about a 40-year career serving the public. It's just been a tremendous honor to work with you, Bobby. I know a lot of folks in this room and outside this room feel that way. You'll be feted over the next few days, but we wanted to make sure that you did not leave this room without, getting our well wishes and congratulations as you go off to Florida.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words, and it truly has been an honor and a pleasure working here in New York City Transit. As Rich said, I did do a career in NYPD and always felt the bond there. And I tell you, there's no better bond than working here in New York City Transit, from employees to the customers to just about everything. And I thank everybody for it. Thank you.
And Chair, that's my report.
Any questions for Rich? Okay, if not, we're going to move on to Frank.
Thank you. Some exciting things and people to talk about here with Bus. So, as Rich often states, customer satisfaction is our North Star. With customer satisfaction as our North Star, making buses faster, cleaner, and safer for our customers has been and will be our current priority. And when we ask our customers, not surprisingly, shorter wait times has consistently been the top reason to encourage folks to ride more frequently for both local and express buses. We know that as traffic continues to grow, our bus speeds are declining to pre-pandemic levels. So now more than ever, it's critical we act. Faster, cleaner, safer is not just a motto. It's a genuine commitment to New Yorkers to deliver better bus service. And this means working closely with our partners, with the MTA and the city, to undertake some important projects and innovative improvements to speed up our buses and clear out our right-of-ways. Next, please. It's important to remember that buses are true engines of equity. The bus network serves a greater share of low-income and minority neighborhoods, seniors, and people with disabilities. Also, for many New York City neighborhoods, buses are the only public transportation option, with 98% of New Yorkers living within 1/4 mile of the bus stops, and buses are 100% accessible. The bottom line is an investment in buses is an investment in communities who need it the most. Next, please. Recognizing that our buses are among the slowest in the country, while we work on longer-term holistic network redesigns, we've also implemented several much-needed strategies to improve speeds in the short term. A key priority has been to work with our partners in the city to expand a network of dedicated bus lanes and busways. We know from experience that well-enforced bus lanes and busways are the most effective way to increase speeds. We have seen an average of a 10% speed increase on our bus lanes, which much greater increases on busways. With the recent implementation of Gun Hill Road, we now have over 160 miles of bus lanes across the city, speeding up buses for almost 1 million riders every day. But bus lanes are just one of the tools when it comes to improving bus service. Earlier this year, we rolled out an initiative, as Rich mentioned earlier, and we identified the 29 worst performing high ridership bus routes. We performed deep dive reviews and developed tactical action plans to improve performance. We quickly realized while there is much we need to do on our end, like strategically deploying service management personnel, working closely with New York City DOT to prioritize street level changes was important, and very important was strengthening our partnership with NYPD and traffic enforcement to target routes for illegal driver behaviors, and this was critical. And I could tell you, since March, this has paid dividends. We have collectively issued over 10,000 tickets. 36% of these tickets were for double parked cars blocking our bus lanes. And there was 54 subsequent arrests. And our customers noticed the difference. As a result of these efforts, on our priority routes, we improved overall route performance, and we saw significant improvements to almost 80% of customer satisfaction on these routes. So expanding bus priorities is crucial, but this alone won't make lasting improvements needed. Enforcing our bus lanes and busways is vital. So for us, another key priority is our own automated bus lane enforcement, or ABLE system. ABLE started with a pilot on 123 buses on 7 routes in Manhattan and Brooklyn, first of which was implemented in October of 2019. Since then, we've added 500 buses and expanded to all 5 boroughs. Today, we cover half or 80 of our bus lanes with Able, and the program improves speeds for almost 500,000 customers every day. Next slide. And we know Able works. The data shows that routes with cameras, Able cameras, saw an additional 5% improvement in speed across the bus lanes and busways, and a 20% on average reduction in collisions. Not to mention that drivers who receive violations in our bus lanes rarely show up blocking the bus lane again, with just 8% of violators with more than 2 violations. Able has had major impacts on changing driver behavior. Now I'm going to turn it over briefly to Sunil Nair, who's our Chief Officer of Zero Emissions and Bus Technology, who's going to introduce the next generation of bus enforcement.
Thanks. Thank you, Frank. It's a pleasure to be here and see everybody. I shall talk about what the next steps are in terms of expanding the bus lane enforcement program and our implementation plans for next year. In 2024, we plan to rebrand the automated bus lane enforcement program as automated camera enforcement to better reflect the wider impact that we would have on city streets, especially when it comes to keeping our bus stops clear, as well as catching those violators that actually double park on bus lanes and on regular roadways. Earlier this year, we received approval through the New York State budget to extend the benefits offered by enforcing bus lanes, to extend that over to bus stops and double parking across the whole route. So bus lanes are just a part of the route, whereas you can now enforce across the whole route on bus stops and double parking. So it's a big win for us. A huge thank you to the chair of the MTA, NYCT leadership, our government affairs team, our partners at City DOT, with whom we have been working really closely, and of course, Governor Hochul for working hard to get this approval. This will allow us to begin enforcement through a demonstration program starting May of 2024 for a period of 4 years. So we plan to work really hard at making this successful. This is quite a game changer for us, because anytime you have a bus stop that is blocked by other vehicles, our operators would have to pull in the middle of the road, get passengers off the bus, which is not just a issue with respect to accessibility, getting off the bus, but also with respect to safety, because your passengers are getting off the bus in the middle of the road. So I think, making sure that our bus stops are clear is super important for us. The second piece is that a single double parked vehicle on our road has the potential down the line to slow down every traffic right behind and to increase congestion on our roads. So it's paramount that we manage these two use cases or these two scenarios really carefully. The demonstration program itself is slated to run for 4 years and will make buses faster. And by the end of the program, at the end of 4 years, we would have affected better travel times for approximately 950,000 of our daily riders. So that's a huge one. And how do we get there? Well, we have begun work on this, working really closely with our partners at City DOT. We are putting in place all of the necessary technological changes, the business rule changes, and other enhancements to make this a success so that we can open this in May of next year. We want to activate automated camera enforcement on 14 routes starting May itself. That's the first time that we can actually open this, and we want to take advantage right at the outset. And over the course of next year, we want to expand ACE, that is automated camera enforcement, to another 400 buses and 14 new routes, enforcing both inside and outside, right across, all along the route. And we're not stopping there. Over the course of 2025, 26, and 27, we plan to add approximately 10 routes per year for a total of 30 additional routes and 1,000 buses, bringing our travel time improvements, safety improvements, the reduction in recidivism that Frank was talking about, and of course, all the other improvements that come as a result of lane enforcement to again, 950,000 customers. So we are very excited and we are working hard to do this. I'll hand it over back to Frank now.
I just have a question before, and I think Midori has a question. And so does Andrew, and so does David. Great, and so does Lisa. So great presentation. So Sunil, we're starting May of 2024 on the existing routes, on 14 existing ACE routes, or whatever we want to call them. And then by the end of the year, we're going to do 14 new routes. Do we know where we're just if you can go into detail a little bit.
Sure. So you're absolutely right. Starting May of 2024, 14 existing routes would additionally enforce bus stops and double parking.
Going to additionally enforce, and whatever they're doing, you're towing away. Tell me how you're.
So we're making changes to the hardware on the bus.
Okay.
We're making business rule changes on the back end
Okay.
to enforce bus stops and double parking.
Okay.
We're working with City DOT to make sure that our rules and their expectations of the rules
Are
comport,
enforced,
right?
right? Mhm.
And what else? Of course, we're going through a public campaign to make sure that our customers and the New York City public actually understand that this is going out in force.
Got it.
Right?
Okay.
And then over the course of next year, we would additionally add 14 new routes, bringing us to a total of approximately 28 routes with this capability.
And those routes are citywide, or are you going to start with a certain borough first, or just?
So the 14 existing routes are
Citywide.
across the city,
Right.
and the additional 14 routes would be decided along with City DOT, and that would be across all boroughs.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Midori.
Yeah, this is kind of a follow-up to Hada's question, because that's the question I had a little bit. On the 14 new ones, what makes a route kind of primed for the ACE technology and the ACE program? And what are the criteria that you think you'll use?
Sure. So I want to say there are two primary criteria: high ridership, low speeds, right? Those are the two primary criteria. And then we want to ensure that the routes that we put ACE on does not, interfere with existing routes that. So unique routes. Let me put it that way. Additionally, you want to put it on unique routes rather than double count any routes.
Andrew, David, Lisa.
I think you answered my first question, which was, will this be made known to the public prior to its being installed? And you led us to believe that it will be. You'll be doing a publicity campaign about this. So will this mean that major delivery services that are taking up lanes, food carts, and other kinds of obstructions will now be dealt with?
So the answer is 100%. We want to ticket commercial violators. So commercial violators are allowed to double park for certain periods of time at zones where commercial violators, commercial vehicles can load and unload. But for all the other places along the route, commercial violators would be ticketed. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
David?
As a follow-up to that, there is some concern that the commercial violators just take this as the cost of doing business. How do we ratchet this up to make it enforceable? If they just, say, sure, we'll pay, or we'll bundle them and get a discount.
So the existing program calls for a stepped-up enforcement in terms of ticket issuals, starting with the first ticket at 50, the second ticket at 100, the third ticket at, I want to say, 150 or 200, going up to a max of $250. We are still working with City DOT on changing some of those numbers, but again, it's not like we want to work with them and understand what makes sense for violators.
And just to follow up on David, are passenger vehicles and UPS trucks or Amazon trucks fined the same way, or are the commercial vehicles fined differently?
So right now, as I said, right now the fine structure is the same for both commercial
Right.
and non-commercial, but we want to work with the city to see if there are avenues by which we can change the structure.
Okay, thank you. Lisa, and then Jamie.
When you say you're stepping up, does that mean, is it the same vehicle that has to get the violation, or is it like a UPS truck in general? It's UPS who's getting the violation? Because I know for my vehicle, it would be the license plate, right? So, but for a commercial vehicle, it won't always be, it'll be the same company, but different vehicles.
So two buses passing by a violator X minutes apart, let's say 5 minutes apart, would get, that vehicle would get ticketed. So in that sense, it would be the same vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You done?
No.
Okay.
Are school buses and accessorized buses allowed to be riding the bus lanes?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
You done? All right. Jamie?
No, I just want to say I'm very happy to hear this program. I did not know this was happening, so thank you. It's very timely, too, because as we speak about congestion pricing, we have to enforce double parking. You know, the communities need to understand that that's all together. So I just want to say I'm very happy to hear it.
Thank you.
All right. Frank, move on.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I just want to show you something. I want to thank Matt Zeller and the customer care team who did this very short video for us that, for those who plan on continuing to block the bus lanes, this is what you can expect. And I will mention that no subway lines were injured when we did that. Okay, so just in closing, I just have some employee and partner recognition I want to take the time for. So first I want to start is I want to give a huge thanks to our partners at the NYPD, Chief Kemper and Chief Rivera specifically, and your commitment to these continued bus priority initiatives, right? Many of them have been out, their team with our road operations team, with numerous blitzes since March, right? We're grateful to have them here. And just to mention a few, and I'd like them just to stand up, Captain Larry Myers, Sergeant Stephen Sprague of the 113th Precinct, if you could stand up, please. Thank you. I know Sergeant Phil Miranda, you're here, thank you. Also, from the Traffic Enforcement Division, Mahad Rahman, Manager, if you could, thank you so much. So, and also, just briefly, Chief Rivera has some good news for us he'd like to share. So, thank you.
All right, Chief, we're always ready for good news.
Thank you. So we've heard a lot about speeding up the bus lanes and making sure that we're prioritizing those routes. So the NYPD is pleased to announce that we're creating a bus lane enforcement task force. So certainly, certainly ACE is the way of the future, but until that's in full effect, our primary mission is going to be to deter parking violations in bus stops, bus lanes, and busways along priority corridors, to expedite the bus routes and improve traffic safety for all road users. So if I could just turn it over to Traffic Manager Rahman for some brief overview of what this entails. He's the commanding officer of the Traffic Enforcement District in Queens South.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everybody. Just wanted to give you what the Chief brought up. Citywide Bus Lane Enforcement Task Force will officially commence starting this Monday, December 4th. To enforce the bus stop and bus lanes in order to expedite bus routes and improve traffic safety. So the key thing is going to be we're going to cover 0700 to 2000 hours. It's going to be 18 bus corridors out of 39 identified for priority enforcement based on the high ridership and reported traffic delays. So under the authority of and the supervision of Chief Rivera and the Chief Traffic Enforcement District will dedicate a total of 85 traffic agents who are going to be on foot and motorized units along those corridors, and with 15 tow trucks dedicated to this whole project. So make it 100 even. And we're going to dedicate all this enforcement throughout the day just to make sure that we enforce, as we said, to improve our the timing of the bus, overall timing. And it's going to be all 5 boroughs. Just to tell you those 18, the breakdown is going to be Manhattan is going to be 8, Bronx is going to be 4, Staten Island is 1, Queens is going to be 3, Brooklyn is going to be 2. And as I'm the CEO of Queens South, I will have 2 of them, the route, just to give you an example. Woodhaven Boulevard, Cross Bay, from Metropolitan to 163rd Avenue. And the next one is going to be Jamaica Avenue between Sutphin and 168. We all know that Jamaica, Sutphin, is 19 different routes go through there. It's a very high ridership thing. Chief of Transportation and Traffic Enforcement District will be in communication with MTA, with you all, to evaluate the positive and the negative impacts, and we will fix the strategy and guided by this data to start our phase 2. That's all I have, Chief.
That's great news. Thank you, Chief. I think Midori has a question. And then Lisa.
Just a quick question. Thank you so much. Great to hear about the Queens corridors. Maybe this is Lisa's question too. The Bronx and Brooklyn corridors, by any chance, do you have that list?
Yes, I'll go with the Bronx. We have 4 in the Bronx. The first one is Fordham Road between Broadway Plaza and Pelham Parkway. It's Bronx 9, Bronx 12, Bronx 17, and Bronx 22. The next one, Bronx 41, is Webster Avenue between East Gun Hill Road and East Fordham. The next one is going to be Bronx 2, Bronx 17, Bronx 19, East 149th Street between West Exterior Street and Southern Boulevard. And Bronx, the next one, the last one, 4, is going to be Bronx 5, Story Avenue between Bronx River Avenue and White Plains Road. That's the Bronx.
And Brooklyn, Chief?
Brooklyn, we have 2. It's a B17, B46. Select local buses run there. Utica Avenue between St. John's Place and Avenue K. And the next one is B44, also select local, Rogers Avenue between Eastern Parkway and Dean Street.
And let's not forget Staten Island. What are you doing?
Just
Highland?
one, which is S79. That will be Highland Boulevard.
Highland Boulevard, that's what I thought.
Between
Okay.
Richmond Avenue and Clove Road.
Great, thank you. Andrew?
So this is great. In view of the fact that Brooklyn and Queens are much larger geographic areas, are you going to revisit how many tow trucks you're allowing for those boroughs? Should they not be enough?
Absolutely, that's the plan. When we start, we're going to evaluate on a daily basis. This report is going to be evaluated anytime we do a project or the pilot program. The whole idea of it is we keep track of the summonses, we track of the actually like how busy it gets. Depending on that, we prioritize that, and with the chief's permission, we'll definitely deploy more. I believe that's the case, Chief. Yes.
And these, in those boroughs, the group of tow trucks will be stored in different areas so they can be dispersed to the problem areas more easily, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Brandy?
Yes, thank you. Good program, sounds good. Are you actually going to be towing UPS and FedEx trucks, or are they exempt from that?
We'll follow the proper procedure when we tow. I mean, if it is that absolute necessary in that situation, we have a available heavy-duty truck, probably that would be the case depending on the situation. It's going to be all based on the actual scenario in the field.
Right, I'm assuming they're going to be working, and, you know, it's a new program, and testing it and figuring it out.
I remember riding an uptown bus on 6th Avenue about a year ago, and there was a FedEx truck, and the guy was in the lane, and he was sorting the packages behind him and on the sidewalk. And I sent the pictures to Frank. All right, thank you.
All right, Frank, go ahead.
Okay, so, you know, as everybody's experienced, we're talking about traffic here. Unfortunately, we have a group of amazing employees here also that have taken on this massive challenge, and I'm pleased. I want to announce a few of them. First of all, I want to thank Sunil, and I want to thank Luis Costa, and your entire team. They're the team who works hard with DOT and administers this program and is going to make ACE this reality, so thank you. A very special thank you to Jim Catullo and his entire team that helped figure out the magnitude of this problem. The traffic checking team went out there and boots on the ground did the surveys to figure out what we needed where. And specifically, I want to recognize some of his team members here, Jim, but along with Steve Avioli and Sean Miller, if you could stand up. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I want to recognize our entire Department of Buses road operations team and our buses command center team, right, and all their efforts. Some of the folks here today, and first I want to recognize, somebody who really doesn't want to be recognized, but too bad, Jason McShane, who's here, and Jason's going to stand up. Jason was really the glue, coordinated a lot of these efforts with our partners, with PD and traffic enforcement. Thank you, Jason, for your leadership. And particularly, I want to thank road operations dispatchers who are here, Alex Gonzalez, dispatcher Everett Rodriguez, and Mike Vietas, who is here also, supports us. Thank you. All right, and I want to give a very special shout out to one of our road operations general managers, Dave Burrows, who was leading all this, right? But stand up, stay up. But more importantly, after 28 years of dedicated service, like Bobby Deal, Dave will be retiring effective December 1st. So, Dave, we're going to miss you immensely. Thank you for all you've done all these years. Thank you. And by the way, Dave's going to Florida. He's running from winter. So, and then finally, this is as real as it gets. I want to recognize bus operator Felix Checo. Are you here? Please stand up. So stay up. So maybe some of you have seen the Hero of the Week, but Felix is a bus operator from Kingsbridge Depot. And on October 3rd, which happens to be my birthday, it was a present for me, right? Operator Checo, while in revenue service on the BX9, he had a male customer who was unconscious and in distress. He professionally secured his bus, he performed CPR, and saved his life. Now that's a true transit hero. Thank you, Felix. Now, Rich, I will turn it over to you.
I think we're going to turn it over to Sarah.
Oh, okay.
That works.
Sarah?
And maybe I can set the table if that's great.
Right.
So I think that's what Sarah wanted me to do, is to just set the table quickly. There's been a lot of conversation about ridership, about fare evasion, about whether we have capacity for folks moving from their vehicles into transit with congestion pricing. We thought we would level set all this with some data that OP's been working on. But there are really four things, I want this committee and those watching to really understand in our ridership. Number one, we have plenty of capacity for the expected increase in ridership due to congestion pricing. Sarah will have some of that data in a moment, but we have plenty of capacity. Two, travel patterns among and between the boroughs are actually returning to pre-COVID time of day norms. I think sort of coming back into the central business district, obviously that ridership really shrank during COVID, but it's starting to normalize. Again, Sarah will go through some detail there. So overall ridership is growing. However, fare evasion continues to be a stubborn problem, particularly on bus. And we are going to continue to implement, the Blue Ribbon Commission recommendations, but we'll also be looking at other strategies in New York City Transit in the coming year. We'll come back to this committee with some of those strategies in the new year about how do we increase fare payment. This is something that is not only important to ensure that those 5 zeros that Kevin Willen shows, meaning we are deficit free over the next 5 years, Jay Patel as well. But more importantly, if we can raise collection, we can actually reinvest it back into service. And boy, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing to be able to do. So with that, that's the summary. These are the conclusions. Sarah has the data to walk through, and I appreciate her and the team at OP putting this together. So over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start off talking about the available capacity. As a normal course of business, we monitor crowding on subways and buses, and when we are able to, we increase service. Here we show the morning peak at the most crowded point pre-COVID. The most crowded point is what we also call the peak load point, which in almost every case is as the line enters the central business district, which is Manhattan south of 60th Street. Prior to the pandemic, 3 of our lines, the 2, the E, and the L, were over the board-approved guidelines. The dark blue line shows the situation now. On average, we're at 68% of our pre-COVID levels. Every line has plenty of capacity on average. Of course, there are individual trains that can get crowded, especially when there are service issues. However, the most crowded line now is around 80% of our guidelines. Since congestion pricing is part of the discussion now, we thought it worth showing the potential impacts. The environmental assessment showed subway ridership increases of 1 to 3%. It is critical to remember that the number of people traveling by transit is a different order of magnitude than the number of people driving into the central business district. Prior to the pandemic, at peak period, there were 10 times more people riding the subway than driving into Manhattan, and even today, 7 times more people ride the subway. In fact, with our current capacity, subways could carry literally every single person who drives into the central business district and still be less crowded than they were before the pandemic and still be below guidelines. Now let's take a look at capacity on the buses. This is a composite measure of the peak load points on all the routes by the borough. As you can see, it's under 70% of guidelines. That said, there are some routes that are approaching capacity, and we will likely adjust service levels to match demand on those routes in the upcoming year. I'd also note that the Bronx local bus network redesign added capacity, as will the Queens bus network redesign. Again, the story on routes entering Manhattan south of 60th Street shows even greater room for additional drivers we shift to transit. As with subways, the impact of the central business district tolling is small, between 2 and 3% for Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx, and up to 5 or 6% for Staten Island. Now we're going to take a look at some of the geographic patterns. We want to talk about how we are returning to pre-COVID travel patterns. First, let's talk about the origin and destination patterns on subways. In the past, we have shown trends where people board, at which station people board, but that only tells you half the story. We find it more useful to look at different types of journeys our customers make, and for broad analysis, we've broken them into 4 categories. Here we show the first group, what we might think of as traditional trips between the boroughs and Manhattan south of 60th Street. We think of these as typical work trips, but of course they include many other purposes. These trips were the largest component of our trips pre-COVID, but not the majority, accounting for nearly 50% of subway riders. Next, we show trips entirely within Manhattan south of 60th Street. These made up 70% of the trips pre-COVID. In red, we show the intra-borough trips, that is, trips that began and end within the Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn, or Manhattan north of 60th Street. These can be short distance, although they can include some rather long trips, such as Coney Island to Greenpoint or Jamaica to Astoria. These trips were close to 20% of our market pre-COVID. Finally, we show trips between the Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn, and Manhattan north of 60th Street. These are generally longer distance trips, which disproportionately include essential jobs such as medical and construction, as well as a host of discretionary trips. Early in the pandemic, when subway ridership was below 30% of normal, the ratio of these trips was significantly different. Trips within Manhattan south of 60th Street were down the most. The traditional commute into the central business district was proportionately down as well, although perhaps not as much as was widely perceived at the time. Meanwhile, trips within and between the Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn, and Manhattan north of 60th Street retained a greater share of their riders. This is not surprising since many of these trips were essential travel. But let's look at where we are today. As you can see, we're virtually back to where we were in October 2019. There are some slight variations. If we get further detailed and look at specific boroughs, but in broad strokes, the distribution of trips is essentially indistinguishable from what it was in 2019. On the bus side, we see a similar return to pre-pandemic patterns. By 2021, the Bronx had the highest retention rates, while Staten Island lagged in the initial recovery. By 2022, the boroughs were effectively even, all within 4 percentage points of each other in terms of their recovery. In recent months, we have seen a large surge in Manhattan and Queens ridership. The same can be said about the types of routes. Recovery of express bus ridership initially lagged, but has now caught up to and even surpassed recovery on local buses. We see the same traditional patterns returning if we look at ridership by time of day. Here we show subway ridership by hour as a percentage of the entire day. As you would expect, prior to the pandemic, we see two dominant peaks at 8 a.m. and at 5 p.m. As the orange line shows, in the fall of 2020, we did see a flattening of the peaks as well as a shift earlier, with 7 a.m. and 4 p.m. taking over as the peak hours. The green line shows the situation as of this fall. The afternoon peak has entirely recovered. Relative to the total, we still have slightly higher midday ridership and slightly lower morning peak, but the 8 a.m. hour has regained its status. It's important to note that roughly half of the remaining gap between green and black lines is due to changes on Mondays and Fridays when more people work from home. In fact, this shows midweek on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and as you can see, it's almost indistinguishable from the black line. On buses, we see a similar story, although it is slightly less dramatic. System-wide, we had two peaks, but the bus PM peak is generally longer and flatter, given how the school market is a larger component of our bus ridership. Early in the pandemic, the reductions in ridership were much more evenly distributed throughout the day, though we did see a drop in the AM peak while the PM peak shifted to a bit earlier. Today, it's hard to see the difference from pre-pandemic. In fact, the morning peak is a little bit higher than was observed previously. Let's turn our attention to the issue of fare evasion. The committee has discussed fare evasion, but we haven't laid out in the past how these changes impact the ridership story. Here we show how paid ridership has been recovering over the past 2 years, a seasonally adjusted rolling average relative to pre-COVID levels, with subway in blue catching up and more recently surpassing bus ridership in gold. Subways on weekdays are around 66 to 68% of pre-COVID levels. Buses are at about 60%. But that's not the whole story. This is only paid ridership. The dark blue line shows subway ridership, including fare evasion. Fare evasion rose from 5% to 14% last quarter. As you are aware, fare evasion on buses has risen even more severely, up to 14%. This means that if you include all bus riders, bus ridership is around 85% of pre-COVID levels on weekdays and up to 88% on school-open good weather days. Back to you.
You're great? Good. Okay. Thank you. Midori, then Andrew.
Hi, thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you, Rich. This information, I don't think surprises all of us, but it's really great to see it broken down. I don't think this is in our committee book. Can we have a copy of this presentation as well? Great,
Yes.
thank you. And so the orange line, looking at the orange line, it really looks like bus ridership is back. It's just about payment.
Up to 85%. Yes.
But in terms of ridership, 88%, you said? 85?
About 85.
Okay, great, thank you.
So we've had this discussion before about fare evasion, and I remember 2 initiatives that transit was going to undertake to help to minimize it prior to the RFP for the new fare gates and the new turnstiles. One of those was a 30-second delay on the slam gates. If that has been installed anywhere, can you tell us how it is working?
It hasn't been installed yet. Demetrius, correct me if I'm wrong. He's not going to correct me because I'm not wrong. Is that right? Just want to make sure that that's the reason. I think what we should do is come back to the committee probably in the new year to talk about the suite of things that the commission, the Blue Ribbon Commission suggested where we are, like the backcocking, for example, and a few other things we've made significant progress. We're in the early stages of the Eagle team now enforcing local bus with the support of NYPD. We're probably 8 weeks in total and maybe 4 weeks in with NYPD support. So we're starting to learn there as well. So there are sort of, to your point, Andrew, like the short-term and medium-term tactics that we're employing, and then the longer-term on the WAGs. But as you can see, I mean, for 85%. What I see in this is if we can capture more of those fares, we can reinvest it back in the service,
Absolutely.
right? Potentially. So, but we've got our work cut out for us. But this is going to be a major focus for the transit team in 2024.
Let me just say that I ride up the system a lot, and I cannot take a ride without seeing multiple incidents of fare evasion.
Yeah,
And it's like the thing to do now.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Thank you. We move on. Rich?
Yeah, I thank you, Chair. I actually forgot there are 3 other employees we wanted to recognize. That is my bad. It must be some sleep deprivation. But Kathy, Flora, and Sultana, 3 of our outstanding employees from paratransit. I talked earlier about what great work. We always prop up Chris, but he is the first person to prop up his team. And they're doing fantastic work. What we didn't say is we're actually debuting our Transit All-Stars on a monthly basis, right? So this handout in your packet is going to recognize employees. We actually had a few subway folks that couldn't be here today, but folks who are just getting the job done across our organization. So kudos to our paratransit team. Would you mind standing up and taking a round of applause as well? So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for all the hard work you put into making this system run, every part of the system. So again, thank you. We're going to, I guess, Q left, but you're going to give us the accessibility report? Thank you.
How about now? Is this a hazing ritual? Now? Yeah. Great. Good afternoon. Thanks. Well, aim to keep things brief. On behalf of MTA Accessibility, we really just wanted to echo this month the faster theme, right, and faster, cleaner, safer, which is really a perfect example of where our agency's priorities around accessibility and customer satisfaction could not be better aligned. When we make our stations, our trains, our bus stops, and our buses more accessible, we help all of our customers reach their destinations faster. And our vision for universal accessibility, which Q talks about often, goes beyond elevators and ramps to include bus design, wayfinding in our stations, and more, which means a faster experience navigating transit for all of our customers. We're particularly excited this month to hear about the expansion of ABLE and starting up the ACE program. Faster bus boarding requires keeping those bus lanes and stops clear and accessible. And we're particularly excited, again, to see expansion to bus stop enforcement and double parking enforcement next year. We're proud to have a fully accessible bus fleet for those who need the ramp or lift to board, but that access is only as good as the operator's ability to pull the bus to the curb and kneel the bus or safely deploy the ramp or lift. Also on the bus side, as we expand our bus open stroller program, we're allowing parents and caregivers who use 57 bus routes all throughout the city to board faster, right? They don't need to take the time to fold up their stroller and hold their child. That speeds up boarding for those customers and for all of our bus customers. And we're really excited about the continued positive feedback that we're getting on that program. On the subway side, with generous funding from State Senator Brad Hoylman-Segal, we continue expanding on 4 of the most successful features that we tested at the 2019 Accessible Station Lab at J Street Metrotech. You'll be seeing large blue, white, and yellow floor decals marking the accessible boarding area at more of our midtown stations, including Times Square, Herald Square, and other large and highly trafficked stations. The Navalens app, which provides wayfinding information and language translation access, is installed now with codes at 66th Street Lincoln Center and 72nd Street on the 123, and stops along the M66 bus route. And we have 9 additional stations that will be getting those Navalens codes in the coming months. This free app can help all customers, not just those with visual disabilities, to more easily and therefore quickly navigate subway stations and bus stops. We'll certainly be keeping the committee apprised as we expand any and all of these initiatives, and really just want to thank our partners in buses and subways, paratransit, and throughout the organization for their continued commitment to ensure that all of our customers can travel faster, cleaner, and safer. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, we'll move on. Rich, do we have any procurements?
We do not.
Okay. If not, we need a motion to adjourn so we can move on. Okay, second. All those in favor? Thank you, everyone.
What does the mobile wash team do?
My name is Ferdo Chowdhury, Supervisor Mobile Wash Team. Mobile Wash unit has a big job in the system. They clean the station. And not only cleaning, in between you have to help customers. We take the truck, we take the equipment, we come to the station and clean the station. I inspect it, and after that, I'm gonna take the pre-job meeting with my team. I have to let them know this is the place we have to concentrate our mind, we have to do the job. First of all, we have to barricade the area. People cannot get in there. We have to put the soap, let the soap for 10 minutes so that the floor can suck the soap and open the dirt. After that, we use the steel eagle machine. When we finish the steel eagle machine, we have to use the pressure gun. Because the steel eagle machine, sometimes it cannot reach all the way in the corner, around the column, in many other places. So we have to use the pressure gun. 4 o'clock, 4:30, we finish the job, pack up the equipment, and go back to the Quay State Depot. When customer come to us, say thank you, we feel good. And when our boss say, oh, you do the good job, we feel good, because then we are happy not with the money, with the appreciation.
If you ride the subway often, you might have heard that a train is delayed because its brakes were activated. But what does that really mean? Let's take a look at the 3 ways a train's brakes can be activated. During regular train service, a train operator uses the service brake to slow and stop the train. If the train operator notices something dangerous on the train or the tracks ahead, the train operator applies the emergency brakes manually. This releases the air pressure from the braking system, requiring the train to use friction brakes only to bring the train to a stop as quickly as possible. If a passenger pulls the emergency cord, this will apply the train's automatic brakes. But a sudden stop could present harm to yourself or others. The emergency cord or handle should never be pulled while the train is in motion, unless the movement of the train presents an imminent danger to life and limb. It's only safe to pull the cord when you are in a station, where emergency services can get to you faster. Once the emergency brake is pulled, the brakes have to reset before the train can move again. A train's emergency brakes can also become activated by a tripping device. This is a small lever on the tracks that quickly triggers the emergency brakes and stops the train when it encounters something unusual on its journey, like debris or a signal malfunction. The train crew is required to inspect the train inside and out whenever the brakes are activated to make sure everyone is safe and to locate what triggered the brakes. And sometimes this occurs in hard-to-reach spaces that take the train crew longer to navigate. The train crew removes the object that triggered the tripping device using a shoe paddle. If everything looks okay to the train crew, the train is back in action within a few minutes. But in the meantime, conductors
No pressure. I don't think I'm over my skis by saying I believe we have a quorum. So let me call to order the November 2023 meeting of the Finance Committee. We are deeply indebted to our chair for joining us at this meeting. Yeah, deeply indebted. It's not that often we get him to. The problem is we're deeply indebted. We're not. Well said. Very funny. That's like a 1040 easy joke from an accountant. That's funny. Okay. All right, great. Well, welcome. David, any public speakers, please?
Yes, Chair. We have 3 speakers today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would ask remind the public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there'll be a warning beep to remind you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Kara Girl, followed by Matthew Buckhees Highland.
Good afternoon. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. As the November financial plan comes out this week, we're relieved that riders no longer need to look in horror at red ink and fiscal cliffs that could have meant major service cuts or drastic fare hikes. Instead, the picture is looking better than it has in years. Thanks to the governor and state legislature, riders are enjoying service improvements on many subway lines and a much lower fare increase than we'd initially thought. It's great that the MTA won't have to continue the annual tradition of going to Albany to beg for funding. The MTA is an essential public service and should be treated as such. We're cautiously optimistic about many of the less consistent funding streams dedicated to the MTA in this year's budget, as the Citizens Budget Commission has shared. Casino revenue and more volatile taxes, to name a few, and look forward to seeing more of the MTA's operating efficiencies play out. Streamlining and improving MTA processes to save money and become more efficient will help riders and workers alike. We were also glad to see that across the board, fare box recovery ratios and fare box operating ratios are generally higher than forecasted, potentially because of some strong ridership days this year. Ensuring a strong return to ridership by giving riders a fast, reliable trip will help make sure that riders continue to choose transit for work, leisure, and everything in between. But the picture isn't all rosy. We need congestion pricing over the finish line, or we risk financial impacts across the transit system. Of course, congestion pricing funding is and should be lockboxed for critical capital investments that will help build and rebuild our system. But every lawsuit and delay creates risk to capital project funding, which in turn leads to an increase in debt and more pressure on the operating budget. Not to mention, putting off critical repair projects only increases their costs and stretch funding thinner when it does arrive. We can't afford to wait any longer for congestion pricing, and we can't let the operating budget get caught in the crosshairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second speaker virtually is Matthew Buckhees Highland, who will be followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Chairman Zuckerman, Commissioners. I'm Matthew W. Buckhees Highland. I'm here to speak today about, the financial plan that CFO Willings will present today. Although I will miss Bob Ferrand's Southern accent when he presented his November plan, I look forward to seeing what's in it. Will they be fare hikes? Will they be maybe increasing the subway from $2.90 to $3? Will be increasing the fare, the tolls up by a few cents or whatever. I just have a question though, in relationship, to the sales tax, the 0.735%. Does that directly go to the Metropolitan Transportation Authority? I would appreciate if you give me an answer. Thank you. God bless you and have a great day.
Thank you. Our third and final speaker is Jason Anthony.
Hey Neil, hey Kevin. Newsflash. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey are going to do, once again, like they do every year, a fare and toll increase. This is due to, quote unquote, inflation, according to their CFO, Libby McCarthy, who doesn't want to collaborate with you, Kevin, over here on the east side of the Hudson. But we are doing you guys a favor. We are advocating very seriously with them to collaborate as one region, like we all should be as the tri-state area. Second of all, regarding the Omni rollout, I tested the Omni machine at Fordham Road on the concourse line. It works great, but we need to know if the accessibility reduced fare cards for Omni will be introduced. So I hope, Kevin, to hear and listen about your report, and we don't want no more fiscal cliff. And we should consider adding the gas tax to the MTA source of funding, because other jurisdictions do it, why not we? So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Happy holidays, and I'll see you in Capitol Construction.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public speaking portion of the agenda.
Thanks, David. Can I have a motion to approve our October minutes, please? Thank you. Second. Okay, additions, corrections, deletions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, abstentions, motion passes. There's no change to the work plan. We're going to get to the main event, which is the November financial plan that Kevin's going to walk us through. I'm not going to steal his thunder. I do want to say a couple things. One on process, so Kevin's going to present. I'll let Jano comment if he'd like to after that, and then we'll take comments and questions from ourselves as a board for Kevin and his team on that. So that's process. A couple things just to note. I did briefly look at it, and I will say, one, I am proud of the work that has been done. It's an extraordinary document. I think it's in keeping with what we've already expected, and I hope that at least this committee and maybe the wider board feels that we've been, and frankly the public, been transparent about where we're going, where we're coming from, and the like. The second is it's obviously the work of the staff, our CEO, the legislature, and ultimately the governor of New York with extraordinary leadership, because this is an extraordinary plan from where we are and where we've been in terms of the pandemic. And I'll finally say it has reasonable risks, like any plan. When Rob Mojica was on this board, he would talk to us as the head of the budget for the state. He'd say, a budget's a plan. It's not locked in stone, and that's true. It's a budget. We will see what happens. Life may change, but for where it is, I think the risks are reasonable. So hopefully you don't feel like I took too much from you, Kevin. The floor is yours. You're done. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Neil, and good afternoon. Generally speaking, this is going to be, a good news report, which is terrific. If you turn back the clock to where we were last November, it was a much different story. If you remember, we were talking about a $2.8 to $3 billion fiscal cliff. We were talking that we needed additional funding to avoid cutting service, layoffs, and high fare increases. And we were asking the board to approve a budget that was dependent on getting action out of Albany. So that's where we were a year. And as you know, as the year progressed, we made a ton of progress, led by the governor and the package that she got the legislature to approve that did give us new funding. So that's what this plan is based on. Again, the full details of the plan are going to go up on the website momentarily, and we're going to be asking for a vote on the 2024 budget on December 20th at the board meeting, so not the next board meeting, but the one after that. So we'll be available for any questions. So let's dig into it. So the summary, first of all, how's 2023 going? Year to date, we're modestly better than budget. Revenues are right on target, and expenses were running a little bit lower by approximately a couple $100 million. For the out years, 2024 to 27, revenue and expenses I'm going to show are basically in line with what we presented in July. So the good news, no surprises from what we presented in July. I do want to remind everybody that the financial plan in the out years assumes the biennial 4% fare and toll increase in 2025 and 2027 is needed to balance those budgets. The new state and city funding sources that were agreed to are generally coming in as expected, so no surprises, just getting going, but everything's on track. All the existing dedicated taxes and subsidies that we had previously continue to show some growth as the economy continues to do well. Note New York City employment for the first time reached the pre-pandemic level, so all good there. And importantly, and we have our presidents of the operating agencies here today, as you know, the big part of the budget, one big leg of the budget agreement was us coming to the table with operating savings where we promised $400 million starting in 2024, growing to $500 million in 25. The agencies have been working really hard, and we're happy to report today that in the budget is identified $427 million of savings above the $400 million target, and puts us that closer to hitting 500 in 2025. So we're ahead of schedule, ahead of target. But importantly, we're going to go through, or the presidents are going to go through, a detailed discussion of where those savings are coming from to, one, show the tremendous amount of work that went into identifying them, and two, the putting a reality into those savings. On the debt side, good news. We are paying off as promised, the $2.9 billion COVID-era deficit note. It's fully funded, sitting with the trustee to pay at maturity on December 15th. So when we come to ask you to approve the budget on December 20th, our debt load will be lighter by $2.9 billion, and we won't have to worry about paying debt service on that. So what is all this? What's the bottom line? We're going to go through it in more detail, but we're going to continue to be able to show balanced budgets through 2027. Andrew.
I'm sorry, but does this projection that you've just given and the good news assume a change in the level of fare evasion and action on it? Or is that part of this?
We're going to walk through that.
Can we,
Thank
just
you.
process-wise, I'd like to let him get through the whole thing, because we've got the agency. I know, but I don't want to, let's just let him get through it, then we'll just open the floor to ourselves, because I think there's a lot of puts and takes, obviously.
So just as a high level, you've seen these pies, but the proposed budget for 2024 is $19.3 billion. We've restrained the costs. It was the currently adopted budget is $19.2 billion, which we're going to come under, and this gives kind of our breakdown. Just a couple things to note. On the left-hand side, if you look at fare box revenue and toll revenue, that together they add up to 39% of our total resources. If you looked at that pie in pre-pandemic 2019, those two were 51%. This is the new normal that we're living in, that we have less fare and toll revenue as the overall mix to fund our operations. Here's where our dollars go. A couple things is labor. When you add the different pieces that are labor related, it's 61% of the overall budget. If you exclude debt service, it's actually 71% of kind of our daily operating cost. And debt service, you'll see at 15%. That used to be as high as 20% in some years. So we've been able to keep that low. This just quickly shows how things, in terms of our major categories, what's changed from July to November. Bottom line, very little change. Our forecasts were very accurate. We're going to talk a little bit about fare box and toll revenue lowering the estimate. Dedicated taxes are a little bit up. Operating expenses and debt service are a little bit better. They're actually better by the $427 million, but that was already built into the July plan. So So I want to step back a little bit just to remind everybody, just looking at some trend data, and I want to start with looking at our primary revenue sources. So on the left is our fare box and toll revenue growth since 2020, the low point during the pandemic. And so you'll see here, total fare and toll revenue has grown from $4.3 billion in 2020 to $7 billion projected for this year, and in our budget next year, $7.5 billion. That's been driven by both paid ridership recovery and the fare and toll increases that this board voted to help us start to get back to that 2019 level of $8.4 billion. On the importantly, on the state and local dedicated taxes and subsidies, they've continued to grow. We're projecting them at over $10 billion in the 2024 budget, higher than the pre-pandemic level, driven by both the growth in the economy and the additional revenue provided by the state and the city in the state budget agreement. Just for your if you remember what's that $10 billion comprised of? If you look at our top five, $3 billion comes from the new payroll mobility tax, including the new increase on the largest city employers. We're projecting about $1.7 billion from the corporate surcharge that comes to us through appropriation in the state, about $1.2 billion from the regional sales tax, which comes to us from appropriation from the state. Real estate related taxes are still $1 billion, so 10% of that, which, as you know, are volatile. And then petroleum business and motor fuel taxes of about $700 million, and then a lot of other items. Gives you a sense of it. So why are these state and local taxes and subsidies so important? Because they fund a large part of our operations, not only at transit, but also at the commuter rails. And so, again, when you look at it this way, for New York City Transit, bus and subway, the $9 billion of operating costs, $5.5 billion come from those taxes and subsidies. Long Island Railroad, we subsidize with $1.5 billion from state and local taxes, and Metro North, $1 billion. Now I want to turn and talk a little bit about fare box and toll revenue and paid ridership, particularly in respect to what we're using in the budget, which is still that midpoint, the McKinsey midpoint. And so the good news, when you just focus on overall transit and commuter fare box revenue, we're right on budget. You can see the line the last few months is right on that midpoint forecast. That's why we're continuing to be able to show the balanced budgets and keep to our revenue forecast. Bridges and tunnels, revenue and traffic has been really strong. We're well above the 2019 levels, and this doesn't even take into account the additional revenue we're getting from the base toll increases that we put in place. So the percentages are like 115% of 2019 when you build into account those toll increases. So good news on tolls. But as you heard in the transit, for those who were in transit committee and the presentation, the concern we're starting to see is how paid ridership has started to fall below our midpoint forecast. And so if you look, this is the combined transit and commuter, and if you look in the last 3 months, we've started to fall to the lower point of the forecast on ridership. Now, revenue has maintained the midpoint. That's because of tolls doing better. We're going to show the railroads doing better, and the yield or the ticket mix helping out revenues. So let's dive a little bit deeper into this. And so this, if you look at transit paid ridership, and you break out subways and buses, you see, dramatically different stories. You see subways Last couple months, just slightly below the midpoint on paid ridership, but not dramatic. But look on the right on transit, New York City Transit buses have basically fallen out of the forecast zone. And we're really actually headed in the other direction. Our forecast is for paid ridership to continue to increase, and it's actually started to decline. And that's and that completely matches what was discussed at Transit Committee in great detail. What does that mean for the financial plan? Well, one thing, and Andrew, to your question, what we've done, we kind of have two pictures, right? When we look at our overall fare box and toll revenue, we're right on plan. When we look under the covers, we start to see problems in the last couple months. So one thing we've done in the budget we're asking you to approve is we've taken the fare revenue and we've reduced it by $100 million for 2024 to account for that lower performance on paid bus ridership. Doesn't mean, and Rich can attest to that we're giving up on growing paid ridership. We still need to grow paid ridership, but we're just trying to be conservative in the budget we put in front of you for approval for next year, that we are accounting for what we're seeing in the near-term fare evasion. And then we're going to assess, as we get into mid-year, how are the fare evasion efforts working? How are the other areas that are outperforming? Are they continuing to outperform? And look at what that means for the out-year forecast. At the commuter railroads, paid ridership has continued to exceed the midpoint as we showed on the toll crossing. So irrespective of us, subsidizing, a large part of operations, the commuter railroads are on target on their paid ridership forecast. Now I want to turn to the expense side of the budget for a minute. So that's kind of what's going on the revenue side. I want to take a longer look at our expense side and so forth, and we try to take a longer look and say, is all the efforts and the identified savings, are we really having an impact on our overall expense budget? And so if you look at the left, this shows our expense budget in nominal dollars from 2019 through 2024, through the proposed budget in 2024. And so although the budget is nominally grown, which is not unexpected given general wage increases and so forth, we've actually, the budget we have in front of you, the annual expense growth since 2019 is, on a compounded annual basis, is 3.1% below the rate of inflation over the same time period of 3.7%. So we've kept the growth in our expenses to below inflation. If you look at the right, what does that mean in terms of real spending? And so if you adjust all the numbers into 2019 dollars, we've actually, on a real spending basis, have reduced the budget from $16.6 billion to a inflation-adjusted $16.1 billion in the proposed budget in 2024. And that's even though we've added service, as Rich mentioned, and Kathy and Rob will attest, we're hitting record numbers on things like on-time performance. We've opened, new service on Long Island Railroad with Grand Central Madison. So even with all those additional efforts, we've still been able to, on a real dollar basis, reduce spending. So risks to the plan, as Neil pointed out, and there's some press coverage of a CBC report talking about how we have, once you look at the risks, we have deficits. Basically the risks we've been identifying in every financial plan, and we're going to talk about here. the budget is based on a reasonable forecast taking into account those risks. But we have to keep looking at those risks and adjust as time goes on. So let's talk about what we see as, the primary risks. Number one, that we talked about continued paid ridership recovery. Through 2026, our plan assumes 10% growth in paid ridership across all the modes. What does that mean? We need more riders and we need lower fare evasion to achieve that. Just as a reminder, if we give up half of that growth because of continued higher fare evasion, that's a little over $300 million a year that we'll have to adjust our budgets for. The dedicated tax receipts, given it's $10 billion, it doesn't take much of a hit to the economy or the real estate market to have a big dollar impact. We've targeted that, or we've measured that at $250 to $750 million. All of the receipts are doing well. The real estate receipts are the ones that took the biggest hit. We already had brought those down, so they're at a very low level. We're assuming some recovery next year, but still below the 2019 level on the real estate related taxes. Casino revenues, as you know, that the first time we have them in our financial plan is 2026, $500 million. So the process to get those casinos licensed and cited, is important. We need to, have the state keep on track and the local entities that will be approving it to keep that on track for 2026. The MTA operating efficiencies, which we're going to talk to in great detail. Last time the risk was we need to identify them. The risk now is we've identified them, we're ahead of schedule. Now we just need to fully execute on them. And then, another assumption, and it was talked about a little bit, was that the capital program remain fully funded. And, what's the biggest risk to that right now is the New Jersey litigation delaying congestion pricing. So why am I talking about that? Well, because from an operating budget perspective, if congestion pricing is delayed, that means we need to we still have $6.6 billion of MTA bonds that are paid out of the operating budget that we would have to, rather than being able to hold off on, we would have to issue earlier, and that would increase debt service in the budget. We've already built in $2.2 billion that we're going to issue a little bit earlier that affects the back half of the budget, but that could continue to put pressure on our budget. So stepping back again, great news. Budgets are continuing to look balanced through 2027. Our 5 zeros remain intact. However, given the risks, we must remain cautious and vigilant. But, generally speaking, our trajectory is great. And those dashed red bars, if you wonder what they are, those are those deficits that you were facing last year that, were like $1.8 billion out in the out year, even after. Right. Maybe next time we'll get rid of the red dashes. And again, we're going to come back to you on December 20th for approval. At this point, we can either open up for questions or go right into the operating efficiency.
Yeah, maybe that's a good point to pause and see if there are questions on what Bob shared. It's Bob. Our earlier speaker was touting our previous CFO, whom I love, but I love you equally. Maybe even more so because you're right next to me. Anyway, maybe because he balanced the budget. Well said, Mr. Chair. All right, questions, comments for what was just said?
I'm going to jump in for just a moment. I just want to underscore, number one, we're talking about a balanced budget for 5 years, and every time we talk about it, we got to acknowledge the leadership of the governor in particular, who worked with the legislature and made this possible. So we're going to keep acknowledging that because There will be other things that we need her help on and the legislature's help on, and it's important to say thank you because it is always due here. Number two is you're going to the slide that I think has to be focused on is that the MTA, in a pretty complicated period, is running a ton more service, especially on the Long Island Railroad, but on transit as well, and is 3% below its budget. Is in real terms is down by 3% over a 4 or 5 year period. So we've actually cut costs at the time we're adding service. That's where you want to be. That is sort of emblematic of good government. It's not just balancing the budget with new revenues. It's actually showing that you can do more with maybe a little bit less. So I'm proud of our team, Jay, as well as Kevin and everybody who works on this. And what a lot of what has made that possible is what you're going to hear about now, which is the efficiencies that the operating agencies have identified. This was not a matter of, sometimes you hear people talk about, well, just cut the fat. This was a heavy duty exercise, so I'm going to let them describe it. But every week, I sat in on, and between those weekly meetings, there was a ton of work done to make sure that this was real. That when we put up $400 million as a goal, which Kevin raised to $500 million for the out years, once we started seeing how things were settling. And so there's a ton of work, of real first-class professional work that went into making it possible, and you're going to hear about that. And finally, at the risk of being, I told you so, I'm just going to remind us that, in the spring of 2022, I made a speech about Fairpage, and half the world kind of rolled their eyes at me. Honest, it's real. On the buses, we may be at the tipping point. And it's especially difficult because, we have no history of policing buses. This has largely been a system of voluntary compliance with, in the world that I grew up in, the bus driver was a serious authority figure. It doesn't seem like they get treated that way, although they should. But we have a problem, and we got to face it. And so there's a little bit of, sometimes the discussion seems to get a little casual about this issue, and it is, if you believe, like I think everybody in this table does, that transit is essential and that it's, as I always say, like air and water, for New Yorkers, we need it to survive, that we cannot flinch from dealing with this. We have to. And it's going to be complicated because no one wants us to police, to create a policing environment in an area where we haven't historically, but we have to figure out how to deal with this because there are some serious consequences. But at the risk of being negative, because that is a huge threat to us. The final thing I would say is that I called the CBC. I just want to share with the board and said to them, if you disagree with Kevin's assessment of the risks, please say that. But because the risk valuation is baked into the budget. But please do not continue to put out these what to look for statements that act like every risk is going to, develop to maximum degree. It's misleading to the public and to people who watch the MTA's budget. And Andrew Ryan gave me his assurance that he would, try to do a little better job of saying, if you are disagreeing with our assessment of risk, please say that. But don't tell everybody that everything is going to go wrong if you don't really believe that's the responsible way to measure the risks. And so we just want to make sure that everybody understands, how to evaluate risk, and the way that this budget does is correct. So with that, I'm sorry to take up too much time, but I just wanted to share those thoughts.
Okay, thanks. Let's take advantage of what you suggested. Questions for Kevin on the budget presentation so far before we get to the detailed expense discussions. Andrew.
This is a legal question, and it's not being flip, but in one of your slides you mentioned if the New Jersey lawsuit delays congestion pricing or, God forbid, stops it in some way and causes us undue stress on the budget, is there any legal remedy to countersue for lost revenue or anything to that effect to make up for our loss?
You want to come?
I think I'm looking
Yeah.
over my shoulder at Paige. I honestly don't think that this is, it's probably not the right forum to discuss that. But I think that Kevin's just being transparent about the planning consequences of what New Jersey's chosen to do.
Next. Ada?
No, I just look forward to hearing from the agency presidents on the $427 million
Okay.
in savings.
Same? Everyone same? Okay. Well, the floor is back to Kevin to organize,
I'm gonna,
orchestrate that.
Kick it off briefly and then turn it over to Rich, Kathy, and Rob. So let's just go in it. We committed to save $500 million in recurring operating costs, $100 million in 2023. For those who don't remember, that actually happened. $400 million in 24 and $500 million in 25 and thereafter. $427 million has been identified, so we're ahead of schedule. Again, they've really identified these through detailed analysis and benchmarking, which when I arrived here in February of 2022, that work was already being done. John Kaufman from Strategic Initiatives was looking at it, and ahead of us promising it, there was a lot of groundwork that was done on it. So I'm just going to give the big picture, kind of the categories for the 2024 savings. Where are they coming? And so on the left is by agency. You'll see 53% from subways, so subways and buses, which is transit, about 72%, and the balance coming out of from the railroads and bridges and tunnels. In terms of by spend type, you'll see spread out between base payroll, materials, and overtime are the three big drivers. Team will talk about that. And then by department, also distributed between maintenance of equipment, transportation, and maintenance of way. Again, the important element here, just to remind you, these savings are without reducing service, as a matter of fact, with increasing service, and without reducing reliability or not meeting all the goals of on-time performance and customer satisfaction. So it is having to do more with less. And so with that, I will turn the presentation and the clicker over to Rich.
Yeah, so this slide actually just sort of encapsulates what the three agencies have done. I think I drew the straw just to summarize, and we'll get into transit, and I'll pass it to Kathy and Rob. So recall that, well, first, the math, $100 million saved in 2023, that's been baked, and the target for the operating agency was $400 million, as Kevin mentioned. I think at a high level, and we'll get into the detail, I think, per agency, but we looked at areas of high spend growth. We examined productivity patterns, in our instance, looking at bus, for example, and looking at the various depots and whether or not there were productivity patterns we could identify. Using benchmarking, as Kevin mentioned, both with benchmarking we have against other agencies, within ourselves, frankly, some of our procurement practices. We buy some of the same commodities, if you will, so looking at that as an example, probably more relevant for the two railroads, but it's not irrelevant for transit as well. And then, aligning our policies with industry standards. Are we over-inspecting or under-inspecting, for that matter, stuff, if you will? And then, maybe recall when we talked, I think maybe 5-6 months ago, it was really around technology and data, developing common standards, really sharpening our focus on cost drivers and investing in capital, sort of the four broad buckets of where we found these dollars. So, for transit, I like to say that 2024 is the year of 70 and 300. 70% customer satisfaction and $300 million in savings. So to double down on Kevin's point, we've really looked at places that do not erode or, in fact, continue to support our focus to improve customer satisfaction while at the same time delivering on savings. And so, this is something we've talked a lot about. I have a couple of detailed slides on employee availability, but this is perhaps the the capstone example of that point, which is if you can get more employees to work who are productive, you're producing a better product, and you're reducing overtime costs because of the vast majority of our folks are actually driving something. They're putting out service. Insourcing cleaning, I think folks know, certainly the Transit Committee during COVID, we put out a lot of contracts, which actually is more costly. We have completed that insourcing now. So for both our station cleaners and our end-of-line cleaners, we also have some more control over where we can deploy groups, for example, Mobile Wash and some of our HIT teams for effectiveness. We took a data approach on rail car overhaul cycles. So the history here is that New York City Transit over the last maybe decade, 2 decades, has vacillated between a 6-year overhaul cycle and a 7-year overhaul cycle, depending on the budget, but not really looking at the component failures and saying, what are we looking at from a cycling perspective? And so we did a very bottom-up approach on failures on key components that are addressed in overhaul cycles. And what we landed on is actually 6.5 years is the right place. So we're going to monitor this closely. So we will be extending overhaul cycles by 6 months, but we believe very strongly this is a prudent change to our cycling, and as you can see, saves money. Earlier in transit, Frank talked about expanding our automated bus lane enforcement. It's going to be great to move buses, but it's also going to bring some revenue to the bottom line. $22 million is we think actually a pretty conservative estimate given what we've seen in terms of in terms of what we've seen over the last few years when it comes to cars parked in bus lanes. But I think as folks know, we discussed this at Transit, we'll now be able to ticket double parked cars, and we'll be able to ticket cars parked in bus spots. So bus stops, excuse me. So that will be an important part, again, of not only improving how we're putting service out, but and reducing probably a little bit of cost in there, but revenue as well. Optimizing overtime utilization. So this is a suite of things, everything from actually enforcing some existing timekeeping rules that we haven't been, to looking at our geo structure and seeing where we can be piggybacking off of work that C&D is doing, and just being more efficient with our workforce getting maintenance, track maintenance in particular, done. And so we've had some pilots successful this year. We're rolling out into 2024. Increasing energy efficiency. I mean, you've all had an opportunity to visit our lovely facilities in New York City Transit, some that are, older than us collectively, I think. But in all seriousness, the Transit Tech Lab that was introduced with the partnership of New York City now 5-6 years ago, they've actually brought us a couple of great partners. For example, looking at boiler monitoring, something we just haven't done, and we're changing out LED lighting as well. Workers' comp I'll talk about in a second. We have a more detail. Reevaluating procurement specs. Are we too rigorous in the specs that we put out? The answer is yes. And so we've been looking at Transit's specs to see other opportunities for us to reduce the vendor cost, which they can pass along to us. Station agent, we've already rolled that out. Certainly the delta there was to exchange for $1 an hour. Station agents are out of the booth, but it also gave us tremendous more flexibility to manage station agent overtime. And so we have a $6 million improvement there. And you've heard me also talk about predictive maintenance on bus, so predicting a failure before a bus actually fails. This has been incredibly successful on our after treatment systems, and so we're tripling this or quadrupling this. I think we're going out to 5,000 buses now, and then looking at bringing this not only to the after treatment system, but also our HVAC and our engines. So that actually might be understated. With a bunch of other initiatives, we come to $304 million. I would say this, we are not resting on these. I assume that this is not going to be exact. We'll have takes and we'll have puts. And so the team is continuing to look at other opportunities to save money into next year. And of course, this doesn't express what Kevin mentioned earlier, is if we can actually make some headway on fare evasion, there'd be upside as well. Let me talk a little bit about employee availability, because that is important. So we've talked about this chart before, but over the last 23 years, we have lost a significant productivity for our employees. In 2000, the average New York City Transit employee worked 215 days. By 2020, it was 188. Now, even if you take COVID, which on average was about 2 days in 2020, the productivity has clearly been dropping. However, the good news is that we've been putting things in place over the last 18 months to improve that, both carrots and sticks. We've been focused on things like employee safety, which we'll talk about in a moment, incentive programs to get people back to work, and in our TWU agreement, we actually negotiated a cost or a savings share. So if we achieve 201 days of productivity across New York City Transit, we'll be able to provide some of those dollars to a particular class of employees that are showing up to work. Right now, we're trending in 2023 to about 199 days. So we are seeing, again, an improvement given all the focus that we've undertaken. You can also see, by the way, that workers' compensation is largely the driver for this drop, right? So 2 days 20 years ago to 11 days. So it was a 9-day change. I mean, there's a little, obviously, some other changes in there as well, but that's been the most significant change, and we're making a bunch of adjustments there, which I'll talk about. So, in terms of getting people back to work, first is we have to focus on employee safety, right? And so that's something that we have been incredibly focused on, particularly for our frontline employees. And the 5 areas where we see this to be the biggest issues, it won't shock you: train operators, conductors, station agents, cleaners, and bus operators. They're also the majority of all our employees in New York City Transit, but they're the ones that are being exposed to these assaults. And so a number of things that we've taken: cops, camera, and care course, banning offenders from the transit system. We have, obviously, unarmed gate guards that are out there that are providing some safety and security for our employees as well. With Pat Warren's team, very focused on the quality of life issues with NYPD in the system. All of our employees get de-escalation training. Now, I should emphasize, that is not saying that our employees are escalating and they're causing this, but as you well know, the ability to actually de-escalate a situation if a customer or someone who's emotionally disturbed is sort of in your face, that's an important part of the tools we want to give them in their toolbox. And then again, working with Jeremy Fiegelson with the district attorney's offices and Pat, really focusing in on some of these cases where we have recidivists who are assaulting our employees, for example, or police for that matter, and following those cases pretty closely. And that's in subways. On bus, we've talked about the cockpit. I think we showed the board, or you had the ability to look at an example of a couple cockpits that we're testing right now. We have piloted this fare evasion prevention expansion with the Eagle teams now on local bus with the support of NYPD. That's in its early stages, but we hope to have some data soon to see, is that working? How is it working? We're getting lessons learned from bus operators, again, de-escalation training, and again, asking the DAs for folks who are recidivists or just seemingly unable to comport themselves in a respectful way in our system to otherwise be banned. Workers' compensation. Been a big issue for us to focus on, and so we've made some immediate changes and some longer-term changes to bring what we believe workers' comp back down to a more appropriate level. So mental trauma claims, for example, have been extraordinarily high. We are an outlier, by the way, in other transit systems. Just maybe taking a step back, unlike most other places, New York City Transit trues up a workers' comp dollar, right? So if workers' comp is provided at 60 or 65%, we make the employee whole by contract. And so that is it's a bit unusual, and it's something that, as I said, is sacrosanct in our contract, but certainly, a potential area for employees to potentially take advantage of it. Not all by any stretch, but something that we've looked at. 6 years ago, the authority won, or the transit system, New York City Transit won the right to use a doctor in the first 30 days of an employee's injury with a New York certified PPO. This is pretty standard for a state, government entity. It was never implemented for a variety of reasons. We have implemented it as of Monday of this week. And we believe not only is this going to reduce our costs, but it's actually going to provide better care for our employees, because this probably won't surprise you, but there are some folks out there who we don't think have been applying a real rigorous standard in terms of employee health, and maybe just pushing up some bills. This is important. And then working with David Farber, I don't know if David's here, but David Farber and the legal team are ultimately responsible for workers' comp, and we've been working with Paige and David to help staff up the caseloads. There is no doubt that one of the challenges from transformation was to really, I would say, gut this group and not be able to manage, again, positively with carrots and sticks, our employees' health. And then finally, interestingly enough, but there was a study done 10 years ago that said New York City Transit should outsource the management of third-party claims, and it would take 3 years. And I think at the time, I've been told at least that since it was going to take 3 years, it was too long. This would have been implemented in 2017, by the way. But we are moving forward with this, with John Kaufman's help and his team working again with workers' compensation to apply a more, I would say, robust standard on how we're getting claims attacked. And what do I mean? There's just a lot of process right now. Either it's because we don't have the right skill sets or we don't have enough people to actually be looking at managing these claims and getting employees back to work. So we've been breaking down that process from A to Z, and having a third-party administrator, we believe, will save us tens of millions of dollars as well. Should we keep going, or Chair, I defer to you. I'm happy.
Look, I think this is a great detail. I think we should keep going because I think seeing the comparison across them is useful. That was very helpful, Rich, and very creative, I thought. So I'm sure the creativity will continue. Well, let's go to Kathy next, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm going, yes,
fine,
yeah.
fine.
Going to throw us off.
Good.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Before I present on our initiatives, I'd like to highlight the tremendous collaboration between the railroads all through this process. As you will see and hear throughout our presentations, we are sharing best ideas, best practices, and participating in studies together. This is not only the case between the railroads, but the agency as a whole, as will be presented in a later slide. These reductions were identified by utilizing data, looking at historical trends, and performing thorough analysis to reduce costs and realize operational efficiencies, and as Kevin had mentioned, without compromising service. The first area I'd like to speak to is materials management. This specific effort will reduce material spend costs. Inventory management is being improved to ensure that material and equipment purchases are aligned with usage and systematic needs. To accomplish this, we have analyzed our reliability-centered maintenance program, looking at our historical usage, and reviewed quantity per assembly change-out percentages, which is also part of a Six Sigma project. The next area I'd like to speak to is rolling stock productivity initiatives. This particular effort will improve rolling stock fleet processes and optimize resources. In realizing these savings, we have implemented processes to streamline certain activities, such as inspection and maintenance cycles for both rolling stock and car shop support equipment, aligning component overhauls, reducing preparation times, and specific training for specialized work tasks. As an example, we have aligned the M7 air brake overhaul with the M7 10-year truck program. We are now able to more efficiently manage both the M7 air brake and truck overhaul programs. The equipment now comes in once for both programs at the same time. This maximizes shop space utilization and allows for work to be performed simultaneously. Inspection processes are being standardized across the M7 and diesel fleets, as well as optimizing staffing for inspections and maintenance by utilizing new shop space at Metro North's Harmon shop. And the last initiative I'll speak to is the maintenance of way and maintenance of equipment overtime. This effort focuses on reducing overtime, pure and simple. Both railroads are hiring key craft positions to reduce backfill overtime coverage. We have reviewed and revised shop and infrastructure maintenance schedules to reduce overtime usage for planned activities. Both railroads, specifically with the MW departments, are working towards advanced work order tracking and analytics to inform better real-time decisions on our overtime spend. We plan to roll out these business improvements and data analytics in 2024 forward for both railroads. I'll now turn it over to Kathy.
Thanks, Rob. I'll go through the remainder of the initiatives on this slide. So the next one is contracts. Essentially, this is just improved and enhanced management oversight of our operating contracts to ensure that we're actually obtaining the level of third-party services that we require. The next item is train scheduling. This essentially builds on our efforts to optimize our train schedules and our current resources. We're using new technology to be able to more efficiently schedule rail equipment and have onboard staffing match customer demand. We're using loadway data to essentially better allocate positions between revenue service and capital support. Next item is a Metro North item, just a better job at capitalizing our M&W work where appropriate. This allows us to assess the scope, criteria, and complexity of some of our long-term and our larger capital projects related to our state of good repair. This also provides opportunities to perform that work more efficiently. The next item is an ongoing pilot with respect to standardizing rolling stock work. It is a subset of some of the work that Rob already described. We're trying to develop better business operations with respect to the development of work standards to increase inspection throughput and reduce dwell time when inspections are taking place. We expect that this will extend across both railroads. It's beginning now at Metro North's Croton Harmon shop, and we'll hear a little bit more about this pilot later. The last item, the other efficiency adjustments, is essentially just a basket of various adjustments that make the operation more efficient, such as Rich already described, better energy efficiency projects, including more efficient lighting, development of various building heating initiatives. One of the other items in play at Metro North is the modification of our event protocols at Grand Central and some of our policies to make that venue more inviting to outside groups, to allow more use of space and generate additional revenue. We have some other internal budget adjustments and allocation of operation support staff. And then I'm going to kick it back to Rob to mention an efficiency project that's unique to Long Island.
In terms of other efficiency adjustments that the Long Island Railroad is implementing, a specific project is strategically positioning train crews and streamlining ticket lifts to improve fare collection. This will increase fare box revenue as part of these savings. With this particular initiative, we are assessing full life cycle management by looking at assets, materials, inventory, and procurement to reduce overall cost. I like to label this an all-hands-on-deck initiative. Currently, both railroads are assessing life cycle materials management to reduce costs. An average of 35% of our growing operating costs are due to increased vendor, supplier materials, and inventory costs for the railroads. This is not just a railroad risk. This is the same escalating cost that is being felt across all industries and across every agency of the MTA due to increasing material costs in our logistics supply chain and inflation. Both railroads are addressing these escalating costs directly. We are working and have already begun so in 2023 to assess the full life cycle material management spend to put new processes and standards in place to reduce overall material cost in 2024. This includes partnership with all agencies and MTA headquarters functions such as enterprise asset management, materials management, inventory management, and procurement. In partnership with our fellow MTA agencies of bridges and tunnels, subways, and buses, we plan to address and focus on process improvement, procedure standards, economies of scale, and shared resources to meet this challenge in order to minimize stock out, reduce inventory buildup, boost productivity and throughput. This full life cycle review will not only ensure we can meet, but hopefully exceed budgeted material management targets. All findings and best practices will be shared between the agencies as this work proceeds. I'll now turn it over back to Kathy.
Thank you. I have the next two slides. So I want to dig in a little bit more on the item related to utilizing advanced data analytics to reduce overall overtime. It's a joint initiative with both railroads. I mean, obviously, as we've discussed in multiple committee meetings, overtime management is a priority across the MTA, not just at the railroads. And advanced data analytics is one of the methods that we're using to identify and reduce OT. Both railroads, I'm happy to report, are on track to meet their OT reduction targets for not only 2023, but for 2024 as well. We've discussed at Railroad Committee that one of the huge areas of focus at both railroads is making sure that we're doing a better job at hiring in key craft titles and positions to be able to reduce the need to backfill positions on overtime. Some of those key titles are electricians, mechanics, machinists, carmen, gang linemen, signal maintainers, radio maintainers. So these are particular crafts of focus in terms of identifying opportunities to reduce opportunities to backfill on overtime. We're also looking at reviewing and revising shop and infrastructure maintenance schedules to reduce overtime usage associated with planned activities. So looking at M&W specifically, we've leaned into advanced work order tracking and analytics to be able to inform better real-time decision-making on our OT spend. We're going to be rolling out these business improvements and data analytics across other departments in 2024 going forward at both railroads. If you look at M&W specifically at Metro North, we are using advanced OT data analytics, looking at shift, management centers, et cetera, as well as a more efficient and accountable work order process. By doing this, we're utilizing analytical data to identify cost benefits, creating data definitions for the data that we're gathering, as well as identifying the need to identify additional data to provide a common interpretation of the information that we're seeing and to assist in reporting. We're expanding OT data that we're gathering to other departments, and we're expanding the OT data that we're gathering to be able to get a better visibility in terms of some of the availability issues that Rich has already touched upon. We're developing a plan to digitize work order management in the field. Looking at what we've accomplished already in 2023, we have already seen a 71% decrease in facilities management overtime for the first half of 2023, and an additional 33% decrease as we headed back into the late summer and into the fall. We plan to continue to apply these formulas and what we've learned from the use of these advanced analytics to other management centers across both railroads as 2024 proceeds. Whoops, I don't know. Am I doing this wrong? Ah, there we go. Or not. No? Ah, perfect. Thank you. The next is standardization of the inspection processes and fleet workflows. This is another item on the chart. Again, a joint initiative that both railroads are participating in to standardize our inspection processes and fleet workflows. This is something that we've started across the M7 fleet. The M7s constitute 30% of the Metro North fleet and 65% of the Long Island fleet. So there really wasn't a better place to start to be able to reassess our standards and identify opportunities for efficiencies in terms of how we conduct our M7 inspections. There are FRA requirements with respect to the mandated 92-day inspections for our M7 fleet. That's where the current pilot is focusing. We're using the Lean Six Sigma principles to look at sequencing and timing of the work with the goal of reducing the overall time that cars actually spend in the shop. So the KPI will be reduced dwell time. The pilot involves an initial task-by-task review of the various items that are required in the FRA 92-day PI. The focus is not necessarily just on taking money out of the budget, but on better business operations. And we expect that this focus on work standards will optimize the work performed and increase inspection throughput, reducing overtime, and again, reducing energy consumption in addition to reducing dwell time. The scheduling and portfolio management design is in development for these projects. As I said, it's already underway at Metro North's Harmon Shop. We expect to be rolling it out at Long Island in 2024 at Hillside. So Metro North will begin to see the efficiencies from this in 2024, and we expect that Long Island will begin to see those efficiencies in 2025 and beyond. And this concludes the railroad presentation.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah. Let me just give a summary, and then we can open up to questions. First of all, I really want to thank Kathy, Rob, and Rich on this, and their teams, and John Kaufman and Strategic Initiatives, but really at the operating agency. This is not easy stuff, right? This is, this is not just, we just can't close businesses and close parts of the business or whatever. They're two big drivers they're hit with kind of, every week. It's how to lower costs and how to make the, increase service and make service better. And, it's dual efforts, and it's just really, my observation is it's really tough stuff to get done. There's just not free savings sitting around that can be scooped up. So thank you, for the effort. I hope this presentation shows they really took a deep dive on this. Really, everything from some things that are relatively big dollar amounts to a lot of, a lot of singles or even bunt singles to get the numbers to add up. But really important stuff. Working with strategic initiatives, we've also built a way to measure this on an ongoing basis. So, one, it's important to not only have the initiatives and hit the ground running, but to be able to look on a real-time basis. And so we have dashboards created, and we're going to be able to look at the financial performance on every 2 weeks and on a monthly basis, look at key performance indicators, look for, it's not everything is easy to forecast exactly what it's going to generate, and there's going to be lots of challenges, whether it's floods or snowstorms or other things that make the the plans have to take detours. So, but we will have ways to measure, monitor, and then make adjustments on a real-time basis. We're not just going to put this in the drawer and come to the committee at the end of the year and say, well, it either worked or it didn't work. We're gonna keep adjusting. One important, is I think Midori, you mentioned headquarters, and we do have more savings to accrue, and we're going to look at headquarters. There's also a lot of parts of headquarters that need to perform well so the agencies can perform well, and that's IT. We need to be innovative in IT to be able to do things more efficiently, and so there's again that we want to reduce our IT costs, but we want to use technology to our benefit. Procurement's important in terms of a lot of the issues, to find ways to redo the way we're approaching the markets. HR, because there's so many of those critical vacancies that need to be filled, and there's a real focus not only just fill the vacancies, but where are the real break points that the agencies need these critical positions hired, and HR is focused on that. Obviously, safety and security driving how we're thinking about fare evasion and so forth is going to be critical, and legal as it relates to workers' comp and other things. So there's a lot of interplay. Doesn't mean headquarters is not going to we're not going to continue to take a good look and have headquarters contribute. We also want to make sure headquarters is part of the solution.
Okay, let's. I think it's a good moment to take a break and open up for questions from the board, if any. Wow. Oh, all right. Sammy, you're fresh.
Fresh?
You're fresh.
I don't know if fresh is the word.
No eggs.
No eggs. No. I just wanted to. You said it to me. I didn't say it. I just wanted to express appreciation. It was a big part of this was when we were making the ask, and many of us pushed very hard. All of us collectively pushed very hard for the state, for the legislature, for the governor to come to the table. And part of that conversation was we had to do what we had to do. And now not only if the numbers are there, as to Kevin's point, we're going to have to continue to monitor these things on an ongoing basis. But we're projected to exceed what we promised we would deliver, and that's a really good indication. If I was I'm hoping the state legislature and the governor will take that and appreciate it. And I think just having seen the process, over the past year, seeing all the everyone work together, there are things on these lists that are, everything from complete overhauls of thinking to, very very precise calibrations, and the fact that this required a lot of work, and I think this is something that goes lost in the public, something that I've paid close attention to since I've been here, having come from other, governmental work environments, how closely everyone works as a team. Like, this agency is moving as an agency, right? There's a lot of different component parts. A lot of them are very different from one another, but this agency is moving as an agency from the staff and the top leadership and this board, and I just, great job.
Great, thank you. Midori?
Chair, Kevin, everybody who's worked on the budget, really appreciate it. It's very impressive to see all those zeros, and I'll keep talking about the fact that we have zeros. So it goes to the tremendous amount of work that folks in this room, folks outside the room have done. I'm really appreciative of the detailed list of operational efficiencies. I think that's something that a few board members asked for in the summer, and so it's really great to see it. Would love to kind of see this again with the actuals. I say that not lightly, though. As a former CFO of a city agency, I know how hard it is to realize these savings. When I look at this list, I see not just technology, not just innovation things, but really business process improvements, right? And that's what we really need to focus on. And how do we, as much as we can as a board, uplift how important that is. That might sometimes be seen as not as sexy, reevaluating procurement specs, but that is so critical and so important. And I'm sure I'll have questions about the specifics here and there, but I really appreciate the presentation. And one thing on workers' comp, Rich, I know that you've been interested in it and focused on it. I appreciate that. One of the things is about, you said immediately think about rigorous application of legal standards around mental trauma claims, and thinking about how mental health, I know as part of, I think the Capital Group, there was research and engagement with doctors and physicians to think about how mental health is impacting behaviors of our ridership. Also thinking about, mental health is stigmatized, and so how do we think about I know it's important for us to look at the legal standards as well, but I think, the CDC even put out a study today that the life expectancy is still lower than what it was pre-pandemic. Not to say that's direct correlation to the number of hours people are out in a time, but kind of just being sensitive to that too, because, these are really difficult jobs,
Sure.
right?
No, there's no doubt, and that's where we start with we need to make sure we're providing our employees with a safe place to work. I didn't discuss the employee facility, effort that we've been undertaking now, where some of the work that, Subway Family Day or the absenteeism or lack of absenteeism incentives that Frank has built, or the 201 day, we need to still finalize that with the TWU, but we also think there's a potential unlock there to reward part of that savings to employees. On the flip side, though, I would say, we're also doing a rigorous analysis of the network and the doctors that are used, and, there's a handful who are the majority of the claims, and there are some anomalies with how particular offices are diagnosing people, as an example, right? So, we're digging all that stuff, but the workers' comp line item, just to give you all a sense, is $250 million a year. It's 250-ish, 240, Jay-ish, million a year.
And how many people are on workers' comp at this point, at any point in time for MTA?
Right now, it's probably in the hundreds. I don't know the exact number of cases. 2,200, right? And look, that's a handful of days, a handful of weeks, and there are some folks who are out a year or two, and some of those are vicious assaults where there's significant bodily injury, and there are others it's a little unclear, right? So some 12-9s, but I was thinking of, just some employees that I've followed, since they've gotten, severely injured. 12-9s for sure, and there's opportunity, we think, as well to help employees find the right care early. I think we've also seen some evidence where they've not gotten good care, and helping them find the right care early can also. And we've also launched this Aware and Care program, which, just for folks to know, it's our management team is reaching out to employees to make sure they don't fall between the cracks, right? So, for example, there's I think a bus operator whose son was going through an addiction crisis and didn't understand the services that we could provide. And reaching out to her rather than having her call in sick or, take unpaid time, unpaid leave, able to provide her with the services. And as a result, folks in this Aware and Care program are coming back to work 2 days more than that. Sorry.
Other questions? We actually have a little bit of business still to make. Norman, please.
Yeah, I don't want to stall your business here. I have a couple cautionary angles on this, particularly regarding expanding inspection cycles. We've gone through this several times. Andrew will probably remember where we've lengthened out the inspection cycles over time. And those who have worked with me in management know I have a saying, you can't lie to the equipment. So one thing that happens is that you, over the long term, drive down the MDBF. Now, granted, we have some greater tools than we used to have for monitoring these things. I'll give you that much credit. And as well, the equipment is simply better. So there is a practical element here where I can see it's a inviting target for savings. However, what it will really do right now, both the railroads and increasingly on the transit authority too, you have great MDBF numbers above what people that build these things would have told you were going to get. Well, you expand these inspection cycles, one thing that's going to happen, I mean, whether it plays out in what you guys call puts and takes, costs and benefits, whatever, terms it is, whether it plays off, how much it plays out, whether it's positive or not, I don't know, and you don't know either. In the future, you may you probably will reconsider this particular aspect of it. But what you're really doing is you're monetizing MDBF. So if you got an MDBF of 180,000 miles now, and it comes back at 140,000 miles down the road, nobody's going to bitch about it because it's still a high number. However, you've lost a lot in terms of what you're doing. So, a lot of this stuff's been tried before. You put it in terms of Six Sigma, it sounds like it's a new thing, but it's not much different than the ISO 9000 standards you had in past circumstances. What you said, 500 mil, what was the savings? 500 per shift of annual per M7 inspections seemed like a lot of money. Again, that's good equipment. You got really good, well-working equipment, and it's a lot easier to keep a well-working piece of equipment working well than it is to go in. Now, you're also at the same time spreading out the overhaul cycles. So as an equipment guy, I see this as sort of problematic. You're kind of pushing on one side and pushing on the other. And I wish you good luck with it. I hope you get these savings. I hope we have, better for everybody's. But particularly on the inspection cycles, I do sort of question what you're doing. Using Croton as a pilot, I kind of understand. On the other hand, it's a brand new facility, and that you get productivity numbers there that are representative in the rest of the properties. It could go either way. It's never been one of our more productive shops. So I don't know how that's going to play out either. I question that in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Norman. Anyone else? Okay, I want to thank our presidents for coming in and giving us this presentation. It's very clear you did exactly what was asked. As Midori said, these are not easy to get. I think you're somewhere between the muscle and the bone from my professional experience. I don't hear a lot of fat, and those things, as Midori correctly said, require process improvement. That is not easy, so thank you. We do expect, as you're going to track it, you report back to us on a periodicity that makes sense. And with that, I'm just going to move on to other business if everyone's okay with that. All right, moving on. Olga, please, Finance Watch. And I'm going to ask everyone who speaks from now on to give the highlights from Hamlet, please, because we have the... Yes, I understand. I understand. Understood. So highlights, please.
Thanks, Steve. And thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm pleased to report another rating upgrade on transportation revenue bonds. If you recall, last month we reported Moody's and S&P taking rating upgrades and other positive rating actions with respect to transportation revenue bonds. And now, more recently, on October 25th, Fitch Rating upgraded its rating of transportation revenue bonds from A- to A flat, and they also upgraded revised outlook from negative to stable. This also led to the long-term enhanced ratings on transportation revenue variable rate bonds to be improved as well. The enhanced ratings take into the account the ratings of transportation revenue bonds credit itself, as well as the credit of enhancement banks that provide liquidity support for variable rate bonds. This is a short Finance Watch, so happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Olga. Any questions on Finance Watch? Okay, thank you very much. David, I'm just going to take, if you don't mind, I'm just going to jump across because you'll find that we have an information item. You've got your investment report in the book. I'm sure there are questions, but David can take those, or Olga can take those offline. We then have our committee charter that's going to be looked at the December Governance Committee meetings. If you have any questions on our charter, please share those for the Governance Committee meeting in December. And then Lizette, over to you for procurements, please.
There is one action this month for MTA headquarters for Finance Committee approval in the estimated amount of $12.8 million. And it's, again, this action can be found in the November Finance Committee book on page 30. This is a request for approval for the award of an estimated quantity purchase contract for the as-needed supply and delivery of office supplies and copy paper to Staples Contract and Commercial LLC. The contract period will be 3 years with 2 12-month options, exercised at MTA's discretion. This will continue the already successful consolidation of the MTA's office supply requirements. It was issued to 8 firms. We received proposals from 2 companies, and Staples' best and final offer of $12.8 million is $1.5 million, or 11% less than the other submission. It represents a negotiated 5-year savings of $3.1 million, or 19% as compared to their initial submitted proposal. This award is based on offering the lowest cost with the best possible value to the MTA. And it includes the maximum annual escalation. I submit this procurement action for Finance Committee approval.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions?
I do. It's not just paper, is that? It's all office supplies, right?
All office supplies, including paper.
Including paper, okay.
I'm going to ask a question I think Lizette, that Jay can answer, which is, has our expenditure on office supplies stayed stable or gone down?
So it has gone down. In 2017, it was about $6 million. In 2022, it was $3 million.
Contract, which is 12.8 million, is a 5-year contract, 6-year contract?
It is a 3 years with 2 12-month options.
3 years, so 4.
3 base,
Okay, fine.
and then 2 extensions, so 5 year
5
total.
years, right, that's what I thought.
4-year total.
We're going really fast. Relax. So we're doing great. Motion.
Motion.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Comments. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstention, motion passes. Lizette.
There are no information items for Metro North or Long Island Railroad or Transit. There's one information item on page 32 of the committee book for Bridges and Tunnels, which was approved by its respective committee, requesting the board approve an award to 3 competitively solicited personal services contract to Atkins PAPC, Gannett Fleming Engineers and Architects PC, and Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson Architect and Engineering PC for miscellaneous toll collection consultant support services on an as-needed basis. And there are no FEMTAC items this month.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Florio, real estate items, please.
Mr. Chairman, real estate has 6 action items for consideration and approval. There's one administrative action item, which is an MTA all-agency modification to the existing policy governing licensed transactions for non-revenue generating uses on MTA agency property. The following 3 transactional items are for MTA New York City Transit. The first is an acquisition of temporary and permanent easements from New York City Department of Parks and Recreation. in support of accessibility improvements at the Broadway Junction Station in Brooklyn. Second is the lease with Generation Next Realty for the relocation of the New York City Transit Atlantic Cable Shop to 2016 Pitkin Avenue in Brooklyn. The third is a license amendment with Winfield Street, 2nd Avenue, for a LLC for a retail unit at the 96th Street Station on the 2nd Avenue subway. The next transactional item is for Bridges and Tunnels. It's a license with the City of New York for the reconstruction and maintenance of the Vincent Albano Playground in Manhattan on 39th Street. And the final transaction, 31st Street. The final transaction item is for MTA Metro-North Railroad, and it's the acquisition of 4 Fisher Lane to support the automotive fueling station project in North White Plains. There are in addition 2 information items.
Let's just do the action items, please. Okay, motion to approve the rules items.
So moved.
Second. Comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All in favor, aye. Thank you very much.
Going directly into the
Capital,
CPC
yeah.
meeting.
What does the mobile wash team do?
My name is Ferdo Chowdhury, Supervisor Mobile Wash Team. Mobile Wash unit has a
Order the November Capital Program Committee meeting. Members of the public who have registered to speak, Ms. King.
Mr. Chairman, we have 8 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers please adhere to the MTA Rules of Conduct and Decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers, in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, that we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep letting you know you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Jack Connors. Following Jack Connors will be Christopher Greif.
Good afternoon. I'm Jack Connors, Research and Communications Associate at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA. Good afternoon. I'm Jack Connors, Research and Communications Associate at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. With the city on edge due to conflicts far beyond the MTA's service territory and hate crimes on the rise, it's more important than ever that riders feel safe on the system. A host of shoving episodes have grabbed headlines in recent weeks, leading strap hangers to cringe fearfully against poles while they wait on platforms, or some to forego the system altogether. That's unacceptable. We understand the constraints imposed by our legacy system make it impossible to install platform screen doors at many stations. That said, there are actionable alternatives outlined in the Track Trespassing Task Force that we hope to see implemented. This includes laser intrusion detection systems that send automatic alerts whenever a person or object above a certain size enters the track, platform blue lights shown to reduce suicide, and where feasible, basic guardrails on platforms that give passengers added peace of mind. Most of all, the public deserves to know the preventative work the MTA is doing to check subway shoving and the service disruptions that come with track intrusions. We're happy to see the estimated cost of the platform screen door pilot reduced by $8 million, but the start date has been pushed back from this past August to sometime in 2024. This is one area where being transparent with riders and publicizing progress towards our shared goal of having 0 shoving incidents and 0 suicides can only increase confidence. Riders are depending on a lot of projects in this month's committee book, from untangling Jamaica to achieving 97% accessibility on LIRR to replacing the Park Avenue Viaduct. All of it hinges on implementing congestion pricing. We are eagerly awaiting the TMRB recommendations and next week's board vote, and urge the MTA to be more vocal about what failing to implement congestion pricing will mean for its capital program and the transit system we all rely upon. Once again, the riding public deserves to hear it like it is. New Jersey's regressive, misguided lawsuit constitutes a fundamental threat to the betterment of our region's transit, not to mention public health. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christopher Greif. Following Christopher is Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's a long day, but let me just want to make this simple as easy. As we're doing a lot of capital work, we need to continue advocating for more, not just elevators and ramps, but as on the railroads end, we need those special buttons that say we need the conductors or the train drivers to be alert there's an accessible customer at those stations. Those devices work really well, but they're not enough in stations on the railroad. For example, Main Street Flushing is one. Metro North, I know it's starting to work on, but we still need to remind them that, yes, emergencies are important, but an accessible customer is in a certain boarding area. It will go quicker and safer for them so they can get on and off the train quicker and safer. And I hope we can work on additional cameras, not just on the stations, but as a lot of our advocates have been mentioning, on the buses have been getting cameras, but so is certain areas of stations, like some of our board members mentioned the back entrance needs additional cameras where they can see where the person is going in or out the gates, or doing fare evasion, or just going up or down the stairs, or using the fare machines to energize their MetroCard, or soon the Omni vending machines. We need to continue advocating for a more accessibility stations, as well as make more accessible signages at stations that already have elevators or ramps to access them where they can get to the platform. We have seen them on stations, but we need to see more in other boroughs. Manhattan is one, Brooklyn, Staten Island, Queens, and the Bronx. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jason Anthony. Following Jason Anthony is Bruce Haynes.
Thank you, Ms. Ken. Hi, Jano. Hey, Jamie. After a very, very long day indeed, let's talk about accessibility, shall we? In the materials, I saw that your department, Jamie, CND, is having about 8 projects in the Long Island Railroad territory. That's good news. But we need more. For example, in my neck of the woods in Brooklyn, I have Atlanta Tomorrow Brooklyn, Flatbush Avenue. But what about East New York? That is at street level, but on top of it, you have the Canarsie line at station at Atlantic Avenue. We could think outside the box, having a ramp in that station, and also thinking about Broadway Junction, Eastern Parkway, Van Sigelen Avenue, like I call it. Build, let's say, ramps and elevators at that huge complex that oftentimes, Jamie and Jano, the escalators are broken. And a person like me who is about to hit 40 in about 2.5 years, my knees often hurts. And going up those escalators when it's broken is no joke. But also we need audio announcements when the elevator and escalators are not working, or something like Washington Metro has, that near the platform, they have lights that blink indicating when the train arrives. Let's think about those ideas, and I'll see you next Wednesday in the full board.
Here is Bruce Haynes. Following Bruce Haynes is Charlton D'Souza.
Well, good afternoon. I spent the entire time from trying to speak to you last this morning in trying to find a way to print out my written comment. I wasn't going to come here, but because I made a written comment, but I couldn't send it and I couldn't print it out either. So I'll have to do that before Wednesday, and then maybe I'll come and present it to you, if nothing else. I wanted to say that last meeting was so interesting, you know, and you can tell you are making progress in things like management and stuff. There's an improvement. It's pretty clear to see. And but with construction, it's important to know what to construct. And particularly, well, I mean, I can say that with the with elevators, you certainly know how to do that. And I've changed my attitude towards that, although I never said anything about it because it's not politic. But it was because of Jano, I realized that I might someday be, and his mother, that I might be the poor person who has to try and walk up the stairs at 80 or something. So I'm glad that that's getting done. Further, what was it? Oh, I was going to give you a story about the Long Island Railroad. Because of that little yellow brick gas station in 1930, going from east of 150th Street into the station would have been right aligned with the station. That's 69.75 degrees going east and 149.25 going west. And it was right straight in line with the station. They couldn't do that because of the gas station, and there are a lot of other things. That was the first place where it went wrong.
Please, thank you. Next speaker is Charlton D'Souza. Following him is Rachel Foss.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza, president of Passengers United. I had called Tim Minton and Shanif Rivera to find out the status of the Roosevelt Island track work at 21st Street, Queensbridge, Roosevelt Island, and Lex 63rd. Roosevelt Island residents are at the breaking point with the delays, the mess, and the long lines on the tram. And sometimes the shuttle train breaks down. So I want to know how much of the track on the Queens-bound side has been put in, how much has been put in on the Manhattan-bound side, and when is this project finally going to be over? Because it's messing up the Queens Boulevard line. Every day we have long delays, and local service starts at 8:30 in the evening, which is getting on everyone's last nerve. So we need an update on that. And I also wanted to know, what is the status of cameras in the subway cars? How many subway cars have cameras? And were there cameras in the subway car where the shooting happened yesterday? That's what I wanted clarification on, because the MTA said over a year ago they were going to put cameras in. We still haven't seen them. I would like to make a side note, and I would like to thank everyone at the MTA and that stood with us. I wanted to share some good news. Passengers United is now a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We got our certificate of incorporation in September, and I want to thank our board members and our team members and my colleagues for standing with me as well. And we're very honored to serve the riding public. And we look forward to working with the MT board, New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, and just the MTA family on different things as we go along. Thank you so much, guys, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rachel Foss, followed by Matthew Bucky's Highland.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Foss. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for Reinvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable New York government, including authorities like the MTA. We strongly support congestion pricing because it's the law and has been shown globally to reduce motor vehicle congestion, air pollution, and travel times, and will raise $15 billion to restore and improve transit. Our latest analysis of MTA data shows that in addition to all of these benefits, congestion pricing will create tens of thousands of local jobs throughout New York State, largely from the capital plan. It's well known that the MTA provides massive economic value to the city and state by moving millions of people to their jobs, school, entertainment, healthcare, and shopping. Less known is that from 2014 to 2022, the MTA directly paid $26 billion to its vendors located in communities across New York State, is shown on our interactive webpage. We encourage you to go to our website, reinventalbany.org, to see our new online tool that collates MTA's payments to New York vendors and includes more than 200 fact sheets showing the top 5 vendors in each state Senate, state assembly, and congressional district in New York State. Previously, we'd published the details of MTA spending on companies in New Jersey and across the United States. Again, this shows that every single state, Senate, and congressional district within New York State has companies receiving MTA payments. 147 of the 150 assembly districts, or 98%, are recipients of MTA spending. And in addition to the businesses contracting with the MTA, we'd also like to remind that the capital plan provides jobs for thousands of the MTA's frontline employees. Our analysis from October of this year found that $3.2 billion, or 21% of the $15 billion raised by congestion pricing, will fund in-house capital work done by MTA workers, largely represented by TWU Local 100. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, Matthew Bucky's Highland, followed by Alita Dupree.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President Springer, and commissioners. Earlier today, I spoke at the New York City Transit meeting about the possibility for the Staten Island Railway to maybe expand from Tottenville to Perth Amboy, New Jersey. That would be something that you would consider in your next capital plan in the next upcoming years, so people could pay $290 rather than paying $17 and soon to be $17.73 at the Outer Bridge Crossing, which is a facility operated by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. It would be beneficial for people, if they live like in the Western side, they could take the New Jersey Transit from Penn Station to Perth Amboy, and then the railway could pick up and take them to Tottenville, Pleasant Plains, etc. It is going to be really interesting what comes out next with congestion pricing be implemented. Anyway, I hope everyone had a great and productive day. Have a great evening. May God bless each and every one of you. And I'll turn back to Ms. King, who will introduce Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair General Lieber and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. I'm going to talk about capital today. And I see we're going to talk about ADA on the rail and Park Avenue Viaduct. Those are very, very important. It shows this background. George Harrison said, "Go do it, gotta go through that door," in his song, Love Comes to Everyone. And I think back to in 1980, when I visited Grand Central Terminal for the first time and I walked through one of these doors and boarded a train. How do we frame our capital program with the ultimate goal of full participation? Obviously, this train in the picture, when it leaves, it has its red lights on it. It is going to go over the Park Avenue Viaduct. I had no idea that that viaduct was still original 1893 construction. Paint job looks really good on it, but any of this has to be replaced. Some of the Park Avenue tunnel is almost 200 years old, and work has been done over the years. And I mentioned that in my time on the system and using the escalators and the elevators, and I reiterate, I had good elevator experiences. Didn't find a single one that was out of service, and only one escalator that was out of service. It's not a perfect system, but we're working very hard at this, and it worked out pretty well for me. I'm always mindful of it because someday I might have a bad day where maybe I'm hurting a little bit. But really, I think about that it takes a lot to keep this going. So there's a lot of important things we're going to talk about today, and I look forward to hearing it. Thank you.
Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Ms. King. Copies of the October Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on the websites. Changes or comments on the minutes? Hearing none, may I have a motion? Motion, Mr. Jones, second, Mr. Chu. All in favor? The minutes are approved. Are any changes to the work plan, Mr. Torres Springer?
No changes to the work plan, Chair.
Thank you. Would you proceed with the President's report then?
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Today we have an update from Anthony Tufano of our newly created Railroads Business Unit. Anthony led our successful third track project on Long Island, and we'll talk about how he and Andrew Wilson and Ziona Rubin and their teams under the leadership of Mark Roche at C&D are applying those lessons to the extensive portfolio of investments that we're making throughout Long Island and Metro North on those networks. Before we get to Anthony, I have a few items to report. On this slide, you can see a photo of the newly replaced Bowling Green 4-5 station escalator, which reopened earlier this month, 1 month ahead of schedule. I'm thinking of asking all of our contractors to try and act as if the entire executive leadership of the MTA is looking out over their project site day in and day out, because that proved remarkably effective, even if we can't handle it literally in every case. Before we get into it, I want to emphasize first today that our focus is and must be on safety above all else. Everyone who shows up to work for the MTA has the paramount right to get home to their families at the end of the workday. This is especially poignant today as we mourn the loss of an MTA track worker who was conducting flagging operations in support of New York City Transit work overnight. I know Rich Davey reported on this at the Transit Committee. We're still gathering details on that, but I can say that C&D's safety organization continues to make every effort to promote safety, with a new safety management system being rolled out that includes new contract requirements, rigorous new training, and a new digital management system. And we're ramping up safety inspections over the coming months. We send the message to our contractors, and this is up and down our organization and our consultants every day in every way we can, that there will be no compromising on safety within our capital program. November has been another big month for completions, especially the state of good repair priorities that keep our system functional. Right before the holidays last week, we celebrated the completion of a major improvement to the busiest station in Queens at Flushing Main Street, which sees 44,000 riders per day. We added 2 new entrances to the station and 8 new stairways, and rehabilitated 8 existing stairways for improvements to 16 stairways in total. But this work goes beyond capital maintenance. It's really about rebalancing the flow of customers entering the station to improve the customer experience. Many of us, know how busy this station is and how busy this neighborhood is, and it was great to see that we were able to provide more access on Roosevelt Avenue south of Main Street, which hadn't been there before. We were pleased to take Representative Grace Meng, who is a steadfast supporter of transit improvements, along with the rest of the New York delegation in Congress, on a tour of the station. Also, last week, we celebrated with a very strong turnout from community advocates, making the 7th Avenue station on the F&G in Brooklyn fully ADA accessible. We added 3 elevators here at a busy intersection and made major improvements to the platform and customer access corridors, with more to come in an upcoming station renewal project. As I mentioned that day, this one had particular resonance for me, having personally carried a stroller up and down those exact stairs with my now 14-year-old daughter many times. So this was a huge achievement for the MTA. This was ADA station completion number 7 this year for the MTA, and we've made 8 stations accessible in total, counting a public-private partnership with Macy's in downtown Brooklyn. And this is a torrid pace. One of the findings in our 20-year needs assessment was that as we build more escalators and elevators, we also need to work to maintain and replace them. To that end, our ADA Package 2, which we usually focus on making stations newly ADA accessible, also includes replacement of older elevators at 2 stations, including this one, the Flushing Avenue station on the J&M, where 3 new elevators opened last month. We were happy to light up cell service from all 3 major cell carriers in the tunnels leading from Atlantic to Jamaica and the whole Grand Central Madison tunnel to Queens before the Thanksgiving holiday. Our expectations as riders are changing, and uninterrupted connectivity to stay on that Zoom call or stream the latest episode of Squid Games is a must, and we're pleased to be able to provide that service throughout those tunnel corridors. We're embarking on getting cell service to all of our subway tunnels as we announced earlier this year, and we'll have updates on that work soon. We're also starting construction work on the G-Train signal modernization project, which is our first design-build CBTC project. Later this week, contractors will begin installation of new cable racking systems, which is an innovative approach that MTA embraced on projects like the Canarsie and Rutgers 2 projects that will greatly increase the efficiency of cable installation. So this crosstown project, although fairly recently awarded, is moving forward quickly as a design-build project. We started the rollout of Omni vending machines in the subway system last month as well. This is another crucial step in making Omni available to those that may not have tap-and-go card capability yet, or may just be warming up to it as we transform payments across the system. Work is continuing on many components of Omni. We've been eagerly awaiting a final rebaselining proposal from our vendor Cubic, which we expect to receive imminently so that we can lock in a final scope and schedule as soon as possible. There's work left to do, but keep in mind, we've seen increasing levels of tap-and-go use throughout our system thanks to having rolled out validators across the subway and bus system. On the day of the marathon last month, we saw a new record, 58.5% Omni use, tap-and-go use throughout the system, which is a great marker, and that'll continue rising. Looking ahead to the future of the system, state of good repair of the existing system is our huge priority, but we continue to expand to address the needs of historically underserved transit-dependent communities. We were proud to stand with Secretary Buttigieg, Governor Hochul, Majority Leader Schumer, and many others last month at 125th Street and Park Avenue to announce we have a fully funded project to extend 2nd Avenue subway to that critical part of East Harlem with 3 new stations, adding more than 100,000 new daily riders to the Q line. More to come on this project as we are already in the midst of procurement for early works. And we also had noticed that Metro North Penn Access, where construction is well underway, will receive $1.6 billion in federal grant funds to support this important project that brings Metro North into Penn Station and adds 4 new stations in the Eastern Bronx, another community much deserving of improved transit access, and that grant funding is much needed, and we'll be back to the board with an update about how we're able to take advantage of that grant funding in the new year. We're looking at how we advance the governor's priority Interborough Express, which uses existing freight lines to better connect Brooklyn and Queens and scored very high in our comparative evaluation in the 20-year needs assessment. This month, we held 2 town halls in Brooklyn and Queens, and a third is set for tomorrow evening in Sunset Park. These town halls come as we are advancing environmental review on the project. I think there's been great turnout and great interest and great positive support for this project, so it's a good sign as we move forward into capital planning for the next 5-year program. Part of our capital planning for the next program, which is focused on state of good repair and improvement of the existing system, we've been leading state of good repair tours, including this one, where elected officials and a number of board members toured the Livonia shop, which is simply too small and outmoded to service trains on the 3 line and needs an upgrade if we're going to continue to improve service. So thank you to the board members for joining that tour and for supporting our planning efforts here as we move into the next program. While these are all signs that the future is bright, there are areas of concern, particularly in the short term, as we look ahead. As the board knows, congestion pricing is foundational to the capital program. It will raise $15 billion, or 30% of the 2020 to 2024 program. And that money looms especially large at this point in time. It makes up nearly 50% of the remaining funding in the program after all of the awards that we've made, billions and billions of dollars of awards for critical projects. With the lawsuit from New Jersey, it is at risk. Despite the benefits to the vast majority of New Jersey commuters who use transit, New Jersey politicians have opposed congestion pricing. On the merits, the MTA is extremely confident. The environmental review and community outreach that we undertook were very thorough, but with any lawsuit comes risk, especially of delay, and we can't award contracts that would be paid for by congestion pricing until the funding is fully secure. So starting this year, as we've been saying for some time, some priority projects will be delayed. In the book today, you'll notice that the Fulton CBTC project and some other projects are delayed into next year, which is an unfortunate result of this risk. We're working on strategies that could mitigate delays to other projects, including ADA stations, of which we have a lot of ADA stations to be funded by congestion pricing, and other key projects across New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. But until the lawsuit is resolved, this risk remains and will have an impact. And I do want to thank and acknowledge our Deputy Chief Development Officer, Tim Mulligan, who's been managing the complexity of this dance we're doing to manage the remaining funding in the program, and of course our General Counsel, Evan Iceland, who runs the most effective procurement shop in the Western Hemisphere, but also the most nimble one, and has been able to adapt to some of the risks that we've been describing. So certainly more discussion of this to come. But these are the unfortunate realities of having to deal with the risks of delay to congestion pricing. Before turning it over to Anthony Tufano, who will give our railroads update, I want to take a moment to introduce Suresh Payetti, who will now be leading our independent engineering consultant team, taking over for Joe DeVito, who retired earlier this year. Welcome, Suresh, and I'll turn it over to Anthony for his report.
Thanks, Jamie. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll roll right in. I know we're behind on time, trying to catch up a little bit, but just to give a little bit of my background, as Jamie said, came over from Third Track. Fantastic project, tons of experience I've learned on that project, and I really want to bring that over to the Railroads Business Unit. That project was centered around teamwork, building a team, a project management team with the contractor. We managed that project with one common goal, and that was bringing the project in on time and on budget. We need to build a team now at Metro North and Long Island Railroad as one in the Railroads Business Unit. To do so, we need to have common goals. Also, we're unifying our contract documents with the help of MTA C&D's Design Services Office, which will lead to better procurements in the future. We're also bringing the entire team together to train. We want to put them together in a room to train, learn their own experiences, ask questions, and grow and learn from each other. In addition to that, we're setting up our organizational charts exactly the same and opening up opportunities for the staff to cross-train and actually move over to the other unit if possible. We want to put the best teams forward to build these complex projects with one goal, and that's project delivery in mind. Moving on to our commitments for the year, we committed $485 million to date, and we have another $779 million in procurement. Our completions of $559 million to date, with another $1 billion forecasted to be completed by the end of the year. So we're very busy. We have $6.3 billion in active projects in different phases of design, construction, and all the different asset categories. Moving on to our project updates now. Before I get into the current project, I just want to give a little background about our Croton Harmon shop. This has been 6 projects spanning several capital programs, close to $2 billion invested in this unbelievable shop. 10 miles of track were installed, 50 switches, 10 buildings, approximately 750,000 square feet of space. This is the model for shops moving forward. We put a short video together because I said last time, pictures do not do this justice on what we just are very close to completing. So hopefully this works. Whoops.
Over the past 25 years and 5 capital programs, the MTA and Metro North have been busy transforming the Metro North Railroad Harmon Yard. And now, in 2023, all of the hard work is culminating in the completion of the new 400,000 square feet Harmon Yard running repair and support shops. With the opening of this new facility, Metro North's hub of maintenance operations will be able to meet the ever-changing and growing needs of its aging fleet, as well as be equipped to handle its future expansion. The new state-of-the-art facility allows Metro North to perform its reliability-centered maintenance program and account for unscheduled repairs on their entire electric fleet of nearly 500 cars. As part of the strategic planning for this maintenance program, the facility has been equipped with 12 car hoists, 4 pedestal tracks, and multiple door-level and roof-level platforms to assist in the preventive maintenance initiative and support Metro North Railroad's on-time performance goals. The second floor of this new facility is designed to streamline the parts distribution between the new electric shop, a adjacent support shops, and the Consist maintenance shop by integrating a service corridor connecting all 3 buildings. An expansive 15,000 square feet training suite for ongoing training of Metro North maintenance personnel is also a featured aspect of the second floor. Additionally, Metro North support groups, engineering, quality, technical support, and maintenance planning are located in the new building to assist in the preventive maintenance initiative. Overall, the new building will be home to over 500 employees. For over 100 years, Harmon Yard has played a vital role in the railroad's daily operations. Through Metro North's foresight and diligent planning, design, and construction, the results of the Harmon Shop Replacement Program will ensure this yard will continue to play the same vital role for many years to come, and help Metro North to meet their mission goal of providing safe and reliable service to their customers.
So as I said, it really is the model for all future shops across the operating agencies. It's a wonderful place. It really is a sight to be seen, and it's going to be a great place for our employees to work. We're 98% complete on the final project, which is Phase 5, Stage 2. It's a 250,000 square foot shop. We got our certificate of occupancy on November 9th. Crews are all moving in, getting acclimated to the new space. We have a couple more pieces of equipment we're in commissioning and testing right now. We should be done with that in 2 weeks, and then we'll reach substantial completion on this fabulous project. It's something we're really proud of and should be applauded. Moving on to the Park Avenue Viaduct Replacement, Phase 1. This is the spans between East 115th Street and 123rd Street. 750 trains and 220,000 customers travel at it each weekday. Fantastic project. Halmar International is the design builder here. They were the main civil structural contractor from Third Track. It's actually the same team that did all the bridge and grade elimination projects for us. So they took that innovation further and offered us a 21-month savings, which we reported last time. And they did that with really innovation on securing 2 custom gantry cranes, which I'll get into soon. Right now, they really started major construction in the summer. And they're doing substructure replacement, micropiles, foundations, and columns in advance of our span replacement, which is going to start in the second quarter of 2024. We have a short little video here just showing their technique on how they're going to get that done. So the beauty of their plan is it's not going to impact operations that much. They're going to use strictly weekend outages. So we're going to shut down the railroad on Friday night, 2 tracks of the railroad. We'll still be running 2 tracks under the gantry. The gantries will work in unison to do the demolition, as you see here, while trucks cycle down Park Avenue, removing the old spans off the site. At some point during the weekend, the one gantry is going to break off from the other and start doing some replacement with new precast spans that are staged right on site. They'll continue doing this. The other gantry will join in from the other direction. Happen any minute now. And then once the replacements are done, we'll start building the railroad again, laying tracks, laying our systems in, commissioning, testing, and by Monday morning, we'll have a 4-track railroad again for our rush hour service. Really innovative, minimal impact to operations. We could support the weekend timetable and operations with 2 tracks, and with the 21-month savings, we really want to advance to the next phase of this project. It would be a shame to miss out on the infrastructure. This is like an assembly line. Fantastic innovation, and we're really excited to move into span replacement next year. As highlighted in the 20-year needs assessment, the Grand Central Artery is the lifeline of Metro North, starting at the Park Avenue Viaduct, going through the Park Avenue Tunnel into the train shed. It's so vital for Metro North's operations. The deterioration in the train shed is continuing, as on the viaduct. We can't sit back. We have to address this and replace it. But we have to do it strategically. We have to plan properly, because all of these projects are interdependent on each other, use the same resources and the same track space. So together we're forming a committee with the different groups, development, planning, and delivery, and C&D, to come up with the most efficient, effective, and aggressive plan to replace this over the next capital programs. This plan is vital to the success of Metro North. We have to put our minds together to find an aggressive way without impacting operations, and there'll be much more to come on this as we move into 2024. On the other side of Park Avenue is the train shed. We are already advancing construction on Sector 1 with our partners JP Morgan Chase. The project's going great. That's 48th Street. We've paved that over and opened it up to traffic to beat the holiday moratorium. We look to advance, but if you look on the chart to the right, Sector 1 is just a very small part of the puzzle. We have a lot of work to do, and the strategic plan to attack it is so vital, and we will have more on that as we move forward. Moving on to the Long Island Railroad program now. ADA Package 1, 9 stations. 7 stations will be ADA compliant for the first time. That'll bring us 117 of 126 stations into compliance, ADA compliance. We have an early milestone on the project to deliver Amityville, Copeg, and Lindenhurst in the second quarter of 2024. We've taken 3 weekend outages to install the structural steel, demo the old canopies, and we're moving right along. They're building the machine rooms as we speak, and we're really confident that this aggressive schedule will be met. Following that, Massapequa Park. We have an outage set up on the first weekend in December, after the first weekend in January, after the holidays, to do the structural steel there before we move west. Our goal is to be 100% compliant with ADA at all of Long Island Railroad stations. We have 9 left. Several are in procurement right now, with the remaining in design, and we're not going to be satisfied till we meet that goal. Jamaica capacity improvements. Before I get into the current project, I just want to do a recap of where we were. Phase 1 is complete. We took substantial completion last year on Phase 1. Phase 1 really delivered the Grand Central Madison service. We had to move the Atlantic trains to its own platform. We created Platform F and tracks 11 and 12. We also did a lot of interlocking work, and that interlocking work really opened the door for Phase 2. The overall program, it's a mega project, but it's so vital to our infrastructure. All of our branches, except the Port Wash, go through Jamaica. So we have to have a strategic approach to replacing all this outdated infrastructure, bringing it into a state of good repair, and increasing speeds through Jamaica. Overall, when the project is complete, we'll reduce travel time through Jamaica into Manhattan. So, whole expansion. We had a yard here with 2 dead-end tracks, and the project is really going to install a 280-foot bridge over our Atlantic branch. If you look in the picture, access to that site is extremely limited. There's one hole in the entire elevated section, that's 150th Street. That's the only access to the site. It's the biggest risk on the job to move material in and out of this job. So Long Island Railroad disconnected the tracks, relocated all the utilities. We turned the site over to our new contractor, MLJT. One goal for MTA C&D is to widen our contracting pool. MLJT, this is their first project with Long Island Railroad. They've worked in city transit, and so far so good. We're moving along. We're co-located in an office with our project management team, and they're working through the risk on how they're going to get the material into this site. We're also working with Long Island Railroad to secure trains, work trains, to bring the material there. That's really the only way to do it. We're going to use a brand new technology. We're going to build the 280-foot span on that old yard and roll it in on a launching mechanism on tracks over the Atlantic branch. Every day, trains are going to be running on both sides of them and under them while they're working. It's the biggest risk of the job. The team's identifying the risk, securing the outages, and we're real excited to get into construction on this as we move into 2024. New to the Railroad Business Unit is the Harold Regional Investment Projects. When Grand Central Madison and Eastside Access completed, the remaining projects were transferred over to the business unit. What the program is, it's really to deconflict routes on trains moving in and out of Manhattan. Harold interlocking is the busiest interlocking in North America, and every time trains, Amtrak trains, need to cross through the railroad center of Harold, we have to wait because they have to climb the ladder back and forth to get in and out of Manhattan. So we have 2 projects ongoing. One is the eastbound reroute. It's a 480-box structure that is complete. The project's 80% complete overall. We have to build a railroad now to connect it into the system. But it's creating the avenue for Amtrak trains and the future Metro-North trains to go underneath the existing trains going into Manhattan, coming out of the tunnels. That addresses the eastbound traffic. Westbound bypass is a future project, which we have in design right now. That's going to address the westbound traffic, creating another tunnel and 2,600 feet of track and utilities to decrease conflicts and create advanced travel through Harold. We're not going to advance this project until we get full commitment from Amtrak on resources and outages. That's the biggest risk of this job. So we're negotiating with them right now, looking for their commitment to advance this project, and hopefully we're going to get this out on the street in 2024. The last project I'd like to highlight is the Webster Avenue Bridge. It's in procurement right now. This is over 125 years old. This bridge has been downgraded several times. It's restricted to loads of 3 tons right now. If you look at that picture, Long Island Railroad workforce put screw jacks in to support this bridge. It's a major liability to our train traffic. We don't, this is a road bridge over the railroad, over our Port Washington branch. We're really eager to replace this bridge because it is a risk to our operations, and we're really happy it's in procurement. We could tackle this project and replace this bridge over the next year. That's my update. I'm going to turn it over to the IEC now for their update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm Sirish Payeti, and I will be presenting the IEC's review of the Railroad Business Unit. The IEC is reporting on 4 railroad projects this month. Project reports, which contain specific details on budget, schedule, and risks, begin on page 14 of your committee book. Metro North Railroad. Harmon Shop Replacement Project Phase 5, Stage 2. This project is a construction of the running repair support shop. The project is 98% complete, has a total budget of $440 million, and was awarded October 2018 with an original substantial completion date of April 2023. Since the IEC's last report in March, substantial completion has slipped from October 2023 to December 2023 due to underperforming subcontractors and completion of critical equipment. IEC notes productivity has recently increased and additional work shifts have been added. As just mentioned by C&D, the support shop offices have recently been occupied. With a final push by the DB and subcontractors and the completion of the testing of the car maintenance and repair equipment, the IEC forecasts achieving substantial completion in December 2023. Once achieved, this marks final completion of the Harmon Shop and Yard, a multi-phase, nearly $2 billion program that has taken place over the last 20 years, which has replaced an over 100-year-old support facility and improved the railroad's overall maintenance and service operations. Park Avenue Viaduct Replacement Phase 1 involves replacing entire sections of the elevated track substructure and superstructure located between East 115th and East 123rd Streets while maintaining daily Metro North Railroad commuter rail service. The project was awarded in December 2022, is 23% complete, and at this early stage, the project is on budget and on schedule with a completion date of April 2026. The IEC notes that C&D is focused on mitigating potential risks that would significantly jeopardize commuter rail service during reconstruction, and the proactive actions developed include inspecting fabrication and delivery of the 2 gantries to maintain the schedule, securing redundant equipment and spare parts to avoid schedule impacts and delays due to unforeseen breakdowns and equipment failures, and coordinating the protection of existing utilities, roadbeds, and adjacent properties with third-party stakeholders. The IEC concurs with the mitigation strategies. Lastly, C&D has reviewed lessons learned from LIRR's Third Track and Atlantic Avenue Viaduct projects, which have been incorporated into this project, such as the management of track outages. The IEC commends the significant public outreach that will continue throughout the duration of the project. LIRR. LIRR's ADA Package 1 is the first of several ADA projects that will bring full accessibility to remaining LIRR stations system-wide. Package 1 provides accessibility improvements at 9 stations. The project was awarded in December 2022, is 11% complete, and at this stage is on budget and on schedule with completion forecast for December 2025. High priority risks and mitigations have been identified by the project team. Many are similar to challenges that have impacted Transit's station accessibility program. Verify availability of in-house resources and subcontractor staffing. Provide detailed schedule analysis to support the elevator installations planned for second quarter 2024, and prioritize the delivery of long lead items related to the elevators and architectural finishes. The IEC concurs with the mitigation strategies. In addition, the IEC finds value in the project team coordinating with C&D Stations BU to share their lessons learned and successful risk mitigation strategies from prior accessibility projects to minimize disruptions on this project and be better prepared to address problems during construction, specifically issues concerning the project's team's abilities to successfully install, test, and commission multiple elevators simultaneously. Jamaica Capacity Improvements Phase 2 Hall Interlocking addresses track, signal, and infrastructure improvements that will reconfigure and improve LIRR's train throughput and system flexibility and provide upgrades to the state of good repair at Jamaica Station. JCI Phase 2 Hall Interlocking expansion was awarded in December 2022, is at 11% completion to date, and at this early stage is within budget and on schedule, with completion forecast for October 2026. Risks to completing the project on time and budget have been identified and mitigations developed to address the main concerns, including early coordination by the project team has minimized the risk in obtaining planned track outages, verifying the availability of in-house force account personnel by the early coordination of upcoming JCI work with competing projects, and C&D is requesting a detailed constructability analysis addressing all risks associated with access problems to remote, landlocked work locations that are needed throughout construction to deliver materials and equipment for the project duration. The IEC considers these actions by the management team to be proactive and effective in mitigating the challenges posed by these potential risks. Quarterly traffic light report. Lastly, the Railroad Business Unit is also monitored by the IEC through the quarterly traffic light report. The latest report, to be presented at December's CPC, reviewed 82 projects this quarter for cost and schedule performance by the IEC. Only 4 had a schedule variance, and there were no cost variances. The details for the quarterly traffic light report will be in the December 2023 book. And I repeat, there are no cost variances in this quarter for this business unit. Mr. Chairman, this concludes our comments on the railroad business units. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair just went out to check into whether we have a quorum for the procurement package. So in the meantime, I'll see if there's any questions, members of the board. Okay. Then we may hand it over to the vice chair if you'd like to call, or would you like me to call on our general counsel to submit the procurement package? Actually, I'm not entirely sure we have a quorum, so. Go ahead, yeah.
We can say that at the
Yeah.
board meeting. We can say that those present either recommended or didn't recommend. We can go forward that way. We would need the quorum for approval, but this is just a recommendation at this point. So I'm happy to present. We're happy to present.
We'll present Vice Chair if that's okay with you.
We can wait for the chairman to come back with his round.
Yeah, they'll present it. They'll present them now.
Who will present the items? Okay, why don't we present the items and then we can make a recommendation, have a vote at the board meeting. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Construction and Development is presenting 2 competitive procurement actions totaling $122 million to the Capital Program Committee for approval this month. Is it on? Okay. The first action is to approve the award of a contract for design build services. Thank you. to replace and upgrade New York City Transit's central alarm monitoring and fire alarm systems. The second action is to approve the award of a contract for design-build services to replace and upgrade the public address customer information system along New York City Transit's Canarsie line. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained within your committee books, and I hereby submit them for your consideration and vote.
Can we, any questions? Can we have a vote to recommend these to the full board? So moved. Second. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items are recommended to the full board. I think that concludes today's agenda. Do we have anything else? Motion to adjourn. Mr. Albert, thank you. We are adjourned.